The moon was dark and the wind was high, and the shadows of demons were everywhere. On the top of Langling Mountain, ghost fires were swaying, and the light and shadows, dark or bright, were dancing on the stone wall. In the center, a purple furnace was surrounded by mist, and runes were flashing on the furnace, mysterious and weird. There was a faint shrill sound coming from the furnace, like the roar of wronged souls. An old man with white hair and beard sat in front, his black robe rustling in the whistling mountain wind. His dry fingers quickly moved on the furnace, and he muttered something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Open the furnace." In an instant, the lid of the furnace was opened by an invisible force, and thick black smoke with a strong smell of blood rushed out. In the black fog, faintly visible pillars emitting faint light loomed. The young man serving beside him opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of greed and desire. He licked his bruised lips and murmured in his heart, "Dear master, you finally succeeded." The old man stood up. His wrinkled face showed no sadness or joy. He waved his hand, and the elixir was in his hand. He turned his head to look at his dazed apprentice. His eyes were cold, and he uttered 2 words, "Test the elixir." "Ah, yes." Suke came back to his senses, respectfully took the elixir handed over by the old man. His expression was extremely flattering, and turned to walk towards a cleared piece of land not far away. On the vacant land, for beasts lay softly, their faces were listless, their eyes were empty. Looking at Suke walking towards him, one of the more than 20-long tigers felt a little nervous. Looking at the big meat pad that he couldn't use, Gushong was speechless. It's understandable to travel through time, but what the hell is it to travel through time and become a tiger? It's fine that I traveled through time and space and became a tiger. I had been hiding for a year or 2, but how come I was caught here when I woke up? Nana's legs were really cold. These people were wrapped in black robes, and they looked cold and ruthless. They were not good people at first glance. Just now, I seem to have heard the word test the pill vaguely. Test the pill? I'm afraid they want me to test the poison, right? With a thought, a line of misty golden words appeared in front of me. Entry name. Big Orange is important effect. Weight doubles. The heavier the body, the higher the defense, and can be disguised as a harmless orange cat to reduce the enemy's vigilance. Looking at his body of more than 2 meters and 5, Gushong felt that it was difficult to reduce the enemy's vigilance. This was the golden finger he got when he first embraced the tiger. It was an entry. It was really useful when he was a child. Relying the talent of camouflage, hunting was easy, and he grew to more than 2 meters in a year. Then he could no longer disguise himself as a big orange. A woo baby is bitter, but baby can't say it. But this is secondary. Gushong looked at the second line of golden characters. This is the second entry he obtained after 2 years in this world yesterday. Entry. Use poison to nourish the skin effect. The swallowed toxins will be converted into the body's spiritual essence. Good boy. Come and open your mouth. It's so refreshing. Suke walked in front of Gushong, stretched out 2 fingers harmlessly, pried open Gushong's teeth, and stuffed a small light blue pill into Gushong's mouth. Although he couldn't disguise himself as a big orange, the effect of the entry still made Gushong have characteristics different from other beasts. At least he looked stupid, and there was no danger. Other beasts were not so lucky. Suke kicked the wild leopard crawling in front of him fiercely and cursed, "Dare to stare at me. I will kill you and eat your meat later." Master Leopard didn't understand why he was kicked and could only whimper in dissatisfaction. Bad humans really bad. Are those with permed hair worse than those with tattoos? Suke finished feeding quickly. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen black-robed men came forward, dragging or pulling, and transported Gushong and the other beasts to a cave. The white-haired old man led Suke to the front of the cave, looking at the 4 beasts that had no power to resist, and his face finally revealed a morbid obsession. He gently stroked the soft whip on his waist and said, "Don't be afraid, dears. Wait until I refine you tomorrow, and you will be able to transcend. My dear master, I will help you transcend tomorrow." On the side, Suke, who lowered his head and looked obedient, was overwhelmed with emotions. He had waited for this day for too long. Really too long. In the cave, Gushong was savoring the blue pill that had been taken into his stomach. It tasted a bit woody and mixed with a faint fishy smell, like some seafood that had not been deodorized. Hey, it shouldn't be my bad breath. After all, I am a tiger who loves cleanliness. A wool lines of small characters appeared in front of him. Spiritual essence, one spiritual essence, one spiritual essence, 71. In just half a night, Gu Shanghu was already sweating profusely. On his strong and explosive tiger body, sweat beads were dripping like money, soaking the open space below him. Spiritual essence value 1010 evolvable. A Wu evolution. Gu Shang was excited. He thought that he could only be a mighty little tiger in the dense black forest for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that he would get the second entry in the second year? And this second entry was so appropriate. Evolution, in simple terms, means getting stronger, right? Okay, come on, let me go from a mighty little tiger to a mighty big tiger. Tiram? Gu Shanghu's eyes were startled. He could feel a heat in his abdomen, and it seemed that a dormant power in his body was about to wake up. Intuition told Gu Shang that he would definitely become more mighty. As soon as the thought came up, a dizzy feeling came over him. Gu Shanghu's head tilted, and he fainted. It was late at night. The night sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was silence between heaven and earth. No one noticed that this Tometer 5 turtle, well-behaved, harmless little tiger had fallen into a deep sleep. The strange thing was that the body of this little tiger was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Shang woke up at dawn. With the faint light, Gu Shang looked at his body and was stunned. He saw that his original figure of more than 2 meters and 5 meters had approached 3 meters overnight, and his muscle lines were more solid. The most important thing was that he no longer had that soft feeling of weakness. A Wu with a low roar, Gu Shang slowly straightened up and felt that his body was full of strength. The 3 beasts next to him looked at Gu Shang with fear in their eyes. No bragging, I feel I can smash the earth. Of course, although Gu Shang was happy about his changes, he was not too proud. After all, the people who arrested him were obviously not ordinary people. If Gu Shang guessed correctly, these people should be the legendary human cultivators. And judging from their dress, words, and deeds, they might be the demon cultivators among the human cultivators. Demon cultivators, they are cold-blooded, unreasonable, and would rather kill by mistake than let go. For these monsters, who may not even be called monsters, they might be thinking of refining them in an instant. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Chapter 2. The influence of teachers and the respect of disciples. Gu Shang gazed at the vast emptiness of the cave before him, a frown forming on his forehead as he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Do not mistake his inaction for cowardice. Rather, it stemmed from a sheer uncertainty about which path to take. Before him stood 10 distinct forks in the road. When he turned to look behind, he was met with the unyielding stone wall. There was a window in the wall, yet it was far too narrow for his 3-meter-tall frame to pass through. Alas, his size was an insurmountable obstacle. He mused to himself, which tunnel had he entered yesterday? Gu Shang bit into the cave wall with his sharp teeth, only to discover it was unyielding. As footsteps echoed from behind, Gu Shang fell into deep contemplation. Deep within the cave, in a rather spacious stone chamber, an elderly man with white hair was reprimanding his disciple. 50. Oh, woe is me. 100. Why are you not crying out? The expression on the elder, known as the withered crow Taoist, was one of rage, his bulging eyes fixed intently on his disciple below. What, do you not heed your master's words? My dear disciple, do cry out. The withered crow Taoist, in his fury, wielded a specially crafted wooden implement resembling a whip, which was, in fact, a tool for discipline. Those who disobeyed would face punishment. The implement struck the back of the disobedient disciple with a heavy thud, leaving wounds that bled profusely. The man, treated like a beast of burden, could only whimper through tears, wishing he could scream but finding his vocal cords injured from the first blow. Curse you. You struck my vocal cords on the first hit. Ah, senior brother, you must avenge me. With a heart full of despair, the man's gaze grew resolute, and he decisively shattered his heart's meridian with his spiritual energy. With a sickening sound, his muffled cries abruptly ceased, and the withered crow Taoist froze, the implement falling from his grasp and striking him heavily, touching the scars on his aged face. He leapt from the bed and pushed aside the lifeless body of the man. His lips twitched slightly, soon engulfed by a wave of emptiness. Upon assessing the cultivation he had absorbed, he realized it was less than a third of what he had hoped for, which only fueled his anger. He lashed out with the implement against the now cold corpse, venting his rage with each strike. The hollow stone chamber echoed with the relentless sounds of his fury. Outside the stone chamber, Su Kei stood with a stoic expression, his gaze turning ever colder. It was evident that the withered crow Taoist was a practitioner of dark arts, a particularly twisted one at that. As the guardian of the spirit-devouring sect stationed at Langlang Mountain, he practiced the evil seizing yang technique, a name that transparently revealed its essence of drawing power through sinister means. It was clear from the name that this was not a method designed for male practitioners. Unfortunately, the withered crow Taoist had been illiterate when he acquired this technique. blindly practicing from the illustrations, ultimately carving out a unique path for himself. This method was exceptionally cruel. Without a furnace to assist, no progress could be made. To satisfy his twisted desires, the withered crow Taoist took in a multitude of disciples, all of whom met grim fates. In the past year, as he sought to break through to a higher realm, he demanded a sacrifice every month. With the recent death of the man in the stone chamber, Suke was now the last remaining disciple, unless fate intervened. He too would become fodder in a month's time, disappearing from existence. Master, you have forced my hand. Suke smirked wickedly as he slowly retreated. He arrived at the place where the four beasts were confined, observing the creatures lying limply on the ground with an expression devoid of emotion. From his robe, he produced a porcelain vial and proceeded to forcefully administer the contents into the mouths of the beasts. Oh dear master. I wonder if your foundational cultivation can absorb the potent elixir that your devoted disciple has prepared for you. Suke chuckled coldly, sending shivers down the spines of the four beasts. What an audacious grin this fellow has. Gushang's tiger form trembled slightly, a newfound wariness creeping into his heart. Nonetheless, the elixir seemed rather impressive, crisp, and flavorful, reminiscent of chicken. Given the isolation of the captives, Gushang opted against taking action, choosing instead to bide his time. After all, this little pill posed no threat to his enhanced self. Thus, he reasoned that testing the poison equated to extracting benefits from the dark practitioner. Regrettably, Gushang realized he had only absorbed the poison from the pill and had yet to discern its true effects. Spirit Resonance 1, Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 20, indeed. It is quite potent. This lad was evidently a paragon of respect for his master. At noon, when the yang energy was at its peak, the four beasts were once again dragged back to the familiar clearing. The clearing remained unchanged, yet a small blood pool had mysteriously appeared in the center. A violet alchemical furnace rotated slowly within the blood pool, 9 skulls on its body glowing with an eerie green light. It was unnerving, to say the least. Gushang's tiger eyes widened, muscles taut, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. To the dark practitioners, he was no different from the other beasts once ensnared. Their minds would turn to mush, leaving them defenseless. This presented a glimmer of hope for his escape. The withered crow Taoist sat at the forefront, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he sprayed upon the runes of the furnace, filling the mountaintop with a nauseatingly sweet stench. For yangs break the evil. 5 ghosts conquer the sun. The withered crow Taoist shut his eyes tightly and formed hand seals, as the wild leopard among the four beasts suddenly leaped into the air. Gushang's keen eyes discerned the multitude of bloodlines manifesting around the leopard, its 2-meter frame compressing down to 1.5, then 1.3. Ultimately shrinking to a mere half-meter, like a puppet being pulled into the alchemical furnace. Boom. A chilling roar echoed as azure flames surged within the furnace. The remaining 3 beasts emitted low growls of despair. The death of the leopard had indeed been profoundly shocking. Suke stood by, his head bowed. Yet a cold smile crept upon his lips. The pills he had administered to the 4 beasts concealed the spirit-devouring sect's secret spirit-killing worm. This worm had cost him and 10 senior brothers nearly 3 years of contributions, designed for a lethal outcome. The withered crow Taoist aimed to refine a furnace of 4 yangs conquering the sun elixir, having already fed it to the 4 beasts the night before. Today, he would use their bodies as vessels to refine the elixir and amp Appos, s potency. The worm would dissolve in the heat, permeating the alchemist and amp Appos, s meridians. Blocked meridians would hinder the flow of spiritual energy. Even with the withered crow Taoist and amp Appos, s foundational cultivation, he would find himself adrift, unable to exert his true power. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for Suke to strike. Farewell, brothers. Suke suppressed the surge of emotion within. His gaze fixed intently on the withered crow Taoist, who remained engrossed in the process of refining the potent elixir. Chapter 3. This child has chosen his path to death. Meanwhile, Gushang lay on the ground, ever vigilant, glancing at the withered crow Taoist, and then at the wildly excited Suke behind him, his eyes wide with anticipation. An instinctive sense told him that perhaps he could look forward to the events that were about to unfold. Could it be that this old man had little time left? The flames turned a deep blue, and an unnatural flush crept across the weathered face of the withered crow Taoist. However, when the second black bear was cast into the elixir furnace, he suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, dark purple blood seeping through his fingers. How could this be? The old demon opened his eyes wide, turning to find himself locked in a gaze with Suke, whose eyes were now blood-red and filled with madness. It's you, the rebellious disciple. The withered crow Taoist bellowed in fury, his eyes glinting with a green light as he raised his hand, intending to send his final disciple to the netherworld. This scoundrel dared to commit such an act of treachery against his master. He must not be allowed to live. Master, do you know what the soul-devouring goo is? Suke no longer concealed his intentions, cackling maniacally, dark energy swirling around him. The soul-devouring art you taught me requires the hard-ass blood of a foundational-level cultivator as a catalyst. My dear master, do you not wish to assist your beloved disciple? The withered crow Taoist's expression changed drastically, panic overtaking him. He had thought it to be a momentary lapse that led to his poisoning. Who would have expected it to be a goo? He was all too familiar with the soul-devouring goo, a signature product of the soul-devouring sect, known for its rapid spread of toxins. below the peak of foundational cultivation. Once infected, one would be unable to wield spiritual energy within the span of an incense stick. But how did this rebellious disciple guess that I would first refine that foolish leopard? Unbeknownst to the withered crow Taoist, Suke had collaborated with over 10 senior brothers, plotting for 3 years to obtain 4 soul-devouring gil. In the old man's mind, Suke had only been with him for 4 years. It was inconceivable that he could have amassed such resources without eating or drinking. My dear master, do not resist. Allow your disciple to grant you a blissful transformation. Suke sneered, not giving him a chance. With a mighty leap, he struck the withered crow Taoist with a palm. Instinctively, the old man raised his hand to counter. But only then did he realize he could not muster even a strand of spiritual energy. In that moment, his heart sank, and he fled in panic. Boom. The forceful strike landed heavily on the withered crow Taoist's frail back. Suke, possessing considerable talent and having practiced demonic arts, advanced rapidly, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement in just 4 years. This full-force blow sent the withered crow Taoist tumbling, crashing beside the blood pool, his life hanging by a thread. His energy extinguished. With a face full of resentment, Suke mocked, My dear master, when did you learn to feign death? The withered crow Taoist remained silent, only turning his back to Suquebec. Hee, my dear master, this is your opportunity for me. Suke laughed coldly, producing a barbed whip from nowhere. He approached the withered crow Taoist step by step, swinging the whip through the air, emitting a sharp whoosh. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal, echoing across the desolate mountaintop. The outer disciples of the soul-devouring sect, who had long suffered under the withered crow Taoist and Appo's tyrannical rule and had been swayed by Suke, were now paralyzed with fear. How could it be that this senior Su was not a good person after all? My dear master, are you not fond of this whip? Today, allow your disciple to repay you properly. Suke declared, suddenly lashing down the whip, its tip embedding deeply into the withered crow Taoist's spine, tearing flesh and sending blood flying. The withered crow Taoist, being a master of the demonic path, remained silent, continuing to present his back. Suke stomped down hard, breaking the withered crow Taoist's calf. Not running? Then you truly won't be able to escape. His face contorted with madness and delight, he continued. For these past years, your teachings will be repaid tenfold on behalf of my senior brothers. With renewed vigor, he raised the whip, striking down again and again, each lash accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and splattering blood. In the blood pool, the purple elixir furnace continued to rotate slowly, its eerie green glow flickering, as if rejoicing in this act of vengeance. Why are you silent now? When you unleashed violence upon my brothers, they certainly cried out. Suke bellowed. His face splattered with the old man's blood, transforming him into a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Gushan, watching from a distance, widened his tiger eyes at this bloody scene, feeling nauseous. This demonic cultivator was far too brutal. Suke hurled the whip upon the withered crow Taoist and kicked him in the head. Master, since you choose to remain silent, I shall inherit your cultivation. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. A stream of black energy surged from his palms, penetrating the withered crow Taoist's body. This was the unique soul-devouring technique. He intended to seize the old man's foundational cultivation. However, just as he completed a cycle of energy flow, Suke suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Suke clutched his stomach in agony, bending like a shrimp. Rebellious disciple. Do you think you can seize my power? How utterly laughable. Seeing the moment ripe, the withered crow Taoist cackled coldly, no longer feigning death. Covering his mangled backside with one hand, he crawled away. As a foundational level master, though he could not wield spiritual energy, he still possessed numerous hidden trump cards. Moreover, he specialized in the path of poison. This was precisely why Suke chose to use Gu to break the stalemate. Had he attempted to poison the old man outright, the withered crow Taoist would have easily detected it, realizing he could not eliminate Suke in time. The withered crow Taoist quickly unleashed a toxin that would be difficult for a chi refinement cultivator to resist. As he had anticipated, Suke, armed with the small whip, began to strike him. Striking someone is a physically demanding task. Those who have done it know that one cannot strike for long without gasping for breath. Suke was no different. As he inhaled and exhaled, the toxins he had released began to infiltrate Suke's body, fully manifesting. My dear master, why must it come to this? Suke gritted his teeth against the pain, kicking the old man back into the elixir furnace. A chilling scream erupted. And suddenly a whip flew out, wrapping around Suke, who had intended to sit down and expel the poison, dragging him into the same fate as the withered crow Taoist. Another wail echoed. On the vast mountaintop, only the purple elixir furnace continued to churn quietly. Alongside the half-refined black bear, a dazed wolf and a fierce little tiger, poised to escape, remained. Gushan, what is this operation? Did this tiger just win by lying down? When will this cycle of vengeance end? Death truly feels good. At this moment, the disciples who had been terrified earlier had fled down the mountain. Gushan gazed at the still operating elixir furnace, a glimmer of greed appearing in his tiger eyes. This treasure is destined to be mine. Moments later, the elixir furnace ceased its rotation, and a dark, glistening pill shot forth. A dense black mist enveloped the pill. Without needing to guess, Gushang understood that it was undoubtedly highly toxic. Chapter 4 Undercover. Faced with reality, Gushang found himself entangled in a dilemma. Should he flee with the alchemical furnace back to the mountains, or remain here, prioritizing his survival? He considered the erratic nature of demonic cultivators. Observing the pair of master and disciple who had perished together, he deemed them madmen in their frenzy. If one were to extrapolate from this singular incident, could it be that other demonic cultivators share a similar disposition? If so, staying could prove disastrous. Yet upon contemplating his unique trait, nourishing beauty with poison, he realized he could transform ingested toxins into spiritual essence, potentially leading to his evolution into a humanoid form. This path of evolution was indeed promising. Step by step, he might one day assume a human shape. Although he was oblivious to how the beast clans in this realm cultivated their powers or whether they could morph into human forms. He had yet to encounter any magical beasts in the vast mountains, making the prospect of embarking on the path of immortality exceedingly challenging. The only solution seemed to be to venture out of the mountains in search of a place teeming with magical creatures. However, even if he succeeded in locating such beings, what would warrant their acceptance of him? He feared they might simply devour him whole. Moreover, given his imposing stature, should he venture beyond the mountains, he would undoubtedly incite panic among the populace, attracting righteous immortal masters who would either attempt to tame him as a steed or flay him alive. Particularly for his prized possession, which held great allure for the human race. If it were a beautiful fairy. Bah, what was he thinking? As a formidable male tiger, his ambition should be to capture a beautiful fairy as his mount, not to become one himself. This distinction must be clear. For him, who currently bore the essence of both beast and man, transforming into a human form would offer countless advantages. And the path of evolution seemed to be the only feasible option at present. As for the toxins, one would expect that demonic cultivators would possess ample supplies. Indeed, the mountains harbored various poisonous entities, yet they were likely inferior compared to the poisons cultivated by the demonic sections. Furthermore, if he returned to the mountains, how could he utilize the alchemical furnace? He was no alchemist. Thus, perhaps it was prudent to explore the demonic sect further, to develop cautiously. Despite the inherent risks being exceedingly high, it was a gamble where both the stakes and the outcomes were precarious. He contemplated observing the actions of the demonic cultivators in the vicinity of Lang Lang Mountain, particularly the new arrivals. Surely, the master and disciple duo could not retain control over this mountain range indefinitely. If the newcomers were not as deranged, he might find a way to survive within the demonic sect, even taking on the role of a guardian beast. That would be a reasonable compromise. If a female demonic cultivator were among them, the prospects would be even more favorable. With this thought in mind, Gushang resolutely picked up the blackened alchemical pill and dashed into the depths of the forest, intending to wait for the newcomers and observe the ensuing developments. Not long after Gushang and Appo's departure, the fleeing minions returned, their hearts trembling and legs shaking. The wild wolf, just regaining consciousness, detected the unfriendly humans and immediately glared fiercely, launching an attack. As the alpha of its pack, being captured by despicable humans was a profound humiliation. Suddenly, a sharp arrow, crafted from bamboo and tipped with iron, whizzed through the air, striking the wild wolf squarely in the face. Alas, the wild wolf met its demise. Lu Shixiao, where are Master Kuya and Song Shixiao? The young disciple, who had dispatched the wolf, stammered to a rugged middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man, with a serious expression, nodded gravely and managed a smile, complimenting. Song Shidi, your archery skills have improved. It's all thanks to your guidance, Shixiao, replied the bashful Song Shidi, his face flushing with embarrassment. Do not be so modest. My dear Shidi, among all the disciples on Langling Mountain, your archery is second to none. Song Shidi's face reddened further. I am truly ashamed. The middle-aged man's smile widened. As the most skilled among us, Shidi, should you not take a look at what remains in the alchemical furnace? Song Shidi froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Everyone on Langling Mountain knew the dangers associated with Master Kuya's alchemical furnace. In the past, another disciple, driven by curiosity, had opened the furnace only to be sucked inside and turned to ash. Now, Lu Shixiang was suggesting he investigate. Was this a ploy to send him to his death? Panic gripped Song Shidi, and he pretended not to hear. Is it that you are unwilling, Shidi? The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted coldly, his eyes narrowing with a menacing glint. Lu Yishou was the most powerful among them, boasting a cultivation level of qi refinement, 3rd tier. He could act with impunity and unleash his fury at will. If this Song brat dared to refuse, he wouldn't hesitate to turn him into fodder for his beasts. I will go. Song Xiaobao stammered, feeling utterly powerless. What could he do? If only his cousin were still alive. Lu would not dare to act so brazenly. Alas, his cousin had perished that very morning, whipped to death by Master Kuya. Though he had not seen the body, he felt a deep-seated certainty. Trembling with trepidation, Song Shidi approached the now dormant alchemical furnace, which still emitted a sinister aura. Swallowing hard, he peered inside, only to be met with a dark, charred sight, accompanied by the nauseating stench of burnt flesh. Observing from behind, Lu Yishou sensed that Song Xiaobao was unharmed and took a step forward, shoving him aside to get a better look into the furnace. What on earth is this? The noxious odor forced Lu Yishou to cover his nose, cursing loudly. Seeing no precious elixirs within, he signaled for his subordinates to remove the furnace. Xixiang, should we report this to the sect? One of them whispered. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yishou, deep in thought, considered delaying the report for a couple of days. The years he had spent under Master Kuya had been the most humiliating of his life, living in constant fear of being used as a resource for cultivation. Now, having finally found a reprieve. But what if the higher-ups learned of his failure to report? That would spell disaster. The burnt remains within the furnace were unmistakably human, and although he could not identify whose body it was, he suspected it belonged to Master Kuya. After all, during their descent from the mountain, Suke had clearly gained the upper hand, making it far more likely that Master Kuya had met his end in the furnace. Yet, why did Suke flee? Had he been injured? Surely not. If so, he would have stayed behind to recuperate. Perhaps he feared the sect would discover his act of slaying his master? This was plausible, as the sect rules strictly forbade disciples from killing one another. However, these rules were mere formalities, often disregarded. After all, they were legitimate practitioners of the demonic path. The sect's regulations meant little to them. Strength dictated their standing. Thus, even if Suke had killed his master, as long as he managed things well, there would be no repercussions. To slay one's master indicated superiority. But why then? Did he choose to flee? Did he wish to escape the demonic sect? Why? Unless he had come with a mission? Perhaps he was an undercover agent of the righteous path. Indeed, if he were not an undercover agent, why would he flee? If he were not an undercover agent, why would he feel compelled to eliminate his own master? Who would believe such a simplistic justification as avenging a fallen brother? Certainly not Lu Yishou. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated and self-assured he became. It was as if he were about to soar with the winds, rising ever higher, as fortune finally smiled upon him. The Zhiling sect has a clear stipulation. Those who discover an undercover agent within the sect and report it promptly shall be richly rewarded. Should the undercover agent be apprehended as a result of the report, the informant may even gain entry into the inner sanctum. After toiling in the demonic sect for 30 years, diligently serving and laboring like a beast of burden, has he not been awaiting a singular opportunity? And now, has that long-awaited opportunity not finally arrived? Chapter 5. Re-entering the palace within the depths of the forest, Gushang stumbled upon a new cave. The previous one was no longer safe. There was no telling when that band of ruffians might launch a surprise attack again. As the king of beasts, having been captured once was already a significant disgrace. He could not allow himself to be captured a second time. He expelled the black pill, and to his surprise, it remained intact in his mouth, still swirling with dark energy and emitting a faint glow. Subsequently, Gushang ventured out to gather some twigs and other debris to obscure the cave entrance, ensuring that no unwelcome intruders would disturb his medicinal endeavor. Once all was prepared, Gushang returned to the cave without hesitation. With his agile tongue, he swiftly wrapped around the pill and began to chew vigorously. He was uncertain how to refine its potency, but consuming it, surely it would yield some effect. The flavor was peculiar, a sweetness tinged with salt, which in turn bore a hint of bitterness, escalating into an overwhelming bitterness. A thunderous roar resounded through the forest, sending all creatures into a frenzy. Glory to the king. Spirit resonance 9, spirit resonance 10, spirit resonance 10, spirit resonance 100, spirit resonance value 160 100, evolution possible. Indeed, it was potent. Evolution, with a single thought. An intense wave of dizziness washed over him. Gushang's tiger head tilted, and he lost consciousness, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing in the cave. The following day. Hey, brother, do you hear that sound? Huh? What sound? I don't hear anything. Stop dawdling. The senior brother sent by the sect will arrive soon. We need to capture some. Wait, that sound. Song Xiaobao's eyes brightened. Spirit resonance 9. It hurt, yet felt exhilarating. Pain mingled with pleasure. Gushang's head shook, and he opened his tiger eyes. The scenery before him was enchanting, the landscape delightful, with verdant mountains and lush grass in the distance. What a splendid sight. But wait, what is this? Grass. What on earth is happening? Gushang's tiger eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had returned to that familiar peak, the summit of Langlang Mountain, to a clearing he knew all too well. Around him lay a wild boar, a female boar, and various exotic birds, snakes glistening emerald green with flicking tongues, and a bewildered black bear licking its paw. Indeed, he had been captured again. The mighty sovereign of the forest had fallen prey once more. Damn it, those unscrupulous practitioners of the demonic path. Gushang seethed with rage, but soon discerned that this capture was different from the last. The most evident distinction was that he could move while the other beasts remained immobilized. Undoubtedly, this was a result of his evolution. Spirit resonance value, 69 1000. At this moment, Gushang began to assess his transformation. During his first evolution, his size had surged from 2.5 meters to 3 meters, but now, in this second evolution, he had shrunk back to 1.5 meters. What was going on? Why was he becoming smaller? He quickly turned to examine his prized possession, which had also diminished in size alongside him. His legs felt oddly chilled. A mere 15 centimeters was a disgrace to the Tiger King. However, perhaps this could indicate a favorable evolutionary direction? After all, being compact could enhance his agility. Right? Perhaps in the third evolution, he would transform from this petite tiger back into a formidable 3-meter beast. Moreover, despite his diminished stature, his strength seemed to have amplified. He had an instinct that he could shatter boulders with a single strike, perhaps a large piece of basalt or the like. At that moment, a misty line of golden characters materialized before him. Realm, peak of ordinary beasts, demonic power, 0, talent, low temperature resistance, excellent adaptation to cold environments, innate divine ability, none peak of ordinary beasts. This meant that once he accumulated 1,000 points of spirit resonance, he could transition from an ordinary beast to the next level. Upon completing this grand upgrade, he would surely embark on the path of cultivation. Excitement surged within him. However, Gushang's exhilaration was short-lived. From the southern direction of Langling Mountain, a graceful figure clad in a red and black gradient skirt soared through the air on a sword. Her voluptuous form descended slowly, and as her black boots touched the ground, they instantly captivated the attention of all the creatures around. Her cold gaze seemed to radiate a lethal aura, and as she observed the throng of creatures approaching her, Bai Jie felt an unwelcome surge of disdain. Yet, recalling the trouble she had stirred within the sect, she reluctantly suppressed her desire to level Langlang Mountain. May I inquire if you are the inner sect S. Liu, sister? I am Louis Shou, temporarily overseeing matters at Langlang Mountain. It is said that centuries ago, we may have even been family. Louis Shou approached Bai Jie with a sycophantic grin, eager to welcome her. He recalled the information relayed to him by the spirit-devouring sect, which stated that an elite disciple named Lu Dali was dispatched to investigate Su K's undercover mission. Was this young lady named Lu Dali? How could someone so delicate bear such a robust name? Despite his confusion, he hastened to greet her. The black and red gradient skirt adorned with the character spirit was indeed the hallmark of an inner sect disciple. Bai Jie cast a glance at Louis Shou, dismissing the worthless cultivator at the third layer of qi refinement. She replied coolly, Lu Dali has other arrangements. I shall be responsible for the investigation of Su K's undercover mission. Louis Shou understood at once. He had thought it impossible for a female cultivator to possess such a manly name. After confirming her identity, he quickly inquired, May I ask for your name, sister? Bai Jie glanced at the group of timid individuals behind Louis Shou, deriding them silently, and lazily replied, Bai Jie from Shaozhu Peak. Oh, so it is Bai Jie, the esteemed sister. I have long heard your name, but did not expect you to be even more beautiful than the legends suggest. Like a celestial being untouched by earthly matters. Louis Shou fawned over her, a stream of flattery pouring forth. Enough. Your words are excessively superfluous. Bai Jie's expression darkened, her demeanor chilling. She harbored thoughts of violence. What did he mean by calling a demonic cultivator a celestial being? She aspired to be the world's greatest demoness. After all, killing a group of people would be troublesome, but eliminating one would pose no issue. Furthermore, this lecherous middle-aged man addressing her as sister made her feel utterly disgusted. I'm only 38 this year, you know. Who are you calling sister? Huh? Louis Shou's expression shifted dramatically. Immediately, he fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Sister, spare me. Please spare me. At this moment, he recalled the wrath of the withered crow Taoist. Simultaneously, indignation surged within him. This damned demoness. I can't even flatter her. What sort of person is this? Humph. Bai Jie coldly huffed, her charming face frosted over, before directing her gaze towards a group of animals not far away. What do you intend to do with all these little creatures? Little creatures? Louis Shou, still kneeling, wriggled and explained. These are materials that my fellow disciples specially captured for you here at Langling Mountain. Since you've come all this way, you must have a good time, right? Hee hee. Louis Shou forced a smile, adhering to the adage that one should never strike a smiling face. Smack. A sharp sound rang out, leaving Louis Shou utterly bewildered. What? What just happened? He was at a loss, utterly confused as to why he had been slapped. His remaining sense of masculinity ignited a surge of anger within him. Yet, after a mere 0.01 seconds, he quickly subdued his emotions. There was no choice. The survival instinct of a man was to endure. After all, one must endure minor grievances to secure greater schemes. He cupped his face and raised his bewildered gaze. Bai Jie gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, devoid of any emotion, and coldly remarked, Do you think I am here for amusement? Chapter 6. The Gift of the Withered Crow Taoist ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T it's so. Arn and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T you here to have some fun? Louis Shou thought to himself, yet he spoke outwardly, Senior sister. You have traveled such a long distance, braving mountains and waters alone. Surely it is to capture Su Ke, this undercover agent. It cannot possibly be for mere amusement. Just as well that you know. Bai Jie scoffed coldly, for in truth, she held no concern for who Su Ke was or whether he was indeed an undercover agent. What value could a mere spy on a small hill possess? They had countless spies to apprehend at the headquarters of the Shirling sect. How could they spare time to catch a single Su Ke? Were it not for that particular incident, she would not have deigned to visit such a trivial hill. With the intent to ease her mind, she gracefully glided forward, drawn by an alluring aura toward the imposing presence of the two tigers. Gazing into Gushang and Apos' eyes, her fierce yet beautiful gaze flickered. What manner of tiger is this? Bai Jie, adorned in a flowing gauzy dress, stood before a creature barely 1.5 meters tall, which was baring its fangs and claws, emitting a low growl, seemingly attempting to intimidate all with its regal ferocity. Yet, to Bai Jie, it was merely a feigning ferocity akin to a large domestic cat. One might wonder if the big yellow cat she kept within the sect would recall its owner. She extended her left hand, gently brushing her fingertips across the tiger and Apos' forehead where the kingly mark resided, exclaiming, "You are quite the exquisite beast. Hey, Dawn and Apos, touch me, woman. You are playing with fire." Gushang thought to stop Bai Jie's reckless actions, but he found her presence dangerously alluring. To put it simply, it could lead to his demise. Surviving was merely a means to a better resurgence. Gushang motivated himself with this thought. Lu Yishuo crawled closer, obsequiously introducing senior sister. "This tiger is the son of the king of the Langlang Mountain, possessing considerable intelligence. I have laid plans for quite some time to capture it." Gushang, "When did I become the son of the Tiger King? Are there other tigers on Langlang Mountain? And you've been plotting for so long?" The tiger, having been personally caught by Gushang, was now in the presence of Bai Jie, who commanded, "Take this little beast to my room." Upon Bai Jie's order, Lu Yishuo hurriedly complied. "Senior sister, what about the rest? Release them." "Yes." Gushang, due to Bai Jie's discomfort with the cave and Apos' emptiness, Lu Yishuo hastily organized a team to construct a pavilion atop the mountain before sunset. The materials used were simple, focusing on expediency. Bai Jie glanced over the structure. Though it did not entirely please her, she could reluctantly accept it and made herself at home. On the second floor, Lu Yishuo directed Song Xiaobao as they lifted the alchemy furnace left behind by the withered crow Taoist, placing it before Bai Jie. This furnace is surprisingly a low-grade magical artifact. Bai Jie's beautiful eyes sparkled, for she had not anticipated that the withered crow Taoist possessed such an artifact. In this realm, the art of crafting artifacts was not flourishing. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators typically used superior or excellent spirit tools, while someone of her caliber, a paragon of her sect, merely wielded a top-tier spirit tool imbued with some magical artifact potency. Yet, the withered crow, whose potential had long been depleted, still possessed such a treasure. It was a sheer waste of resources. This artifact must be destined for me. Lu Yishuo wiped the sweat from his brow, for the furnace appeared light, but was quite heavy. Even with his aid of spiritual energy, he felt utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Bai Jie declare the furnace an artifact, his heart raced with fervor, instantly regretting that he had reported it so soon. Perhaps he should have concealed it for a day or two. However, what was done was done. The ship had sailed, and there was no turning back. He could only sign resignation. He clasped his hands and explained, "Senior sister, you may not be aware, but this furnace was the beloved possession of Uncle Kuyo. He took it with him wherever he went, never parting with it. Every 15th and 16th day of the month, he would open the furnace to concoct elixirs, producing an abundance. His alchemical skills are unparalleled on Langlang Mountain." "Are there other alchemists on Langlang Mountain besides the withered crow?" Bai Jie inquired. The undercover Suke is one," Lu Yishuo replied awkwardly. A glimmer of unspoken understanding flickered in Song Xiaobao and Apos' eyes. Bai Jie, however, seemed unfazed and began to circle the furnace. Speaking of alchemy, she had some knowledge of it herself, having studied diligently under a third-grade alchemist for several years before reaching foundation establishment. She had a 50% success rate with simple and common elixirs, such as chi-boosting powder, energy-replenishing powder, strength-enhancing powder, combustion powder, and poison powder. Especially with the latter, her success rate was notably high. It would not be an exaggeration to say she possessed extraordinary talent. At this moment, Lu Yishuo was mentally organizing his thoughts. It was evident that this artifact was no longer his concern. Even if he felt regret now, it was of no use. Bai Jie had clearly developed an interest in the artifact, which was originally intended to be presented to her. Otherwise, he would not have gone through the trouble of bringing the furnace in. Reflecting on it, "I was simply too eager for advancement," Lu Yishuo lamented inwardly. Since the situation was beyond redemption, he needed to contemplate how to maximize his benefits. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Senior sister, with the withered crow Taoist's demise, this furnace has become an unclaimed treasure. I believe it complements your aura splendidly." "What do you mean?" Bai Jie raised an eyebrow. Lu Yishuo smirked slyly. "I believe a fine sword belongs with a hero, and a magical artifact with a celestial maiden. This treasure is indeed fated to be with you, senior sister." "Oh. Whether it is fated or not, this furnace belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Bai Jie shot him a glance. Lu Yishuo felt a tightening in his chest, internally exclaiming that this domineering woman was truly overbearing. He hastily bowed down, cautiously replying, "I dare not. This item was always meant for you, senior sister. You may leave." Bai Jie dismissed them without a glance, returning to her study of the withered crow Taoist's legacy. Lu Yishuo and Song Xiaobao retreated discreetly. Once they distanced themselves from the pavilion, Lu Yishuo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This Bai girl. I shall make her bow down and serve me in the future. Ha! Daily favors. Lu Yishou chuckled lewdly. Song Xiaobao, following closely, was perplexed. He could not comprehend how Lu Yishou could possess such confidence. Moreover, if one was confident, why not speak louder? Why whisper so quietly that he could still hear? Was he reporting something, or was he merely making a report? It was indeed a difficult decision. At that moment, Lu Yishou, walking ahead, suddenly halted, causing Song Xiaobao to bump into him unexpectedly. Senior brother, why have we stopped? Song Xiaobao asked, puzzled. Lu Yishou turned back. Casting a sinister glance at Song Xiaobao, Junior brother, you wouldn't have told Bai Jie what I just said, would you? Song Xiaobao's heart sank. This scoundrel. He exchanged a blank stare with Lu Yishou and replied, Senior brother? What did you just say? Humph, Junior brother is quite astute. I hope you remain this clever. Lu Yishou coldly huffed, his gaze chilling. Did he genuinely believe that his earlier outburst was merely an expression of pent-up frustration to assert his masculinity? Well, there were indeed elements of that. Yet, more so, he sought to gauge this Song Junior brother and Appo's temperament. At present, within the entire Langlang Mountain region, excluding Bai Jie, they were the top 2 cultivators. In the past, with backing, Song Jr. was not to be trifled with, but now, he was utterly unafraid. If he were to show defiance, it would be easy to find a pretext to eliminate him. However, this lad was still quick-witted. In the realm of Langlang Mountain, it is evident that only Lu Yishou serves as the steadfast leader, while Bai Jie, one glance at her reveals that her tenure will be brief. Within the demonic sect, she exudes an air of indifference, lacking any semblance of a refined woman. It would not be surprising if she were merely a young maid. To maintain her chastity within the demonic sect, she cannot be an ordinary individual. She must possess considerable connections. Suddenly, Lu Yishou recalled a particular matter. He had provided information regarding Su Ke being a traitor. What about the reward? Logically, Bai Jie should have granted him a reward. But had it been usurped by this little cold-hearted one? Chapter 7. The professional scholar and the master alchemist. The following day, Gu Shang lay upon the carpet, his keen eyes fixed intently on the graceful figure before him. It was Bai Jie. After acquiring the alchemical furnace the previous day, she had devoted the entire night to its refinement, subsequently naming it the pure white cauldron. With her spirit undeterred, she immediately embarked on the process of alchemy, successfully capturing Gu Shang and Appo's attention. Since being carried into this new abode, Bai Jie had not imposed any restrictions upon his movements, seemingly unafraid of his potential to escape. This was, indeed, an affront to a fierce little tiger like him. Gu Shang committed this slight to memory, vowing to one day place her on the pillar of shame. As Bai Jie deftly manipulated the materials, various herbs were cast into the pure white cauldron. She formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations, her aura swirling around her. From this spectacle, it was evident that her technique surpassed that of the desolate crow Taoist by a considerable margin. Flames danced beneath the cauldron, their brilliance enchanting. To an uninitiated mortal, this scene might evoke cries of divine descent. Indeed, watching Bai Jie refine elixirs resembled an exquisite performance. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. After exerting herself and controlling the flames, Bai Jie's delicate visage flushed, beads of perspiration glistening as they cascaded down her neck, slowly soaking her garments. Her alluring curves were accentuated, enhanced by her continuous gestures and the rhythmic movement of her bosom, reminiscent of a captivating dance. Was this young woman truly engrossed in alchemy? Gu Shang felt a stirring heat within him. Yet, this did not deter his eager desire for knowledge. No, he was not merely admiring beauty. He was absorbing the art of alchemy from Bai Jie, who said a tiger could not master alchemy. Once he cultivated spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly become a prodigy in the realm of elixirs. He swallowed nervously, maintaining his focus, determined to learn the intricate craft of alchemy. Just as he sensed the fragrant aroma of herbs and anticipated Bai Jie's success in refining the elixir, an unexpected explosion erupted from the cauldron. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated. The alchemical furnace had exploded. Yet, astonishingly, it appeared unscathed. Gu Shang retracted his earlier thoughts, acknowledging that perhaps the desolate crow Taoist was indeed more adept in the art of alchemy. Bai Jie felt somewhat disheartened. She had been attempting to refine a first-tier soul-nourishing pill, a concoction she had struggled to produce during her initial studies. How could she still be unsuccessful after so many years? What step had gone awry? At that moment, Lu Yishou, hearing the commotion, rushed upstairs, calling out, "Sister, are you all right? Get lost." Lu Yishou promptly retreated in response. What could have caused this? Bai Jie pondered in confusion. After sitting for an extended period, her legs grew numb, prompting her to rise and examine the cauldron closely, seeking the source of her failure. This was intolerable. If she could not master even a first-tier elixir, how could she expect to utilize any magical artifacts? The handling of spiritual herbs, infusing spiritual energy, transitioning from solid to liquid, nurturing the furnace, activating the array, purifying, merging, condensing the elixir. Everything seemed correct. Yet, Bai Jie remained in despair. Perhaps she truly lacked the talent for alchemy. After all, being the #1 demoness in the world didn't seem so bad. Gu Shang, lying quietly on the carpet, listened to Bai Jie's self-reflection, finding her musings rather peculiar. What did she mean by active purification? Was there such a thing as passive purification? Bai Jie gazed at the failed elixirs in the furnace, contemplating their potential. Although they had not succeeded, they still possessed some efficacy, perhaps retaining only a fraction of the qualities of an authentic soul-nourishing pill. After all, they were the fruits of her labor, too valuable to discard. Then, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Shang, who appeared humble and unassuming. A mere beast cub, if it were a perfect soul-nourishing pill, he would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, this imperfect concoction, perhaps it would suffice. With newfound resolve, Bai Jie waved her hand, sending the failed elixir floating directly towards Gu Shang's mouth. Gu Shang stared at the dark concoction before him, bewildered. What did this mean? Did she dare to offer him such refuse? Surely, he was the king of the forest, crisp and crunchy, with a hint of beef flavor. Very obedient. Bai Jie chuckled, delicately caressing him. Damn this mount. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I shall return. Like Han Xian, who endured humiliation beneath others, I, Gu Shang of the Tiger Clan, shall bear this disgrace, all for the sake of rising anew. Suppressing his impulse to pounce on Bai Jie, Gu Shang silently endured the situation. Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 30, incredible. Was this young woman truly refining a poison pill? Gu Shang's tiger eyes sparkled in disbelief. He must retract his previous remarks. When it came to alchemy, Bai Jie was undeniably the more skilled. Seeing Gu Shang savoring the failed elixir with such gusto, Bai Jie felt a swell of joy in her heart. Was there truly someone who appreciated her efforts? Her master once said, an elixir that is appreciated by others is a successful elixir. Therefore, had she succeeded? After years of effort, Bai Jie had finally ascended to the rank of first-tier alchemist. The thought stirred her heart with excitement. Her bosom surged with joy once more. Little Huang, you've done well. This furnace can cultivate spirit resonance and replenish the foundation. Its effects are quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Bai Jie continued her work, standing tall, eager for praise. Aru, Gu Shang affirmed, indeed, it was a good elixir that could nurture spirit resonance and replenish the foundation. Yet, it was evident she could not hear his thoughts. When had he ever been called Little Huang? This extraordinary steed would one day rise to acclaim. With her confidence soaring, Bai Jie remained undeterred, immediately preparing to refine another elixir. The formidable mountain of the soul-nourishing pill had been successfully conquered. Next came the spirit-replenishing pill, the energy infusion pill, the purple east blazing pill. These were the first-tier elixirs she had long struggled to produce during her studies. Each of these elixirs had auxiliary effects. In the realm of celestial cultivation, successfully refining 3 distinct first-tier elixirs was sufficient to be recognized as a first-tier alchemist. Afterward, one could merely pass through the Alchemist Alliance to obtain the certification. However, Bai Jie believed her alchemical art was truly exceptional, unlike any other, and thus, there was no need for such examinations. This was how Bai Jie envisioned her path as a first-tier alchemist. Chapter 8. Recruitment. Xiaoyan awoke. Finding himself gazing at the expansive vista before him, a sight that should have been breathtakingly beautiful. But alas, his mood was far from delightful. His expression darkened as he realized he was bound to a wooden post atop a mountain, where the winds whispered across the broad summit. Nearby, a construction site of a pavilion nestled within the depths of the dense forest stirred an unsettling chill beneath him. To his left was Lu Outyin, the young master of the Lu family, who had accompanied him on this excursion, while to his right loomed an unknown, burly man. In total, there were nearly 15 individuals, all similarly restrained to locks. Before them stood a middle-aged man, rugged in appearance yet exuding a distinctly unsavory aura. Grinning with a prominent yellowed tooth, his gaze filled with a disturbing desire. I want my mother. Lu Outyin cried out in despair. So do I. The unknown giant beside him wailed. Xiaoyan, however, found their lamentations to be a nuisance, despite his own flickers of fear. The situation had become painfully clear. They had been kidnapped, and their captors were evidently no ordinary bandits. When had there ever been bandits in the Langling Mountains? Xiaoyan had long left his hometown for studies abroad, a span of 7 or 8 years now. Lu Outyin, upon regaining composure, recalled a letter from home that mentioned disciples of the Demon Sect stationed in the area. Demon Sect disciples? Xiaoyan suddenly understood. It wasn't an Oppos, Temir bandits, but practitioners of the Demon Sect, which made more sense. For nearly a century, the righteous path had languished while the demonic forces thrived, plunging the common folk into dire straits. Yet, the Demon Sect understood the principle of sustainable practices, focusing on methods that minimized harm to human life. Evil artifacts like the 10,000 Souls banner had disappeared, leaving only ancient demonic sects like the soul-devouring sect as remnants. Thus, even if captured by the Demon Sect, their chances of survival were considerable. At worst, they might become blood bags or furnace vessels, which eased Xiaoyan and Oppos' anxiety. He turned to Lu Outyin and reassured him. Do not panic, Brother Lu. The Demon Sect does not indiscriminately take lives. We are likely to survive. Lu Outyin wiped his tears, looking at Xiaoyan with hopeful eyes. Is that truly the case, Brother Xiao? Of course. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as the yellow-toothed man kicked someone off the mountain. No worries. They merely fell off the cliff. Lu Outyan exhaled, trying to calm himself. Xiaoyan. Ah. I want my mother. I want my father. Lu Outyan, the unknown giant, remained silent. At that moment, Lu Yishou approached, directing his attention first to the burly man. What is your name? Do you have any offspring? The giant stammered. I am Lu Erzhou. My family has an elderly mother and a newborn child. Lu Yishou pondered for a moment before asking. How old are you? The giant replied, 18. Ahem, I mean 30. Lu Yishou. With a sudden thud, the giant fell into the abyss. Lu Yishou then turned to Xiaoyan. I. Do you wish to follow him? Lu Yishou inquired knowingly. Xiaoyan quickly responded. I am Xiaoyan, and I have living parents but no descendants. Oh, your name is quite interesting. Lu Yishou remarked, scratching his head. Are you seeking to cultivate and extend your life? Xiaoyan nodded eagerly. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall serve as a low-ranking errand boy for the soul-devouring sect's Langlang Mountain branch, numbered 666. Work diligently, and after 3 years of satisfactory performance, you may begin your cultivation of spells. Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, not daring to say more. Lu Yishou then turned to Lu Outyan, delivering the same message, resulting in the designation of 667. Soon, everyone who wished to survive had successfully secured their positions. On the second floor of the pavilion, Bai Jia observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. After settling in, her thoughts turned to management, as she would eventually return and need to oversee others. Since she would inevitably be in command, why not initiate a trial run now? The Langlang Mountain was a strategically advantageous location, easy to attack yet difficult to defend. She aimed to develop it into a notable stronghold for the soul-devouring sect. Ideally, she hoped to attract righteous practitioners from all directions to mount an assault, thereby securing a reputation for herself. With such achievements, the old-timers would have little to say upon her return. However, she lamented the lack of capable individuals, relying on Lu Yishou, a mere third-tier chi cultivator, to recruit more members. To her surprise, this seemingly inept individual proved quite adept at recruitment, managing to enlist over a dozen new disciples in just one morning. Indeed, one must utilize resources to their fullest potential, Bai Jia mused. Should I express my gratitude? She turned to a tiger, engrossed in chewing on medicinal pills. The sound of crunching echoed as she watched, her confidence renewed. She proceeded to refine several batches, each successful. Look how joyfully this little creature feasts. Spirit Resonance 1, Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 10, Spirit Resonance 100, Spirit Resonance 250-1000, with the tiger's ceaseless munching. If only its fingers were more nimble, it could give Bai Jia a thumbs up. Can you believe it? 8 successful batches in one night. The potency of the pills is remarkable. Indeed, the saying holds true. The greater the challenge, the richer the reward. One must take risks to reap the rewards. Hey, little yellow, what do you think about gifting a few pills to Lu Yishou? Bai Jia squatted down, locking eyes with the tiger. How? Cease your boasting. I'm no mere little yellow. Sighing, Bai Jia shook her head in disappointment. While she understood the difficulties of cultivation for beastkin, especially those with limited lineage, it was frustrating. Though a member of the tiger clan, without significant ancestry, it would be challenging for it to awaken its intelligence. The large yellow creature she had raised for 3 years had consumed many fine items yet remained as dim-witted as ever. Perhaps I should concoct a spirit awakening pill for you soon. That might just do the trick. Bai Jia murmured softly. Chapter 9. The Experienced One. Lu Yishou, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at the aloof Bai Jia, his heart filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Bai Jia, this young woman, had proclaimed that he had accomplished a significant feat, and she intended to reward him with a spirit-nourishing pill. Was she jesting? What had he done? Was it merely capturing a few individuals while descending the mountain? And now he was being lauded for it? The most astonishing part was that he was to be gifted a precious medicinal pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, which was said to greatly benefit the foremost expert of Langlang Mountain and a distinguished practitioner of chi refinement. Could such a valuable item truly be bestowed upon someone like Lu Yishou? For years, he had diligently served the Demon Sect, shedding blood and laboring tirelessly, only to feel a chill in his heart each time he witnessed the formal disciples consuming pills to enhance their cultivation. Who would have imagined that this newcomer would be so astute? Given this, he resolved not to delay in claiming her as his furnace companion, intending for her to serve him day and night. Alas, Lu Yishou fancied himself a man of gratitude and magnanimity. He was committed to rewarding those who worked diligently for the advancement of Langlang Mountain. Bai Jia smiled slightly, pleased with Lu Yishou's expression of gratitude. It was remarkable how a single spirit-nourishing pill could inspire such unwavering loyalty. Managing affairs proved to be surprisingly simple. Indeed, junior brother, you shall henceforth follow your senior sister's lead and dedicate yourself to the development of Langlang Mountain and the Demon Sect. With a resounding thud, Lu Yishou knelt before Bai Jia as a gesture of loyalty. Bai Jia gestured with her sleeve, and suddenly, from Gushanghu and Appo's mouth, a damp, black pill emerged, soaring directly toward the bowed Lu Yishou. He dared not lift his head, instead presenting his hands to receive it. The pill landed gently in his palms. Curious about its wetness and darkness, Lu Yishou felt perplexed but refrained from asking, simply expressing his thanks. Junior brother expresses his gratitude for the pill bestowed by senior sister, wishing her a swift mastery of the pill and a glimpse into the profound. By the way, are there any promising newcomers among them? Bai Jie inquired. Uninterested in Lu Yishou's ramblings, Lu Yishou pondered briefly. The individuals he had captured were mostly ordinary folk passing by Langlang Mountain, lacking in education. However, he recalled 2 young men dressed elegantly and speaking with sophistication. Indeed, there are 2 among the new disciples who seem quite capable. He replied, bring them to me. She commanded. Yes. Lu Yishou bowed and retreated. Moments later, Xiao Yin and Lu Outyin, both bewildered, were brought to the small attic. Upon seeing Bai Jie, who was as cold as frost and radiantly beautiful, their hearts fluttered with excitement. Have you 2 assessed your spiritual roots? Bai Jie asked, regarding the 2 striking young men. No, we have not, Xiao Yin replied respectfully. He perceived Bai Jie to be quite different from Lu Yishou, who was rather brutish. And you? Bai Jie turned her gaze to Lu Outyin. No, we have not, he murmured, unable to meet her eyes, feeling anxious. In the tales he had read, the more beautiful the antagonist, the more ruthless she tended to be. This complicates matters, Bai Jie mused, her enchanting eyes revealing her contemplation. The Demon Sect possessed a specialized stone for testing cultivation aptitude. One only needed to place their hands upon it to discern their spiritual root through the colors it reflected. However, Langlang Mountain lacked such a tool. Without an assessment of your spiritual roots, how can I impart teachings? She asked Lu Yishou, who stood respectfully behind them. How did Kuya transmit his teachings? Senior sister. Lu Yishou stepped forward. Kuya did not impart any teachings. What? Bai Jie exclaimed, disbelief evident in her expression. The Demon Sect had stringent requirements for disciples sent out, and the collective strength of the base held significant weight in those evaluations. Could it be that the old man Kuya relied solely on his own prowess to meet these criteria? Though in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, that is indeed impressive. If he did not teach you, then who was your mentor? Bai Jie inquired, puzzled. Before I arrived at Langlang Mountain, Kuya had not yet come. Lu Yishou admitted, feeling embarrassed. It was painful to recount his years of toil, only to still hold the title of the top expert at Langlang Mountain. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he continued. Senior sister is unaware that my mentor is Lord Blood Drink. Not long after, Lord Blood Drink completed his term, and only then did Kuya arrive. Oh, Lord Blood Drink even graced this place with his presence? Bai Jie shook her head. She had heard of Blood Drink, recognized as one of the most promising candidates for mastering pills in recent years. Logically, such a talent should not have been dispatched here. Yet, there was no need to ponder why Blood Drink had visited. She pressed on. So, are these failures your handiwork? Yes, Lu Yishou admitted again, feeling ashamed. After years of dedicated effort, he had unwittingly trained a group of incompetents. The foremost expert of Langlang Mountain, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, found himself quite disheartened. That is not surprising. That old Kuya has caused significant harm. You lot should have reported this to the sect. It is inexcusable. Bai Jie spoke bluntly, treating everyone with the same disdain. Lu Yishou. In truth, he had contemplated this course of action. However, the following day, he witnessed a fellow disciple who shared this sentiment and took action under the cover of night, being turned into ashes by Kuya. It was said that within days, he was brewed into tea for Kuya. Reflecting on the past, Lu Yishou had once been a junior himself. Given this, then these 2 shall suffice. Your incompetence is truly astonishing. Bai Jie regarded Lu Yishou with disdain. In a matter of moments, he experienced a whirlwind of emotions. From this day forth, you 2 shall study under me. I will teach you the foundational techniques suitable for fire and with spiritual roots. If you do not reach the 1st level of Qi refinement within a month, I will feed you to my little Huang. Xiao Yin. He hastily knelt, exclaiming, Xiao Yin will not fail in his duty. Lu Outyin followed suit, bowing deeply, clearly exhilarated. Even Lu Yishou, who felt somewhat out of place, did not dare to neglect the formality, joining them in bowing. Though he felt it unnecessary, he could not allow himself to lose face in front of them. Among the 3, there were those who rejoiced, those who worried, and those who felt jealousy. And then there was Gu Shang, who felt indifference intertwined with disgust. Indeed, the Tiger King Gu Shang glared at Bai Jie's retreating figure, feeling displeased. What does this mean? Am I to consume them? These 2 wretched men. Surely they are foul. This tiger will not partake in such a meal. Not to mention, I do not consume humans. If I were to feast, it would be on a fragrant and tender maiden. This insufferable steed truly needed a lesson. Chapter 10. Are you not a fool? Dare I inquire, celestial maiden? What do the phrases a heart like a rock ignites fervently, incinerating the mortal coil to attest to pure yang signify? Xiao Yin cautiously posed his question to Bai Jie, who was engrossed in petting a small tiger. This enchanting demoness was indeed extraordinary, such a sizable creature, and she caressed it with ease. What a useless fool. Unable to comprehend such simple concepts, Bai Jie scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. Yet, she elucidated, The crimson flames scorched the heavens, dispelling illusions and unveiling mysteries. The furnace undergoes 9 transformations, and 9 suns refine it. Oh, Xiao Yan nodded, still perplexed, yet hesitant to inquire further. He resolved to grasp the meaning through his own practice. Meanwhile, Lu Outyan dared not ask a single question. As he lingered in the attic, his unease intensified with each passing moment. Thus, he focused solely on his cultivation of the foundational technique, Qingmu Changfeng Ju, a cultivation method said to lead to the pinnacle of qi refinement. This demoness was quite generous. If such a technique were to circulate, it could establish a family that thrives for a century in the mundane world. The Lu family, for instance, flourished because their ancestor presented a qi refinement technique to the imperial court, thus securing protection and prosperity. Unfortunately, in his branch, the privilege to practice family techniques had long been forfeited. As night deepened, Gu Shang stealthily descended from the 2nd floor, making his way to the 1st before boldly stepping outside. Above, Bai Jie had already succumbed to slumber. He had presumed that a foundation establishment cultivator would no longer require sleep, yet he was surprised to find Bai Jie resting. After all, what difference did it make? Were they not still mere mortals? They merely wielded spells beyond the reach of ordinary beings. True invulnerability to mortal dangers would only arise after the formation of a golden core, a state of transcendence. As the saying goes, once a golden core is swallowed, one realizes their fate is not dictated by heaven. Noticing Bai Jie asleep, Du Shang decided to step out for some fresh air. Being cooped up all day was unbecoming of a tiger with lofty aspirations, although he was currently in the phase of nurturing himself while feeding the tiger. An elder surnamed Li once remarked that survival is paramount. Stability is not born of fear of death, but rather a respect for life. Only by enduring to the end can one attain everything they desire. His current realm could barely be classified as tactical survival. Spiritual resonance, 400-1000. Through the consumption of elixirs, his spiritual resonance had increased rapidly, though he noted that the more he consumed, the less effective they became, as if he were developing a resistance. For instance, the Bai Jie version of the spirit-nourishing pill had initially granted him a boost of 60 points, but now it only offered 59. Surely, this girl's alchemical skills could not have improved so dramatically? Absolutely not. Gu Shang shook his head vigorously. Alas, the life of a tiger is not easy. Gu Shang silently lamented while gazing at the night scenery, suddenly feeling inspired to pen a poem. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea, realizing that howling at night would be a blatant disturbance. If this demoness were to wake from her dreams to find a tiger howling, it would spell disaster. A cool breeze wafted through the air, and the moonlight was resplendent. Above in the attic, Bai Jie donned a leather skirt and stood with arms crossed, quietly observing Gu Shang and Appo's demeanor. She had always found this little tiger perplexing. Logically, a beast raised in the wilderness would possess a fierce disposition, yet this one, despite being a juvenile tiger, exhibited no killing intent. It was astonishingly tame, showing no inclination to flee or act ferociously. In fact, it was even less spirited than the large cat she had raised for 3 years. It was as if it were aware that she could easily strip its skin and extract its tendons. Could a tiger possess such intelligence? Bai Jie was skeptical, and she tightened her grip on the tiger's skin. That night, her doubts deepened. This peculiar tiger had stealthily ventured out while she slept. Did it think she was unaware? After all, she was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could she not perceive any sound within the building, regardless of whether she was asleep or awake? The crucial factor was whether she wished to awaken. She soon observed that this extraordinary little tiger, upon exiting, began gazing at the moon. As it stared, it swayed its head, and she anticipated a howl, only for it to close its mouth again. It was utterly bizarre. This tiger, could it possibly be afflicted with a mental disorder? Venturing outdoors at night to admire the moon, swaying its head as if in a trance. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Bai Jie's mind. She meticulously reviewed the events of the past 2 days. Oh, she had fed it numerous inferior pills. It is well known in the cultivation world that pills carry 1/3 of their poison. Thus, cultivators must ensure they are fully prepared to endure the medicinal properties before consumption. Over time, detoxification measures must be taken. Normal pills with a certain level of toxicity are already problematic. One could only imagine the severity of the toxins in the unconventional pills she had concocted. Logically, the toxins in her pills would accumulate significantly. So why had she not intervened? Well, she had harbored the desire to fashion a tiger skin coat. But this little tiger had consumed so many? Could it be that it had become quite foolish? Bai Jie felt she had grasped the truth and leaned against the railing. Her rear slightly elevated as she continued to observe Gu Shang's state. This little tiger undoubtedly harbored untold secrets. After a long while, Gu Shang remained silent, gazing at the moon, alleviating the chasms within his heart. Bai Jie continued her clandestine observation, eager to uncover the tiger's true nature. At last, a rooster crowed, heralding the dawn. Oh, so they even raised chickens for timekeeping in this demonic sect. Quite down to earth, Gu Shang mused, noting that this was no mere embellishment. Bai Jie, a determined foundation establishment female cultivator, had persisted in her vigil at the railing throughout the night, seeking any clue about the little tiger's peculiarities. It was only upon the rooster's crow that she suddenly recalled something. Although her pills were potent and toxic, many times more so than their counterparts, they remained pills, and thus, they possessed efficacy. Particularly the spirit-nourishing pill, which nourishes spiritual resonance and supplements the foundation. With prolonged use, it could potentially awaken spiritual intelligence. Though only 2 days had passed since she began feeding it, exceptional individuals might require little while gaining much. Perhaps this little tiger was such a prodigy? As this thought crossed her mind, a spark of excitement ignited within Bai Jie. Vivid imagery unfolded in her mind, through her meticulous and earnest guidance. She would successfully cultivate this little tiger into a demon king. At that time, she would ride atop the demon king, wielding a golden core in one hand, a nascent soul atop her head, and divine spirits protecting her from behind, striding confidently into the spirit-devouring sect. On her left would kneel the stubborn elders, trembling in fear, while on her right would be the fence-sitters, quaking in terror. Before her stood the sect leader surnamed Go and the befuddled sect master, both wearing fawning expressions as they welcomed her into the sect, unconditionally bestowing upon her the position of sect master. She waved her hand, resolutely declining. Chapter 11. Assessing the situation. Senior sister, junior brother believes that in order to strengthen our Langling Mountain, the influx of talent is indispensable. Without the addition of capable individuals, our development would be akin to a lotus in water. Lu Yishou, visibly agitated, stood before Bai Jie, fervently presenting his case. Isn't it a lotus in water? Bai Jie cast a disinterested glance. Lu Yishou was at a loss for words. Isn't a lotus in water correct? Having many people but lacking in good individuals makes them merely ornamental and of no practical use. What exactly is a lotus, anyway? Yet, having survived many years, he understood that if the leadership made a statement that did not pertain to the ultimate outcome, it was imperative to refrain from opposition. One must humbly accept it. Thus, Lu Yishou immediately knelt, his fervor unabated, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you are truly learned and exceptionally gifted." Junior brother felt ashamed. Having come from a humble background with little formal education, and he was embarrassed before his senior sister. Bai Jie raised her hand, her expression impatient. Enough. What do you actually wish to convey? If there's nothing important, just leave me be and don't disturb my cultivation. Is that even cultivation? Lu Yishou scoffed inwardly. What were you doing last night? He remained fervent, stating that junior brother sought to venture out once more to recruit additional talents for Langlang Mountain and hoped for senior sister's approval. Oh, you wish to go out again? Bai Jie rubbed her temples with her claw-like fingers. After a brief contemplation, she remarked, with your inept abilities. Lu Yishou hurriedly interjected, Senior sister. Just around Langlang Mountain. Bai Jie retorted, what kind of talent can be found in these remote mountains? Thinking of Xiaolu and the others who can amp, Appos, to even comprehend the manuals, I believe we must go to the big cities to recruit. Lu Yishou thumped his chest. Just like junior brother. Bai Jie blurted, then there's no need to go. Lu Yishou, I'm a man, a dignified individual of character. Not one to quibble with a witch. Unwilling to concede, Lu Yishou was motivated by the remarkable effects he experienced after consuming the spiritual elixir the previous day. His waist no longer ached, the swelling had subsided, and his complexion was vibrant. He felt invigorated at night. It was undoubtedly the elixir's influence. To experience such results on the first try? What about the second? The third? And all he needed to do was abduct a few people to the mountain? What difference was that from obtaining it for free? Cleverly, he even sought approval, knowing that his last task had come with a reward. Fortunately, Bai Jie was still contemplating the expansion of their influence, and the first step in that direction was to recruit personnel, even if their individual combat capabilities were lacking. Ultimately, Bai Jie approved Lu Yishou's request to venture out again, pondering that he hadn't sought her permission for his first excursion. Oh, that seemed to have been a self-initiated task? That made sense. Bai Jie dismissed the thought, feeling that perhaps this lecherous fool was merely trying to express his loyalty to her. Hence, she decided to be magnanimous, temporarily overlooking his inappropriate behavior. Since you were so eager to recruit talents for Langlang Mountain, then go, but remember to find someone intelligent. Bai Jie waved her claw to signal Lu Yishou to withdraw. Having pulled an all-nighter, it was rather unwise for a future first sorceress, who was striving for beauty, skin, and charm at the age of 38. Thus, she resolved to spend the day recuperating, planning to resume her regular training in the evening. Ah, I, Bai Jie, am truly astute and exceptionally clever. Just imagining those stubborn old fools regretting their decisions brings me joy. With a slight smile, Bai Jie leaned against Gushang and Appos' belly, closing her eyes to rest. After a while, however, she realized she could not fall asleep. Rising, she slipped off her stockings and lightly padded barefoot, reclining on the bed. Her delicate and slender feet danced at the edge of the bed. Gushang, choosing not to look at her, simply shut his eyes. Do you think Gushang, the exceptional youth of the tiger clan, is easily swayed? Do you think I would fall for such seduction? Observing the little tigeress indifference, Bai Jie felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, in the sect, a mere hint of flirtation would have made Da Huang eagerly approach her, playfully pouncing about, endlessly delightful. Why was little Huang so unamused? Not only that, but even when she tossed her line, this little tiger remained unresponsive? Could it be that he truly had developed intelligence? Wasn't it in their nature to enjoy such games? Bai Jia found herself engulfed in doubt. She glanced at her own delicate, fair feet. Could it be that her skills had regressed? That shouldn't be the case. Confounded, Bai Jia lay back on the bed, closing her eyes once more. Did she truly wish to sleep? Indeed. After a considerable duration, Gushang stealthily slipped away. Only after exiting the loft and breathing in the fresh air did he slowly relax. His racing blood began to calm, and his anxious heart gradually eased. Heaven knows how terrified he had been. Last night, he had been trying to alleviate his turmoil while gazing at the bright moonlight. However, not long into it, he felt an unmistakable gaze fixed upon him from behind. He had two choices. Choice 1, to act nonchalantly and return to the loft. This was the inferior option, as it could lead to an immediate demise at the hands of this little demoness. Upon reflection, why did he leave the loft? Because he felt uneasy. Would a beast truly allow itself to linger in a place of discomfort? Probably not. Choice 2, to remain outside and gaze at the moon all night. This seemed wise but was more about feigning ignorance and a sense of vagueness. In short, to play the fool. Choice 3, to take a leap of faith off the cliff, hoping to survive the ordeal and acquire extraordinary skills, thus reaching the pinnacle of tiger life. Yet, the probability was high that he would simply. What shocked him even more was that Bai Jia remained still all night. Goodness, her resilience is truly remarkable. Hakimi has some merit. After a night of intense tension, he was now utterly exhausted. Having undergone prolonged scrutiny before transforming into a tiger, he had developed a stereotypical view of demonic cultivators. The mutual ridicule between Kuya and Suke only deepened the stereotype. Although traversers were known for their audacity, he still remained uncertain whether Bai Jia, this uniquely gifted figure in the realm of elixirs, might one day decide to eliminate him for a tiger skin coat. Thus, he spent the night gazing at the stars. It was only after dawn that Bai Jia stirred. At this point, it must be mentioned how disrespectful her mount had been. She had the audacity to grab him by the nape of his neck with one hand, as if he were a mere large cat, dragging him back into the house. Such arrogance was intolerable. Gushang took note of this. He resolved to take revenge in the future. As for now, sighing, he realized that the path of a tiger was fraught with difficulty. He would have to consume medicine for some time, striving to break free from the shackles of being an ordinary beast. At that time, Chapter 12, Microscopic Guidance. A dragonfly treads on water? Brother, is what we are doing really appropriate? At the foot of Langlang Mountain, Xiaoyan anxiously surveyed the desolate mountain path before him, as well as the several woodcutters bound tightly behind Louis Shou. On the second day of joining the sect, Xiaoyan found himself ill at ease with the task at hand. Were they not supposed to be ruthless demon cultivators? Why were they engaged in daily acts of robbery instead? And why specifically targeting men? Is this truly the conduct befitting a legitimate demonic sect? It seemed utterly devoid of promise. Junior brother, your perspective is misguided. Senior sister Bai possesses lofty aspirations and a thirst for talent. She is most averse to superficial judgments. One must understand that these individuals are rare gems. Louis Shou, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance, exuding an undeniable confidence. Only after descending the mountain did he feel a renewed sense of masculinity. This reminded him of the arduous days spent under the tutelage of the old Taoist, Kuya. Due to Kuya's own limitations, not a single female disciple could be found within the entirety of Langlang Mountain. Fortunately, better days were on the horizon. Once that little Lin Pai left, he would seize 100 or so fated companions. He despised waste, thus he believed that by engaging 10 minutes of conversation with each, he could cultivate for over 10 hours daily. Victory was within reach. A surge of ambition welled up within Louis Shou. In contrast, Xiaoyan, observing the fearful and pallid woodcutters before him, could not fathom the significance of talent and rarity. Amused by Xiaoyan's bewilderment, Louis Shou chuckled inwardly, for he had long comprehended the survival and development of the cultivation world. Speaking of development, it invariably hinges on opportunities, the profound significance of which he had only begun to grasp. He had a vague notion. If he did not pursue and seize this task, it might never present itself again. What was paramount in undertaking a task? The outcome. The result was the essence. As long as he brought new faces back to Langlang Mountain, they would become the new servants, or disciples of the Shirling sect. This would naturally lead to rewards. With this thought in mind, Louis Shou inadvertently glanced at Xiaoyan, who was lost in thought. Originally, he had intended to take in two younger brothers, codenamed 666 and 667, but due to the recklessness of that little Lin Pai, they had unexpectedly acquired complete cultivation techniques. With such support, their status would rival his own, even if they were merely at the chi refinement stage. Yet, before these two, he was the only one in Langlang Mountain possessing complete chi refinement techniques, the fundamental volume of the Gangjin formula, instilled in him by his revered master, the blood-drinking Taoist of the Shirling sect. How could these two fools be worthy? Just because they were a tad refined and youthful? Did they not know that meat must be stewed long enough to yield flavor? That little Lin Pai truly lacked appreciation. Louis Shou sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of disappointment, jealousy, envy, and ridicule. Brother, someone is coming. Quite a few, actually. Ahead, Song Xiaobao hurriedly approached Louis Shou, panting heavily. How many people? Louis Shou inquired. Many. Song Xiaoba replied. Precisely how many? Well, many indeed. All right, let us aim for something grand. Louis Shou asserted confidently, gesturing with flair. Xiaoyan remained perplexed, still unable to grasp the number of incoming individuals. Here they come. Louis Shou exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fixing on the left slope where over a dozen robust men clad in dark blue robes steadily advanced. None of them emanated any spiritual energy. And in this era, which cultivator relied solely on their legs for travel, they were clearly a group of mundane martial artists. Such individuals typically possessed commendable physical attributes, making them prime candidates for laborious tasks. With that realization, Louis Shou's confidence surged, and he eagerly anticipated their arrival, ready to spring into action. Among the advancing group, the apparent leader, a young man, suddenly shook his head, his expression tinged with disappointment. A rotund elder behind him tensed up, hastily asking, "Young Master O, why the discontent?" The young man chuckled, reassuring the elder, "No need to be alarmed. I merely sensed traces of thieves nearby." "What?" the elder exclaimed, nearly losing his footing. "Where are the thieves?" Regaining his composure, the elder unsheathed his sword, scanning the surroundings. The young man, seeing the commotion, placed a hand on the elder's shoulder, trying to quell his anxiety. "Calm down, they are merely a few novices in the chi refinement stage. I could easily take care of them." "Ah, how fortunate I am to have young Master O's assistance today." The elder, now less tense, sheathed his sword. From a distance, a puzzled Louis Shou observed the elder's sudden frenzy and couldn't help but wonder at the situation. Had he overheard something about thieves? Other than the demonic cultivators of Langlang Mountain, could there truly be bandits in the vicinity? Such audacity was unthinkable. Within mere moments, Louis Shou had concocted a third excuse for his descent. "Junior brother, thanks to senior sister's support." "Brother, they're here." Just then, Song Xiao bent low, drawing back his bow, the arrowhead shimmering with a faint blue light. He remained concealed like a solitary fly, prepared to shoot should anyone dare to flee. A single arrow to the thigh would suffice for a distraction. Louis Shou refocused, his attention locked onto the unsuspecting group before him. He could almost feel the alluring call of the spirit-infusing pill. "Go," he commanded, and three figures sprang forth: Louis Shou, Xiaoyan, and a passers-by. "Behold, we are the foremost disciples of the Demon Sect, under the command of the illustrious Bai Jie of Langlang Mountain. If you value your lives, drop your weapons and take cover." The passers-by bellowed, their voice resounding through the air. The shout startled birds and beasts alike, shifting the atmosphere. Louis Shou embodied the aura of a legendary hero, leaping forth, creating distance from his companions, and blocking the path of their targets with an imposing stance, radiating an air of invincibility. Across from them, the young man named O wore a broad smile, seemingly amused at the sight of the trio standing in a line. His gaze held a hint of mockery. "Is it just you four?" he asked, a grin spreading across his face. Faced with the seemingly innocuous young man and his unfazed companions, Louis Shou felt a strange urge to adopt a more timid demeanor. This was not right. He was the foremost disciple of Langlang Mountain. After having been intimidated by Kuya, Suke, and Bai Jie, it was time for others to cower. With renewed resolve, Louis Shou straightened his posture, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes as he retorted, "And what of it?" Chapter 13. So what if? So what? You belong to the spirit-devouring sect? The young man remained calm and wore a smile. Louis Shou arrogantly raised his head, proclaiming, "So what? So what? I an amp, Oppos, am just afraid of striking the wrong person." Louis Shou remarked, "Have you ever seen a blade this large?" He lightly lifted his chin, rough hands caressing the blade and Oppos' spine. His gaze fixated and somewhat entranced. Though he continued spouting bravado, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation when meeting the young man's eyes. For the air of disdain and nonchalance he exuded was utterly unnerving. It bore a striking resemblance to Suke on the day of his betrayal. The young man remained silent, merely allowing a smirk to grace his lips, his eyes reflecting a mix of scorn, resignation, impatience, and a sense of superiority. "Senior brother, why waste words with him? Just slay this demon spawn from the spirit-devouring sect with a single strike." One stepped forward, declaring boldly. Arrogance. Louis Shou's eyes nearly bulged with fury, yet in that moment of frowning concentration, he unhesitatingly retreated behind his companions. His demeanor shifted drastically, abandoning the original offensive strategy. According to the plan, he ought to have struck fiercely with his blade, capturing a horde of unsuspecting prey. However, he had to give his junior brothers a chance. Indeed, his intentions were purely selfless. Upon realizing this, Louis Shou Kuden and Oppos, helped but sigh inwardly, acknowledging his own cleverness. Truly, he was the foremost expert in the realm of Langlang Mountain. Behind him, the once supportive Xiaoyan and a fellow disciple could only muster fierce expressions, baring their teeth. Observing the audacity of the group before them, unperturbed even in the face of demonic cultivators, combined with Louis Shou's sudden retreat, they could hardly ignore the fact that they might have encountered a formidable opponent this time. As their gazes met, the two were about to advance together when Louis Shou abruptly shouted, "That kid over there, I shall make my move. One against many, I'm wary of being accused of bullying the weak. Today, let me show you the prowess of my two junior brothers." With that proclamation, he thrust his sword forward, forcefully pressing against the two vanguards. As they intended to leap forward, their footing faltered, causing them to awkwardly switch from a jump to a forward strike, swinging their blades towards the young man and Apos' head. The young man shook his head dismissively, placing his hand on his waist. Suddenly, he unsheathed his blade with a swift motion, executing 2 precise strikes that rendered the large swords into mere remnants, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their abilities. Luisho felt a jolt of panic. Although he was a cultivator and had yet to witness the young man employ any spells, he instinctively recognized that this individual was not to be trifled with. Thus, he turned on his heel and fled, calling out, "Song, shoot him." With no time for hesitation, Song Xiaobao took off as well. Walmart. Luisho gaped in disbelief. The young man narrowed his eyes, ignoring the 2 lingering in front of him, and with a powerful kick sent a fragment of his broken blade soaring into the air, swiftly striking Luisho in the Wind Mansion acupoint. Walmart. Luisho and Apos' vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. This was tedious. Was this truly the might of the spirit-devouring sect? Utterly uninteresting. Witnessing the trio subdued with such ease, disappointment flickered across the young man and Apos' face. The elder, who had previously been somewhat anxious, now beamed with delight, his wrinkles deepening with mirth. "Young hero, you are truly formidable." As they made their way towards the peak of Langlang Mountain, the captured trio led the way, followed closely by the elder, who showered the young man with praises. Having just experienced the earlier battle, his anticipation of a successful rescue was at an all-time high. With the reins in hand, the young man occasionally urged the trio forward, maintaining a mysterious smile as he listened to the elder and Apos' unending accolades. "These are merely trifling fish. You need not worry, my esteemed elder. I, Ouyang Buju, will undoubtedly succeed in rescuing your grandson while simultaneously eradicating this den of demons." Admiring the youthful countenance of Ouyang Buju, the elder nodded vigorously, invigorated by the young man's demonstrated prowess in subduing 3 demonic cultivators. His adrenaline surged, and his mind raced with possibilities. However, he recalled that foolish man mentioning another lurking archer nearby, prompting him to caution, "Be careful. There might be another lurking in the shadows. Fear not, he is merely another insignificant fish." Ouyang Buju replied, "Oh, and you may call me young hero Ouyang. Weren't you trying to conceal your identity?" Ouyang Buju, "Indeed, I sought to keep my identity hidden. Yet is it not merely about pacifying a demonic stronghold? Shun and Apos, I feel accomplished? No, I cannot allow myself to be satisfied with such a trivial endeavor. My life and Apos' pursuit is to cleanse the demon realm, to revitalize the righteous path." With this thought, Ouyang Buju slapped himself twice, leaving the elder bewildered. The exhilaration he had just experienced had evaporated in an instant. "Ouyang, young hero, what are you doing?" the elder queried anxiously, fearing that the young man had lost his sanity. What was crucial was, where could he find such a talented aide? "Never mind. This is merely a method to invigorate myself." Ouyang Buju reassured him. The speed and force behind that slap were truly remarkable. "And this is merely a technique to enhance my focus?" The elder marveled at the exceptional nature of martial arts. He resolved that once his grandson was rescued, he would encourage him to practice martial arts instead of pursuing the arduous path of cultivation. Observing the trio bound like livestock ahead, he couldn't help but compare them to swine. "Ah, truly, the young hero is extraordinary," the elder thought in admiration. The group moved swiftly, primarily because Luisho, tasked with leading, wished to escape the role of a mere guide. It was utterly exhausting. Luisho trudged up the mountain, seething with indignation. Xiaoyan and the other disciple quickly distanced themselves from him. Finally, a loud crack echoed as Luisho and Apos' back was viciously struck, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig that resonated throughout Langlang Mountain. "Silence! Move swiftly," Ouyang Buju commanded, brandishing his weapon and assuming the role of leader. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a line of demonic cultivators arrayed before a pavilion. The boy he had previously sent to deliver a message stood at the forefront, bow in hand. Cautiously, Ouyang Buju loosened his grip on the reins, handing them to the elder. "Young hero, is everything all right?" the elder asked, gripping the reins tightly and gazing at the young man with hopeful anticipation. "Rest assured, I would not ascend the mountain without confidence," Ouyang Buju replied. "That is good. That is good." The elder and Apos' spirits soared once more. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted as a beastly figure with a tiger and Apos' head appeared on the second floor of the pavilion. A beast capable of clapping. Ouyang Buju gasped in shock. It was well known that beast folk cultivated slowly, yet those who succeeded were formidable opponents. In battles of the same rank, humans and beasts often struggled to gain the upper hand. To encounter a beast that could articulate human speech and applaud suggested it was likely at the advanced stage of chi refinement, equivalent to human cultivators. So, the spirit-devouring sect had indeed forged an alliance with the beast folk? These treacherous individuals. After a brief moment of shock, Ouyang Buju's fury ignited. Chapter 14. The urgency of evolution. What a wretched sect, the spirit-eating demon clan. Your actions are no different from those of beasts. Ouyang Buju roared in fury. He truly could not comprehend why anyone would betray such a group. Did they not understand the simple truth that those not of our kind harbor different intentions? On the upper floor, Gushang yawned, utterly perplexed. It was not he who was being berated, so why was this individual glaring at him with such ire? Could it be jealousy over his own might and charm? Such narrow-mindedness. Tiger demon, if you have the courage, come down. Let me, Ouyang Buju, see if I can skin you, extract your tendons, and brew your essence into a drink. Seeing Gushang remain indifferent, yawning lazily, and lacking any murderous intent in his gaze only fueled Ouyang Buju and Appo's rage. He extended his middle finger in a provocative gesture, despite sensing the weakness of the demon cultivators guarding the pavilion. There was an overwhelming presence within that could only belong to the tiger demon. Ouyang Buju wondered, who was this insignificant creature? So young yet so audacious. However, to his surprise, behind the tiger demon, a graceful figure appeared on the second floor. The newcomer had a cold demeanor, a slender waist, and her long hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, her flowing robe inspiring endless imagination. More crucially, she emanated an aura of danger. This meant that the formidable presence he sensed was not the tiger demon, but this woman before him. Ouyang Buju took another look at the tiger demon. Such a cute little creature, he thought, chiding himself for his lack of discernment. How could he mistake a silly, adorable little tiger for a fearsome demon? It was utterly ridiculous. With a stature of barely over a meter, how could it possibly be a tiger demon? It would hardly last long in water. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ouyang Buju lowered his head in contemplation. Bai Jia's cool voice resonated. I am asking you a question. Who do you think you are? Daring to cause a ruckus on my Langling Mountain? Kneel and sever an arm. Perhaps I shall grant you an opportunity to explain. A demoness. Ouyang Buju snapped back to reality, raising his head confidently. You demon cultivators only know how to intimidate and put on airs. I, Ouyang Buju, have come here to quell your Langling Mountain and reprimand your spirit-eating demon clan, to let you malevolent demon cultivators know that this world, this Qinghe is not a place where you can act with impunity. An elder beside him exclaimed, what nonsense. Young hero Ouyang, did you not come to rescue someone? Ouyang Buju was taken aback. When had the righteous forces of Qinghe become so bold? On the pavilion, Bai Jia narrowed her eyes, surprised by Ouyang Buju's words. She had assumed this brash youth was merely a passerby who had fallen victim to the chaos of Langling Mountain, but instead, he turned out to be a disciple of the righteous path. For nearly a century, the demonic forces of Qinghe had thrived, while the so-called righteous disciples cowered in fear. Accustomed to their reckless ways, Bai Jia, having spent 38 years with most of her enemies being from the demon path, rarely encountered so-called righteous individuals who dared look her in the eye, always fleeing in haste. There must be something amiss. Yet, was this not the outcome she desired? Once, when the Demon Sect was weak, they took pride in attacking the righteous path, but now, as the Demon Sect grew strong, they reveled in being besieged by the righteous. Ultimately, it was merely a reversal of fortunes. Contemplating further, if the righteous forces were indeed mobilizing, it would not merely be an attack on Langling Mountain. Other strongholds would certainly be under siege as well. Or perhaps, Ouyang Buju was sent by those rascals in her sect? Did they wish for her demise? In mere moments, Bai Jia's mind raced through endless possibilities. Yet, could anyone truly think of her as a foolish, naive pawn? It was laughable. Surviving for 38 years in the predatory spirit-eating sect was a testament to her cunning. Of course, she still had her shortcomings. Had she been sufficiently adept, she would not have been relegated to this desolate Langling Mountain. Weighing the pros and cons, regardless of the outcome, capturing her future adversaries would have no adverse effects on her. Thus, having reached a conclusion, Bai Jia said no more. She lightly stepped onto the railing, her sleeves billowing as she leaped from the second-floor pavilion, launching her attack mid-air. Seeing Bai Jia's offensive, Ouyang Buju focused intently, thinking to himself, come forth. Let me see how I can subdue you. He placed his right hand on his sword, channeling spiritual energy at a pivotal moment, stepping fiercely upward in a spiraling ascent. Sword drawn to attack. Seeking death, Bai Jia scoffed. With a graceful flick of her hand, a fierce fire spell surged forth, striking Ouyang Buju's sword, causing the temperature to soar with tremendous force. The underestimated Ouyang Buju was sent flying, crashing down upon a group of his fellow disciples, causing the elder to hastily drop his rope and take cover. Bai Jia hovered above, continually weaving hand seals, summoning a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon the ground. The once confident attackers were now in disarray. Coughing, Ouyang Buju knelt, his pupils dilating in realization. One strike had felled him. At this moment, he recalled the words of his senior brother from the day he departed the sect. It had been a clear morning, his brother smiling warmly, assuring him, I've chosen the weakest demon stronghold for you. Go forth with confidence, and I shall celebrate your return. Was this truly the weakest stronghold? Ouyang Buju could not fathom why his brother would lead him into such a trap. After their initial exchange, he discerned Bai Jia's strength, early-stage foundation establishment. Prior to his arrival, he had believed his peak chi refinement level, a half step into foundation establishment, would suffice to conquer Langling Mountain. His confidence had been unshakable. Indeed, everything seemed to unfold as he had predicted. The so-called strongest of Langling Mountain was merely a chi refinement level 3 weakling, easily subdued without expending his spiritual energy. This had further bolstered his confidence. Yet suddenly, A foundation establishment expert had emerged? And not just any foundation establishment. Bai Jia's relentless fireball assault could not be dismissed as ordinary. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Ouyang Buju lamented his brother's folly. Raising his sword, which had accompanied him for nearly a decade, he unleashed a desperate strike toward Bai Jia, shouting, "Flee, my fellow disciples. The demoness is fearsome and cannot be faced." In the end, he was struck unconscious by one of Bai Jia's fireballs. Humph, a mere chi refinement waste. How dare you repeatedly draw your sword against a foundation establishment cultivator? Bai Jia withdrew her attack, for aside from her own people and the tiger, there was no one left standing. On the upper floor, Gushang yawned again. He remained unfazed. The moment their energies clashed, he knew who would emerge victorious. The reason was simple. In terms of pure perception, Bai Jia posed a far greater threat than the blustering Ouyang Buju. Yet, Bai Jia's assault also conveyed an undeniable sense of peril. Who could withstand such fireballs? The life of a tiger is not easy. It is imperative to evolve swiftly. Chapter 15. This elixir and I are destined. Upon the hastily constructed interrogation platform, Bai Jia reclined comfortably, observing the group of individuals kneeling 5 meters below. Gushang squatted nearby, gnawing on the spirit elixir she had casually conjured. Having witnessed Bai Jia's formidable magic, he felt an acute urgency to evolve to a higher level. Without power, all was but a fleeting illusion. Currently, he felt like a mere supporting character in a play, albeit he was indeed the protagonist. Yet, in the presence of such a volatile situation, he realized that mere beasts required deft handling. He needed a more straightforward and forceful approach. Meanwhile, Louis Shou, recently liberated from his predicaments, donned a fresh standard robe of the Shirling sect, embodying the fierce demeanor of a seasoned elder as he interrogated the hapless victims. "Old man, do you think I'm foolish enough to save anyone? Just get lost." Louis Shou scowled, launching a dual assault with his feet against the elderly man who claimed to be a rescuer. If memory served, this elder had consistently belittled him during their ascent. "Ah, spare me, celestial master. I genuinely came to rescue my grandson," the elder pleaded, shielding his head as he endured Louis Shou's wrath, resolutely stating his purpose for coming to Lang Lang Mountain. In truth, he was indeed there to rescue someone, albeit a tad late. "Don't you dare lie, old man. Have you ever seen fists as big as sandbags?" Louis Shou sneered as he donned a pair of boxing gloves. Bai Jia, unable to watch the interrogation any longer, interjected. She was indifferent to killing a few people, but the combination of beating and cursing was simply intolerable. The ways of the demonic sect, while indeed more ruthless than the righteous path, still upheld a sense of decorum and respect, especially when the weak confronted the strong. This elder was even weaker than Louis Shou. Yet Bai Jia reprimanded Louis Shou. "You useless fool. Is this how you conduct an interrogation? Let him speak. After he speaks, then you may strike." "Yes, senior sister." Louis Shou forced a smile, bowing respectfully, then removed the gloves. Although slightly disappointed by the interruption of his enjoyment, he recognized that obedience was the foundation of his standing in Lang Lang Mountain. He then delivered another kick to the elder, inquiring, "Who is it that you came to rescue on my Lang Lang Mountain?" The elder, trembling, rose slowly, swallowing nervously before addressing Bai Jia with a crafty bow. Catching Louis Shou's disapproving glare, "Old man Su Feizhou, I have a grandson named K, who was abducted 4 years ago by a cultivator known as the Crow Taoist. When he took my grandson, he claimed I could redeem him at Lang Lang Mountain at any time. However, I was too fearful until today to dare come." "Suke?" Louis Shou exclaimed, his astonishment quickly morphing into elation. This Suke had fled, and now his grandfather had unwittingly walked into a trap. This was the perfect opportunity to lure Suke out, allowing Bai Jia to capture him and fulfill her mission. After she departed, wouldn't Lang Lang Mountain become his dominion? What a fortuitous chance. Drive away that little vixen Bai Jia, and I shall seize the opportunity to find 100 partners. Louis Shou's desires began to swell, even in broad daylight. He found himself dreaming. However, as he contemplated this, Louis Shou quickly turned to share his scheme with Bai Jia. To his surprise, she had sunk into deep thought. She then raised her hand, silencing Louis Shou's impending words, commanding, "Imprison this old man. Not a word of this can leak. Those who defy will perish." "Ah?" Louis Shou was bewildered, but could only respond, "Disciple obeys." He then dejectedly led Su Feizhou away towards the cave. Alas, this little witch was deliberately avoiding capturing Su Ke. She had no intention of leaving. After Louis Shou departed, Bai Jia instructed Xiao Yin to interrogate Ouyang Bujue. To her astonishment, Ouyang Bujue exhibited no fear, responding to Xiao Yin's clumsy questioning with equally inept answers. Finding it dull, Bai Jia rose and casually ignited a small fireball above Ouyang Bujue's head, instantly incinerating his hair. "Ah, demoness, I shall slay you," Ouyang Bujue wailed. As a traditional man, one's hair bore significant importance. Thankfully, only the hair was gone, other parts remained. He consoled himself inwardly. "Just as you mentioned earlier, you can only bluff and threaten now. Why? Because you are utterly worthless." Bai Jia showed no intention of softening her stance, her words striking deeply into Ouyang Bujue's heart. After enduring such humiliation, Ouyang Bujue found himself unable to retort. After all, he truly lacked the strength. His inadequacy was compounded by his poor judgment in mistaking a young tiger for a monstrous beast. Ultimately, his downfall could solely be attributed to his inept senior brother. Bai Jie, relentless, continued her verbal assault from various angles, questioning, "Why are your eyebrows so bushy, resembling a fool? How dare your family let a worthless individual like you run rampant on my Langling Mountain? Why didn't you commit suicide earlier? Surely, you were incapable?" A barrage of insults left Ouyang Bujua's face flushed, his blood boiling, resembling a pig's liver. Gu Shang and Xiao Yin exchanged astonished glances, astounded by the spectacle. Just as Bai Jie was about to inquire about the intentions behind the assault on Langling Mountain, a spirit messenger pigeon suddenly soared in from the distance. It landed on Bai Jie's left shoulder and swiftly transformed into a stream of light that entered her mind. With closed eyes, she absorbed the information. Moments later, she regarded the nearly infuriated Ouyang Bujue, lost in contemplation. As she had anticipated, the recent assault on Langlang Mountain was not an isolated incident. Over 30 outposts of the Demon Sect had faced varying degrees of attack. Nearly half had been completely uprooted. The righteous faction, long dormant, had returned with a vengeance. Although she had once fantasized about a siege by the righteous faction, upon hearing the news of their resurgence, Bai Jie felt neither joy nor sorrow. The sect had tasked her with consolidating another nearby outpost for defense. How could a mere individual contend with the entirety of the righteous faction? In times of conflict between the righteous and the demonic, it was customary to unite forces. Yet, they had placed her, or more accurately, Bai Jie, outside this consolidation. The elders in the sect truly harbor unyielding ambitions against me, Bai Jie scoffed. Unexpectedly, in that moment of distraction, a sudden transformation occurred. Ouyang Bujue, on the verge of exploding with rage, unleashed a surge of power, choosing this moment to establish his foundation. The eruption of energy enabled him to break free from his restraints, just as Bai Jie regained her composure and prepared to suppress him once more. Ouyang Bujue displayed no intention of attacking. Instead, he produced a golden elixir from seemingly nowhere, raising his arm to consume it. Bai Jie, puzzled and momentarily slow to react, saw Xiao Yin wishing to intervene, but faltering due to his lack of strength and growing trepidation. At that moment, Gu Shang, who had remained quietly observant, suddenly brightened. As the elixir was exposed to the air, he sensed a powerful force of attraction. This elixir must possess a deadly poison. Chapter 16. Ouyang and Apos, bravado after 18 years. I shall return to slay you, Demoness. Ha! Ouyang Buju declared, laughing maniacally. What did it matter if he had been captured? What did it matter if his strength was lacking? What did it matter if he faced death? At the very least, he could master his own fate. He could determine how soon he would embrace death, as long as he consumed the poisoned soul divine pill in his possession. Not even a formidable golden core master could save him after a mere quarter of an hour. Indeed, this pill was that tyrannical. Ouyang Buju tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide. With a flick of his finger, he sensed the bitter and spicy flavor of the pill. A gentle breeze swept by as a little tiger emerged, crouching before him, seemingly munching on something. Could it be that the poisoned soul pill dissolved instantly upon entry? It had no flavor whatsoever? Ouyang Buju and Apos' mouth moved soundlessly as he gazed at the voracious little tiger, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Damn it, you beast. Return my poisoned soul pill, he cried out in anguish. How had he not noticed how the pill had vanished from his grasp and ended up in the tiger's mouth? This was utterly unacceptable. Kneeling on the ground, Ouyang Buju lamented, tears streaming down his face. He had been beaten. Bai Jie, her face cold, her eyes filled with murderous intent, wielded a whip of spiritual energy, murmuring, 18 years hence? That is far too late. Come now, let me witness the prowess of the illustrious hero. The first lash struck, brows furrowing, saltiness invading his mouth. The second lash sent tremors through his body, his eyes rolling back. The third lash broke his waist, blood spurting forth. Regrettably, Ouyang Buju and Apos' foundation had crumbled. His energy reservoir was half sealed, and his cultivation had regressed to the initial stages of chi refinement. Even after enduring 3 lashes from Bai Jie, the Demoness, his fury remained unquenched. He bore the pain, fixated on the curled-up little tiger on the ground. What a wretched creature. It deserved to perish. He could not fathom whether the little tiger was merely foolish or gravely ill. Although he had heard of the phrase to snatch food from a tiger and Apos' mouth, he had never imagined it would manifest in such a manner. My poison soul pill, he wailed. Truly, nothing could surpass the despair of a heart laid bare. After the third lash, Bai Jie, having exhausted herself, gestured to Xiao Yin, instructing him to confine Ouyang Buju alongside that old man. Xiao Yin complied, dragging Ouyang Buju away as though he were a lifeless dog in pursuit of Louis Shou. With the leading figures dealt with, Bai Jie released the others, commanding them to inform their elders that she had seized this waste of space, and if they wished to redeem him, they were to prepare 100 mirror-shattering pills. The mirror-shattering pill was renowned among third-tier elixirs, its refinement challenging, even for an ordinary fourth-tier alchemist, and its effects were extraordinary, aiding foundational cultivators in increasing their chances of breakthrough. Though the odds were slim, 100 pills would at least allow her to reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Once the interrogation was complete, Bai Jie turned her attention to Gushang and Appo's condition. Big Orange is continuously exerting power. He lay curled up, likely under the influence of the poison pill. Bai Jie bit her thumb, contemplating the situation. Alas, little Huang is indeed foolish. The senses of beast tribes toward danger surpassed those of humans, and she had nearly sensed the issue with that pill, yet this foolish tiger went ahead and consumed it. She was at a loss for how to proceed. To save him? But her current expertise lay solely in concocting poison pills. If she chose not to intervene, Bai Jie extended her index finger, tracing it along the tiger and Appo's back down to its leg, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Could it be that fate intended to present her with a magnificent tiger skin coat? With this thought, she deemed it unwise to oppose destiny. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, Bai Jie retrieved Gushang to the second floor, immediately embarking on the design of her desired garment. Spirit Resonance 100, Spirit Resonance 300, Spirit Resonance. Spirit Resonance value 1000, ready for evolution. Gushang's eyes widened, a visible aura swirling between them, and he glanced around for Bai Jie, who had seemingly vanished. Determined, he dashed out of the loft. Above the beasts, he could hardly fathom the scene. If it were an ordinary day, all would be well, but should evolution beckon, he needed a secluded spot. Drawing from past experiences, he knew that after evolution, he would undergo significant changes. He could not predict how Bai Jie would react upon witnessing his transformation. Ultimately, it was a lack of security that drove him. Gushang fled the loft, utilizing his exceptional agility to traverse the forest effortlessly, heading deeper into the heart of Langlang Mountain. After 2 captures, he deemed Langlang Mountain unsafe. He resolved to venture to the neighboring peak, but contrary to expectations, he did not plan to evolve there. Rather, he intended to use the second peak as a passage to the third. Reflecting on this, he couldn't and Appo's help but admire himself. A year ago, he had roamed the surrounding peaks with the aid of Big Orange, mapping out dangers, water sources, and human settlements with absolute clarity. Were it not for his growing size, it would have been challenging to disguise himself as a Big Orange. He would have sought a more expansive peak. This was not his fault. He was the only fierce tiger in the vicinity, unable to recruit any underlings. Having returned from a human settlement with a seamstress, Bai Jie gazed at the empty loft, lost in thought. Behind her, the seamstress trembled, having been forcibly brought back. She was diligently working at home when a beautiful fairy descended from the sky. Just as she attempted to approach, the enchanting fairy uttered a startling command. "Old hag, I hear you are quite skilled in tailoring." The seamstress, terrified, could hardly comprehend why such an event had befallen her. Could it be that she had not exerted enough effort? Indeed, she had not labored day in and day out at her shop. The seamstress could only console herself with this thought. On the way, she mustered the courage to inquire what type of garment was needed. Upon hearing Bai Jie mention a tiger skin coat or skirt, she felt a surge of anxiety. She typically crafted robes and skirts from silk, satin, brocade, or hemp. A tiger skin skirt, a tiger skin coat, using tiger skin as material. This was indeed a first for her. It posed quite a challenge. Gradually, her fear subsided. Chapter 17, Daydreaming for an entire day and night, Gushang pressed onward, traversing mountains and valleys as if they were mere flat ground. He endured hunger, thirst, and discomfort, utilizing every moment to advance toward his destination. A premonition gripped him. After this evolution, he would transcend the ordinary. At last, he spotted a significant boundary stone inscribed with the characters Dang Dang Mountain. This region, the largest in the area, was teeming with wild beasts. Yet, surprisingly, there were no felines in sight, save for Gushang himself. Oh, and the leopard did not count. Unfazed, Gushang pressed deeper into the dense forest, seeking a suitable location for his upgrade. It was crucial that this place be safe, utterly secure. Having been captured twice was an indelible humiliation for him. This time, he vowed not to repeat his mistakes. The following morning, Gushang successfully discovered a hollow in a tree. After driving out 2 foul bears that had taken residence, he methodically gathered branches, shrubs, and weeds to securely block the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap through which light could penetrate. With preparations complete, he began his third evolution, excitement coursing through him. Realm, peak of ordinary beasts, magical power, 0, talent, low temperature resistance, capable of adapting well to cold environments, innate divine ability, none, spiritual resonance value, 1000, expendable, with a mighty roar. Gushang harnessed the light streaming in, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. His claws, legs, and body began to refine, but, paradoxically, he felt himself shrinking. How could it be? From a height of 1.5 meters, he dwindled to 1.4, then 1.3, and finally 1.2 meters. In that moment, Gushang pondered his identity. Was he truly a tiger or merely a cat? As he questioned his very essence, the evolution continued unabated. A brilliant white light erupted from his form, illuminating the tree hollow for an instant. In that fleeting moment, his blood surged with primal energy, and he felt an overwhelming strength, as if he could defeat the middle-aged man known as Lu Yishou with a single blow. Yet, as time passed, Gushang began to feel a dull ache in his body. His once bright eyes grew dim and unfocused. Finally, at a critical juncture, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. At the headquarters of the Shirling sect on Langling Mountain, the sun shone brightly. Bai Jie sat regally, flanked by Lu Yishou, Xiaoyan, Lu Aotian, Song Xiaobao, and a junior disciple, all standing in a row below her. Bai Jie surveyed her newly formed entourage and spoke softly. News from within the sect had instructed her to take charge of the guardianship of Langlang Mountain and concurrently oversee Dang Dang Mountain. What were their thoughts on this matter? She did not reveal the entire truth of the situation but instead cloaked her intentions in the guise of promotion. Upon hearing that Bai Jie would take command of Dang Dang Mountain, Lu Yishou's face lit up with delight. Who else could possibly assume such a role at this moment? If Bai Jie were to oversee both mountains, it was improbable that she would traverse between them constantly. This implied that someone must remain to guard the other mountain. Without a guardian, that individual would essentially become a local tyrant, indulging in luxuries. Of course, this presupposed the whereabouts of the previous guardian stationed at Dang Dang Mountain. Lu Yishou promptly voiced his opinion, suggesting that the immediate priority should be to swiftly take control of Dang Dang Mountain's headquarters and summon the original guardian to their location. After all, securing the territory and truly establishing control was essential. The others in attendance, including the junior disciples, readily agreed with Lu Yishou and Appo's proposal. However, Bai Jie's expression shifted slightly. She understood the implications of Lu Yishou's words, yet she was not in the business of territorial conquest, even without a counteroffensive. Taking control of another outpost did not warrant such urgency. With a mere command from the sect, who would dare to obstruct her? She had never intended to genuinely solicit opinions. Maintaining a position was challenging enough without splitting forces. This was not a military campaign requiring flanking maneuvers. If the enemy desired to strike, they could easily send a formidable opponent to eliminate them. In the world of cultivators, there existed unspoken rules during engagements. Neither side would deploy experts of a higher realm. Thus, Langlang Mountain and Appo's foundation cultivators were the highest level present. Consequently, if the enemy attacked, they would not employ experts beyond that level, only foundation cultivators whose numbers were unpredictable. In this context, dividing forces during a conflict was foolish. Seeing Bai Jie's lack of response to his suggestion, Lu Yishou inwardly scorned her lack of appreciation for his brilliant strategy. What a pity, he thought, that such a splendid proposal received no acknowledgement. Determined, he stepped forward once more, urging, "Sister, delay could invite change. I am willing to represent you in taking over Dang Dang Mountain, ensuring that all resources are brought back." Lu Yishou pounded his chest. His expression filled with anticipation as he awaited Bai Jie's approval. However, she remained silent. Observing the other four disciples, he pointed at Song Xiaobao, who was shouldering the Shirling Bao, and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Song Xiaobao promptly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed, "At your command, sister. I shall brave any danger without hesitation." Lu Yishou was taken aback. He had not expected his junior disciple to be so shameless, reminiscent of his own youthful bravado. This disciple must not be allowed to remain. In contrast, the others did not find this behavior particularly surprising. Xiaoyan and Lu Aotian had only recently joined the ranks of demonic cultivators and believed such flattery was necessary within their group. Meanwhile, the junior disciple was accustomed to Lu Yishou's usual demeanor, thus finding nothing unusual in Song Xiaobao's actions. At that moment, Bai Jie welcomed such loyalty. She nodded in approval of Song Xiaobao's response. "Excellent. Langlang Mountain requires ambitious young individuals like you. I grant you permission to select 10 disciples from among us. And you shall set off at once for Dang Dang Mountain to bring back our fellow disciples." Bring them back? The 5 were taken aback. Bai Jie nodded without further explanation. Issuing her command before departing, she intended to seek out the audacious little tiger that had dared to flee, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of a tiger-skin skirt. After Bai Jie left, Lu Yishou fixed a steely gaze upon Song Xiaobao, as if silently warning him, "If you dare not take me along." Yet, to his surprise, Song Xiaobao seemed oblivious to Lu Yishou's glare and turned to the other 3, sincerely asking, "Would you accompany me?" Lu Yishou, Chapter 18, Third Time and Appo's. As the charm atop the mountain, Lu Yishou clenched his fists tightly. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on the direction in which Song Xiaobao had departed with his team. He found it incomprehensible that this normally timid and submissive junior brother had suddenly transformed into a figure of such audacity. A thought crossed his mind. If only he had dealt with this troublesome youth at the very beginning. Though he was consumed by anger, he could only harbor it within. Anger begets fury, and fury demands release. Otherwise, it leads to self-harm. Lu Yishou's gaze shifted to the direction of the dungeon, where 2 plump lambs awaited. Meanwhile, Song Xiaobao and his team traversed mountains and rivers, making no time for delays, even wearing out 2 pairs of shoes in the process. Finally, they found themselves lost. The trees were tall and dense, blocking out the sun. The 10 companions exchanged glances, and the first junior brother spoke up, "It seems we are lost." The other 9 nodded in unison. Song Xiaobao pondered aloud, "Now that we have lost our way, what shall we do?" Xiaoyan suggested, "Perhaps we could divide our forces to ascertain our positions?" Lu Aotian proposed, "Or we could retrace our steps and return." The first junior brother interjected, "But we have lost the way back as well." Silence enveloped the group. At last, Song Xiaobao sighed. It appears that none of us knows the way. The first junior brother scratched his head, feeling ashamed. Since joining the holy sect, I have never ventured beyond the boundaries of Lang Lang Mountain. I am truly embarrassed. In the end, the group decided to split into 3 teams. Song Xiaobao, the first junior brother, and Xiao Yin each led a team. The first junior brother set off eastward. Xiao Yin and his 4 companions headed north, while Song Xiaobao went west. Moments later, yes, mere moments, the first junior brother and Xiao Yin, traveling east and west respectively, formed a semicircle and successfully encountered one another. Before them stood a massive stone inscribed with the words Dang Dang Mountain, nestled beside a large tree. In contrast, Song Xiaobao's trio faced a more arduous journey. Not only was the path fraught with peril and obscured by mist, but they also became disoriented amidst a web of foliage. After wearing down 2 pairs of heels, they eventually stumbled into Dang Dang Mountain, albeit from the rear. The 3 supported each other as they pressed on through the dense forest, until hunger became unbearable. As the leader and a man of humble means, Song Xiaobao swiftly assigned tasks. He would search for food, while his 2 junior brothers would seek out a water source. They resolved to rest for the night before continuing their journey. He adeptly gathered some wild fruits, pilfered a beehive, and collected a mound of dry leaves. After laying the food on the ground, Song Xiaobao sighed with relief and reclined, patiently awaiting the return of his 2 junior brothers. Brother, I've made a grand discovery. One junior brother approached, his face alight with excitement, shouting from a distance. Song Xiaobao first pinched his monolid eyes to alleviate their fatigue, then sneezed lightly before the exuberant junior brother reached him. Calm down. What is you in such a frenzy? He inquired. Brother, I've spotted a tiger. The junior brother exclaimed. Oh, and what of it? Huh? Aren't you the one who loves to hunt tigers? The junior brother responded, puzzled. In his mind, Song Xiaobao's reaction seemed rather abnormal. After all, he had accompanied Song Xiaobao on 2 previous tiger hunts, and according to the general pattern of events, he had expected his senior brother to be thrilled at the sight of a tiger. Why then was he acting so strangely now? Song Xiaobao pinched his eyes once more, mentally rehearsing his gentle rebuttal before shaking his head and explaining to the eager junior brother, do you think wild beasts in the forest are so easily captured? The ease with which we succeeded in those previous hunts was sheer coincidence. I cannot fathom why those foolish creatures slept so soundly. Encountering a real tiger is no simple feat, and besides, we have our own mission. There is no time for tiger hunting. Yet the enthusiastic junior brother remained undeterred, insisting, brother, it's a foolish tiger. I saw it, a foolish tiger. Song Xiaobao regarded him with skepticism. Eventually, Song Xiaobao believed him, peering through a small opening. He gazed into the tree hollow and was astonished to find a small white-striped tiger nestled within, its slight body rising and falling with gentle breaths. It appeared to be no more than 2 meters in length, a juvenile, indeed. Typically, wild beasts possess remarkable sensitivity to their surroundings and danger. Yet this little tiger displayed no sign of awareness. To Song Xiaobao, it seemed indeed a foolish tiger. Ah, what fortune smiles upon me, he marveled. Just days prior, they had lost a young tiger from Lang Lang Mountain, and now, a new one had appeared before him. Was this not destiny? After the previous tiger's disappearance, Sister Bai Jia had been furious, her temper quickly reverting to her usual indifference. Yet he sensed that if they failed to recover that tiger, life under her rule would be far from pleasant. However, if he could find a replacement tiger, Song Xiaobao felt a surge of exhilaration. He was oblivious to the reason behind his recent streak of good luck. It was as if he were dreaming. First, he had unexpectedly advanced the cultivation stage, breaking through from the 2nd to the 3rd level of qi refinement, and subsequently, he had gained the attention of Bai Jia, the master of Lang Lang Mountain, embarking on a mission to Dang Dang Mountain. Now, he had even discovered a replacement tiger on the way. If he were to bring this replacement tiger back to Lang Lang Mountain, would not Sister Bai Jia reward him? After all, Louis Shou, that insufferable fellow, had merely robbed a few people and been granted a spirit-gathering pill. Bringing back a replacement tiger would surely earn him greater favor than simply robbing a few individuals. Song Xiaobao pondered. Had he struck a lucky streak? How could such fortuitous events keep occurring in his life? In the realm of cultivation, luck is paramount, and seizing that luck is even more crucial. With resolve, Song Xiaobao set his plan into motion. He first retrieved his other junior brother, who had been searching for water, and together they carefully cleared the debris blocking the tree hollow. With 2 of them on guard with their bows, he stealthily entered the hollow, carefully positioning himself before channeling all his spiritual energy to pry open the tiger's mouth and swiftly inserting a soft bone pill within. Breathless and anxious, Song Xiaobao paused momentarily, and upon seeing no immediate repercussions, he realized he had succeeded once again. Yet, deep within, he remained somewhat incredulous. Did it truly not react at all? He began to understand why tigers were seldom seen in Lang Lang Mountain. It seemed they were far too easy to catch. Who would have thought he could so effortlessly capture 3 tigers? Was this truly a wild beast? Chapter 19. The spirit creature. Half a day later, Song Xiaobao successfully reunited with Xiao Yin and the others. The demon cultivators stationed at Dang Dang Mountain showed no resistance and readily agreed to accompany them to Lang Lang Mountain. Upon inquiry, Song Xiaobao learned that the protector of Dang Dang Mountain was cruel and bloodthirsty, even more so than the withered crow Taoist of Lang Lang Mountain. The withered crow merely followed a systematic approach to absorb his disciples, doing so in an orderly fashion from the strongest to the weakest, and would ultimately report to the sect that those he absorbed had perished in confrontations with righteous cultivators, thus bestowing them posthumous honors as warriors of the sect. Yet, this was merely an honor. In contrast, the protector of Dang Dang Mountain, the Bone Taoist, engaged in a far more insidious practice, indiscriminately absorbing anyone he encountered, leaving no one unscathed. Indeed, the Bone Taoist understood the principle of depleting resources. Unless he was sated, he would typically leave his victims with a breath of life, only to return for another feast later. This instilled a deeper fear among the group, as they initially sought development in the demonic arts, aiming to indulge in the joy of absorption rather than becoming prey themselves. The actions of the Bone Taoist had effectively transformed them into blood slaves. Indeed, blood slaves. The dark arts practiced by the Bone Taoist differed from those of the Withered Crow. His was a rare form of blood magic. As the name suggests, it relied on the absorption of blood for cultivation. As the times advanced, so too had the potency of such practices, rendering blood magic exceedingly destructive in the current era. The demon cultivators residing in Dang Dang Mountain had longed for the Bone Taoist to impart even a fraction of his knowledge, eager to experience the ecstasy of blood absorption. Unfortunately, the Bone Taoist harbored no intentions of sharing, ultimately provoking a rebellion. The 33 pale-faced demon cultivators united to report the Bone Taoist for violating sect rules, successfully leading to his promotion to mid-foundation establishment and reassignment to headquarters. Song Xiaobao gazed thoughtfully at the 9 individuals before him, who appeared frail and unsteady, as if a mere breeze could topple them. This was the reality of demon cultivators. Weakness was a sin, and thus he resolved to ascend. He aspired to reach the pinnacle, for only then could he truly command his own fate. Master Wan, I wish to formally become your disciple, he declared. Gaga. Have you truly thought this through? Came a creaky voice resonating in Song Xiaobao's mind. He looked at the spirit-devouring bow in his hands, specifically at the spirit stone embedded within it. The spirit stone served as the conduit for the bow to harness spiritual energy when drawing an arrow. The wielder would channel their internal energy, which would then converge within the spirit stone, empowering the arrow with spiritual force. However, it was evident that the spirit stone on his bow was unlike any conventional spirit stone. The incident traced back to that fateful day and night when he had slain a wild wolf. The original spirit stone had become unusable, prompting him to replace it with a new one. To his dismay, the newly installed spirit stone diminished the arrow's power significantly, leaving him baffled and even suspecting that Luisho had sold the genuine spirit stone. Fortunately, he soon discerned the truth. The spirit stone, instead of amplifying the energy, was devouring the very essence he painstakingly infused into it. Thus, he encountered a soul entity that introduced itself as Master Wan. The moment was monumental, as Master Wan boldly proclaimed, "Kneel before me, and I shall guide you to immortality." Song Xiaobao recalled his cousin's words from when he was still alive. Xiaobao, remember, there are no free spirit stones in this world. Hence, he promptly rejected Master Wan's offer. Yet, to his astonishment, Master Wan, indeed formidable, imparted a complete alchemical technique to him, a revelation that left him in awe. It encompassed over 100 formulas, propelling him towards the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist. Can you believe it? For even the once mighty Crow Master of Lang Lang Mountain, now reduced to ashes, was merely a quasi-3rd-tier alchemist with a handful of formulas to his name. In that moment, he believed it. Thus, when Luisho mentioned in front of Bai Jie that there were no alchemists left in Lang Lang Mountain, Song Xiaobao felt an unease. Truthfully, he was also a prospective alchemist. Yet, his cousin and Appo's warning lingered in his mind. Were there really no free lunches in this world? After days of contemplation, upon witnessing the tragic fate of the demon cultivators from Dang Dang Mountain, 33 reported, leaving only 9 behind. The perpetrator was even promoted. The world of demon cultivation was utterly devoid of reason. Master Wan, how long will it take for me to become a formidable foundation establishment practitioner? Master Wan fell silent. Xiaobao, can and Appo's, do you aspire to a loftier goal? Song Xiaobao nodded. The sheer magnitude of Master Wan's capabilities was evident from the mere fact that he casually revealed a 5th-tier alchemical technique. Master Wan, how long until I become a Golden Core Grandmaster? Aim higher. Nervously, Song Xiaobao asked. Then how long until I reach the late Golden Core stage? Once more, Master Wan was silent. Are you unaware of the realms beyond Golden Core? I am. In a daze, Gushang once again opened his tiger-like eyes, sparkling with a wild brilliance. The picturesque mountain scenery and fresh air enveloped him, surrounded by trees seemingly rewinding in time. Wait, rewinding? In an instant, Gushang sat upright, only to find a remarkably familiar visage. The sole small cart in Dang Dang Mountain had him squatting atop it. While Song Xiaobao pushed, their eyes met. Am I captured again? Gushang exclaimed in astonishment. He began to suspect that Song Xiaobao harbored a grudge against him, as it seemed he was destined to be apprehended wherever he went. After a day and night of fleeing again and again, did he truly not regard him as a king? Gushang was infuriated, and the repercussions could be severe. As Song Xiaobao pushed the cart, he gazed at Gushang, internally musing that this foolish tiger was indeed quite simple-minded. The first thing he did upon waking was not to express fear or aggression. However, Gushang, as a refined member of the tiger clan, adhered to the principle of repaying grievances, believing that revenge need not be immediate. For now, he would spare Song Xiaobao, as there was still a furnace with which he shared a connection at Langling Mountain. At this moment, Gushang began to assess the changes brought by his recent evolution. Realm, early spirit creature, demonic power, 100, talent, low temperature resistance, adept at adapting to frigid environments, innate divine ability. 1. Tiger roar, Dieter's foes, leaving them dazed and vulnerable. Or worse, leading to their demise. 2. Spirit binding, capturing souls for personal use, exclusive to the Mountain Lord, a hereditary trait. Characteristics. 1. Large orange fur, endearing. Can disguise as a large orange to lower enemy vigilance. 2. Poisonous nourishment, consumed toxins will be converted into bodily spiritual essence. Spiritual essence value. 0-3000, Chapter 20. Stealthy approach. What level of demon power is 100? Gushang fell into contemplation. From beasts to spirits. He had successfully broken 2 eggs. With an increase in demon power and 2 divine abilities, the effects of these abilities were conceivable. Yet this demon power was merely a cold, unyielding number, difficult to gauge. If it was hard to estimate, then the only option left was to find someone to test it. Gushang and Amp, Appos, Tiger Eyes shifted, focusing on Song Xiaobao, who was laboriously pushing a cart. After becoming a spirit, his perceptiveness had significantly heightened, allowing him to clearly sense the threat level of those around him. Upon close inspection, it was undeniable that among this group, Song Xiaobao emanated the most danger. Strangely, he recalled that before his evolution, Song Xiaobao had not posed such a significant pressure. Back in the attic, the intimidating aura had primarily radiated from Bai Jia, followed by Lu Yishou, and then Song Xiaobao. Yet now, in his perception, Song Xiaobao and Appos' presence felt even stronger than Bai Jia's. How could this be? He reasoned that it must be a matter of not yet adapting to his sudden surge in power. From this moment forth, Gushang was no longer a mere tiger but a genuine tiger demon. Naturally, a tiger demon could not cower as before. He now felt a surge of confidence in living. As they traveled toward Langlang Mountain, a group of 19 people took turns gasping for breath, exhausted from the arduous journey. The inhabitants of Dangdang Mountain were too frail to navigate on their own, leaving the 10-person support team to shoulder the burden. Finally, after several hours of relentless travel, Song Xiaobao called for a halt. Let us take a break. There is no rush. He wiped the sweat from his brow, leaned against a large tree, and leisurely pulled out a pancake from his robe, resuming his eating. Gushang lay on the cart, bewildered. What was happening? Such arrogance? Such audacity? Did he truly not fear this great king and Amp, Appos' departure? Gushang felt a surge of anger, and thus, a roar erupted from him. His tiger legs tensed, and he leaped into the dense thicket beside the road, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Song Xiaobao, still munching on his pancake, was momentarily taken aback. Xixiang, a junior brother, urged anxiously. What is wrong? He has gone. He has run away. Who ran away? Who ran away? The tiger. Song Xiaobao was taken aback. Chase. The group hurriedly donned their shoes and scattered into the woods, each searching diligently, leaving no tree hollow unchecked. Song Xiaobao charged ahead, shouting loudly. 10 seconds later, Gushang observed the Dangdang Mountain disciples, pale and severely anemic, standing frozen in confusion. Should they fight? If they engaged, with their current condition? What if they accidentally killed one of them? Indeed, Gushang had orchestrated a clever scheme to lure them away from the mountain, effortlessly manipulating them in the palm of his paw. Valuing his own life as a tiger, he ultimately decided against having Song Xiaobao as an opponent, regardless of the truth. The overwhelming aura of danger was not worth confronting head-on. At only 2 years old as a tiger, Gushang had already learned the importance of not being overly headstrong in his dealings. With so many anemic contenders awaiting his selection, there was truly no need to take risks. Licking his lips, Gushang stealthily approached his carefully chosen adversary. Moments later, a long yawn escaped Gushang and Amp, Appos' tiger jaws. Beneath his maw lay 9 emaciated men stacked precariously atop one another. Too weak. Gushang shook his head. 90 demon power 100, continuously recovering. He had barely tapped into his demon power, yet unexpectedly, these 9 opponents could not withstand even a single pounce. To be precise, it was merely the gust generated by his leap that toppled them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, dazed. So, I am this strong. I shall see if Bai Jia's mount dares to be as arrogant as before. Gushang mused. 10 demon power could take down 9 refining chi practitioners, surely. 100 would suffice for 1 foundation establishment practitioner. Looking at the dispirited men emerging from the woods like defeated soldiers, Gushang began to contemplate how to deal with Bai Jia after subduing her. First, he would have her concoct 100 furnaces of spirit-enhancing elixirs for him. Then he would assess her obedience. If she complied, all would be well. If not, humph, I require a ghostly servant to serve beneath me. As Gushang reveled in his thoughts, Song Xiaobao made a sudden ambush, successfully binding him with a rope. Of course, this was intentional on Gushang's part, and a mere hemp rope was nothing to boast about. He could easily break free. Xixiang, what happened to these junior brothers? Are they playing a stacking game? One junior brother asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the piled-up disciples of Dang Dang Mountain lying on the ground. Song Xiaobao scratched his head, honestly feeling just as bewildered. Initially, he was heartbroken that a foolish tiger had escaped right under his nose, but fortunately, this silly tiger had returned on its own. He quickly produced a length of hemp rope and prepared for another ambush. Yet, it was only after capturing the tiger that he noticed the stack of 9 men. Song Xiaobao stroked his chin, pondering. There were no signs of struggle on the ground. The only evidence at the scene was the foolish tiger. Could it be that this silly tiger had attacked them? But, just this foolish tiger? Looking at the little tiger bound on the cart, Song Xiaobao found it hard to believe. Such stupidity clearly indicated it was not the culprit. Who, then, was the true perpetrator? Suddenly, a thought crossed Song Xiaobao's mind, one he himself hesitated to accept. Was it possible that this was merely a prank among brothers? Having restrained himself for so long, they finally couldn't and oppose, hold back any longer, and collapsed from exhaustion. He shared his absurd theory, one he believed no one would accept. However, a junior brother nodded in agreement, saying, Xixiang, that makes a lot of sense. Song Xiaobao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Should we break them apart, Xixiang? One junior brother asked, torn with indecision. Taking a deep breath, Song Xiaobao replied, each carry one back. Let us aim to return to Langling Mountain before sunset tomorrow. After saying this, he added, but first, let us rest. We can't afford to exhaust ourselves before we even manage to bring them back. As he spoke, he glanced at the bound foolish tiger. I wonder if this rope technique of Wan Lao's will hold. Song Xiaobao retrieved the half-eaten pancake from his robe, offering it to the tiger. He figured the reason for the tiger and Appo's escape was hunger. Otherwise, why would it run? Upon reflection, they were all hungry, especially a young, underdeveloped tiger. He extended the remnants of the pancake to Gushang, who reached out with his paw to grab it from the ground. Song. Chapter 21. This sovereign will never compromise. At last, after enduring the tribulations of the journey there and back, as well as the challenges of ascending the mountain while carrying a person, a party of 19 individuals and one tiger successfully reached the summit of Langling Mountain. Song Xiaobao inhaled the crisp air at the peak, feeling a sense of openness in his heart. He had returned alive. The hardships endured were not meant for outsiders to hear. Yet, ever since the 9 from Dang Dang Mountain regained consciousness, they had resolutely refused to approach him. With no other recourse, Song Xiaobao decided to first report to Bai Jie and, upon completing his report, have a junior brother lead the 9 to meet her. In the distance, he spotted a figure as elegant and cold as jade standing at the precipice, her waist slender enough to be grasped with a single hand, and her bosom soaring skyward. She was truly beautiful. Song Xiaobao cleared his throat, then carefully lifted Gushang from the cart and hurried towards Bai Jie. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke softly without waiting for her to turn around. Sister, Xiaobao has not failed in his mission. The 9 junior brothers from Dang Dang Mountain have been successfully retrieved, and in addition, during our return journey, we encountered a young tiger, wise and endearing, which I have brought for your inspection. Bai Jie turned her head, first glancing at the 9 pale-faced individuals trembling in fear not far away. Are these the people from Dang Dang Mountain? What kind of cultivation method are they practicing? They look like ghosts, with faces as white as paper and sunken eyes, as if on the brink of death. Song Xiaobao quickly replied, according to their own words, they have been practicing the basic breathing techniques. Bai Jie exclaimed, ISN and Appo's that meant for new disciples to establish their foundation? Did they not learn any techniques under the mountain guardians during their qi refining period? Seeing the bewildered look on Bai Jie's face, Song Xiaobao couldn't and Appo's help but smiled bitterly. Upon reflection, what difference was there between Langling Mountain and Dang Dang Mountain? The withered crow and the skeletal figures would not impart their teachings to the ordinary disciples below. Was it a matter of time? Perhaps not. Was it that they were incapable of learning? That seemed unlikely. They simply did not regard them as worthy of instruction. Ultimately, these individuals were treated as mere slaves. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Xiaobao proceeded to report in detail the circumstances surrounding Dang Dang Mountain to Bai Jie. Upon hearing the account, Bai Jie couldn't and Appo's help but click her tongue in disapproval. The Demon Sect had always had regulations in place, mandating that the mountain guardians were responsible for teaching the disciples of their sect. Every decade, there would be a selection of outer disciples for a grand competition, where the most outstanding participants from each sect would compete. The victor would gain direct entry into the inner sanctum and receive a wealth of cultivation resources. The mountain guardians would also receive significant rewards for their efforts. However, few mountain guardians served their full tenure terms. The previous 2 guardians of Langling Mountain, Xuan Daoist and Qian Daoist, had served a combined total of nearly 10 years, resulting in a reluctance among guardians to diligently nurture the disciples, lest they inadvertently assist their successors. This cycle persisted through the generations, which explained why the righteous sects had the audacity to counterattack after nearly 100 years of stagnation. From Bai Jie's perspective, the essence of this grand competition was to enhance the motivation of the mountain guardians to impart their knowledge, thereby bolstering the overall strength of the sect's disciples. The 10-year interval for the competition was suitably timed to evaluate the effectiveness of the guardians and Apos training. Unfortunately, the current guardians had increasingly become synonymous with merely seeking to bolster their own credentials and marginalization. They either remained in one position indefinitely or rotated through various roles, striving for comprehensive familiarity. Reflecting on this, Bai Jie shook her head and, without knowing from where, produced a manual which she tossed to Song Xiaobao, instructing, "Take them and practice with them." She then turned her gaze to Gu Shang and Song Xiaobao and Apos' arms, her eyes blazing with fury. On the upper floor, Bai Jie and Gu Shang exchanged glances. After a brief moment, Bai Jie coldly remarked, "So, you've decided to return, huh? Little Huang." Gu Shang responded, "Who are you? I don't know you, woman." Only upon facing Bai Jie once more did Gu Shang realize that, indeed, he seemed unable to defeat her. Life as a tiger was not easy. There was no choice. He would have to endure. What surprised him most was how this woman had recognized him at a glance. Unfortunately, no one was available to provide answers. Bai Jie chuckled coldly, then removed her stockings, her fair toes extending towards Gu Shang and Apos' mouth in a gesture of invitation. With a complexion of pure white intermingled with hints of red, and her ankles marked with faint crimson blemishes, Gu Shang could not suppress a cold snort within. What a joke. He had never been one to succumb to such tricks. Then, Bai Jie entwined her delicate feet with 2 balls of thread, swaying them back and forth. Oh, so that was how the red marks had come to be. Yet, Gu Shang remained resolute in his disdain. To his astonishment, Bai Jie declared, "Ah, little Huang." Showing a hint of weakness. "Gu Shang?" Bai Jie continued, "Only little Huang would remain indifferent to this game, so you truly dare to return." With that, Bai Jie lightly tapped her toes, preparing for action, and to Gu Shang's surprise, a small whip appeared in her hand. Gu Shang thought to himself, "What a peculiar habit for disciples of the demonic sect. But I, the sovereign, shall never yield." He instantly entered a battle-ready stance. His tiger eyes glimmering with 100 points of demonic energy, his legs taut and poised to leap into action. Yet, Bai Jie let out a cold snort. "As I thought, it truly is you, Gu Shang." Seizing the moment Gu Shang was momentarily distracted, Bai Jie cracked the whip, ensnaring Gu Shang's form. "Ha! How does it feel, little Huang? I know you can understand me. I have poured my heart and soul into concocting so many spirit-enhancing pills for you. Yet upon awakening your intelligence, you simply ran away without a word. Tell me, whose fault is that, yours or mine?" "My fault," Gu Shang held in response. There was no choice. This madwoman had somehow acquired a pair of scissors, and Gu Shang shuddered at the thought of where they might be aimed. "Do you dare to threaten me?" Bai Jie shouted. Gu Shang retorted, "Huh? Walmart? When did I threaten you? One mustn't be unreasonable." Unfortunately, Bai Jie, lacking understanding of tiger language, could not comprehend Gu Shang's sincere protest. She acted swiftly, intending to sever their bond. In that critical moment, Gu Shang unleashed his demonic power, propelling his legs with force, and the nearly falling Gu Shang sent a powerful slap across Bai Jie's face, shattering the silence. Though he had only managed to break free for a mere moment, Bai Jie was momentarily stunned. Chapter 22. The study of advanced mathematics. Bai Jie extended her tongue to lick her left cheek, feeling the heat and a slight saltiness. She could hardly believe that the little tiger, which she could once easily subdue with a single hand, had undergone such a profound transformation, although it remained within her grasp. Initially, she had not recognized that the creature before her was indeed the same tiger from before. It had merely responded to her casual provocation. Humph. Bai Jie cast a disapproving glance at the little tiger bound to the bed, her eyes betraying an inscrutable mix of emotions. Logically, consuming a few spirit-enhancing pills should not result in such a significant change. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. After taking the spirit-enhancing pills, this little tiger had actually cultivated a demonic aura. It seemed to possess the strength corresponding to the 4th or 5th level of chi refinement. Did her spirit-enhancing pills also have the capacity to assist beasts in developing demonic power? If so, she would truly be a prodigy in alchemy. With such extraordinary skills in pill-making, she could confidently return to the spirit-devouring sect and demand the position of sect leader from the foolish headmaster. In that fleeting moment, she even envisioned her strategies upon becoming the sect leader. First, she would command all disciples to ascend the mountain and capture wild beasts, specifically those that had not yet developed spiritual intelligence. Then, through the feeding of her spirit-enhancing pills, she would swiftly amass an army of demonic beasts. At that point, the two factions of demonic and righteous cultivators would effortlessly force the reclusive righteous practitioners back into their shells. Of course, this was merely a transient daydream, as Bai Jie quickly returned to reality. Although she aspired to be a practitioner of the dark arts, it was undeniable that she was not a fool. The little tiger before her was undoubtedly an anomaly. Ordinary beasts could not withstand the potent energies of spirit-enhancing pills. Naturally, as long as her specially crafted variants were consumed judiciously, 1 or 2 pills would not be lethal. With a smirk, Bai Jie licked her lips, their vibrant hue alluring. After a series of indescribable torments, Gu Shang, the little tiger, lay limply on the carpet, exhausted. Bai Jie, feeling triumphant, placed her hands on either side of the pristine cauldron, rhythmically tapping as improved spirit-enhancing pills were tossed into Gu Shang's mouth. Reluctantly, he swallowed each one. Life is seldom a smooth journey. Indeed, in a fit of vengeance against Gu Shang, Bai Jie had committed an act of madness. She had compelled him to serve as a test subject for her pills. During this period, she tirelessly refined the formula and manufacturing process of the spirit-enhancing pills. How to improve them? For someone with a unique understanding of alchemy, this was hardly a challenge. Bai Jie contemplated the principles of mutual generation and restraint, continuously substituting the primary ingredients required for crafting the pills. Round after round, she conducted comparative experiments. There were 9 main ingredients for the spirit-enhancing pills, and she identified a substitute for each, totaling 18 distinct materials. Each combination warranted a trial, leading to an astonishing number of variations. Gu Shang could not help but admire this eccentric woman. 512 variations of spirit-enhancing pills. And they were inherently incomplete. Was this something a mere mortal could conceive? To feed so many flawed pills to a pitiable juvenile tiger? This was clearly more audacious than even the most reckless of demonic cultivators. Had Gu Shang not studied advanced mathematics in his past life, he might have found himself utterly lost amid this chaos. While he might not perish from the toxicity, the discomfort was indeed overwhelming. The psychological toll often surpassed the physical. Despite his suffering, he did reap rewards, as evidenced by his spirit resonance value of 1,303,000. Through relentless practice, Bai Jie had indeed made significant progress in her alchemical skills. The probability of producing waste pills had risen to an astonishing 69%. The remaining 11% resulted in failures. One could only imagine the magnitude of her advancement. Crunch, crunch. Just as Gu Shang hoped Bai Jie would soon tire herself out, Lu Yishou rushed in with urgency. Sister, we have a grave situation. His expression was fraught with anxiety. Bai Jie, irritated at the interruption of her alchemical endeavors, retorted. What a fuss. Speak plainly, who is attacking us? Lu Yishou stammered. Sister, how did you know we were being attacked? In that instant, he felt Bai Jie was unfathomable. To him, it seemed inconceivable that she could discern an impending attack while frolicking with the tiger in the attic. Yet she displayed no hint of hesitation, indicating she had anticipated this development. After all, the spirit-devouring sect had been notorious for years, and since their establishment on Lang Lang Mountain, no one had dared to challenge them. Bai Jie had no intention of explaining herself. Lu Yishou, confused yet fearful, reported, as predicted. A large group of cultivators has appeared at the foot of the mountain. They brandish the banner of the Righteous Alliance, demanding we surrender the captured Ouyang Buju from a few days ago, or they will raise Lang Lang Mountain. Sister, the enemy is fierce. We must urgently inform the sect for reinforcements. Bai Jie pondered for a moment. How many have arrived? Lu Yishou hesitated. Quite a few. Bai Jie pressed. Be specific. Lu Yishou wiped the sweat from his brow. Approximately 33. Nodding, Bai Jie appeared to grasp the situation entirely. She had suspected that the righteous faction would not dispatch a substantial force to attack Lang Lang Mountain over a single individual. Such an action would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thus, she confidently declared, there will be no more than 2 Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Lu Yishou was taken aback. Bai Jie frowned and reiterated, I asked how many Foundation establishment experts are there? Lu Yishou's expression darkened. He had not assessed the situation? Not quite. It was simply that he could not discern the levels of those present. This was not his fault. In the realm of cultivation, those of lower levels could not perceive the presence of those stronger unless the latter revealed their aura or made a significant effort. Bai Jie, observing Lu Yishou and Apos' silence, had come to the same conclusion. She inquired, how many did you see? What were their levels? After a moment of recollection, Lu Yishou replied, there are 30 of them. Half at the first level of qi refinement and half at the second. Bai Jie was incredulous. So, 33 in total, with 30 being mere novices in qi refinement? Lu Yishou internally protested, not necessarily novices. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble demeanor. Sister, you're correct. However, while most are inconsequential, there are 3 individuals that I cannot discern. They are likely Foundation establishment cultivators. Bai Jie scoffed. 3 mere righteous practitioners have you so shaken? There is no need to call for help from the sect. Gather all the disciples of Lang Lang Mountain and prepare to confront the enemy. Chapter 23, She is the Vanguard. General flags fluttered in the wind, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. At the mid-slope of Lang Lang Mountain, Bai Jie led over 30 followers, standing resolutely with swords drawn. The foremost expert, Lu Yishou, took the position of left vanguard, while the second best, Song Xiaobao, assumed the right. The guardian of the mountain, Gu Shang, stood as the protector of their territory, ready to confront the approaching enemy. Opposite them stood 33 individuals clad in uniform blue and white attire, with the 3 at the forefront adorned in darker, almost black garments. Following Bai Jie's command, Lu Yishou stepped forward, stammering with trepidation, who dares to intrude upon the territory of our Jilin sect? If this is a misunderstanding, retreat at once. Otherwise, we shall ensure you meet a dire fate. What does he mean? Mused Ouyang Chao. an elder of the Demon Sect and the current vanguard commander of the First Alliance Army of the Righteous Path, who was also the uncle of Ouyang Bujua. He turned to his companion, Ouyang Qi, the deputy commander of the same army, seeking clarification. Ouyang Qi, known for his analytical mind, scrutinized Lu Yishou, who appeared to be trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. After a lengthy pause, he concluded, "I do not know, brother." Frustrated, Ouyang Chao galloped forward. His voice laced with authority as he proclaimed, "You demonic scoundrels, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Today, the Righteous Path is fortunate to lead an army against you. I advise you to cease your futile resistance, lay down your arms, and surrender. Otherwise, we shall ascend the mountain and turn it into a river of blood." With a disdainful huff, Ouyang Chao emphasized his dominance. His companion echoed with a similar scoff, while Lu Yishou responded with a series of derisive snorts. Defeated, Lu Yishou returned to Bai Jia, lamenting, "Sister, they are not human." Sobbing, Bai Jia, irritated, kicked Song Xiaobao and shouted, "Address me as Grand Marshal." She then pointed to Song Xiaobao, who had just executed a move, and commanded, "Advance." However, unlike Lu Yishou's brashness, Song Xiaobao sought counsel from the elder in his mind. Old One, are you there?" "I am here," came the reply. "Do you know who they are? Encounter me, and they become corpses." "Old One, you're just boasting." "Of course," Old One retorted, unperturbed. In truth, their exchange was mere self-entertainment. "I am afraid," confessed Song Xiaobao. "Your fear is of no use." Old One laughed. "Do you know who they are?" "I do not know." Old One chuckled again. Perplexed, Song Xiaobao pondered why this self-styled Old One was so incessantly amusing. "Who are you? Why do you dare to wreak havoc on Langling Mountain?" He feigned anger. Ouyang Chao, once again puzzled, questioned Ouyang Qi, "Did I not already disclose our identity?" Ouyang Qi, known for his penchant for contemplation, stroked his chin and remarked, "I do not know, brother." Exhausted, Ouyang Chao felt the weight of fatigue pressing upon him. Yet, he knew the importance of establishing their identity. "I am Ouyang Chao, Vanguard General of the First Alliance Army of the Righteous Path. Our purpose today is simple, to capture you." "Oh," Song Xiaobao nodded, then returned to report to Bai Jia, "Sister, he is Ouyang Chao of the Righteous Path. A general. He must be Ouyang Chao and Apos, S grandson." Lu Yishou quipped, "What a foolish lad." Xiao Yinlu and Ao Tian chimed in, "Lack of education is truly frightening." Bai Jia covered her eyes in despair, waving her hand for Lu Yishou to retreat. "By the heavens, he cannot even distinguish between his grandmother and his grandfather. How can there be such incompetence on Langling Mountain? By the heavens," she exclaimed again, blaming the useless guardian, Kuya, for neglecting his duties. "Brother, this woman." Ouyang Qi gazed at Bai Jia, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Do you know her?" Ouyang Chao inquired, alarmed. If they were acquainted, it could complicate matters, especially given the Righteous Path and Apos' recent offensive. Determined, Ouyang Chao resolved that if Ouyang Qi indeed recognized her, he would have to withdraw. Yet, Ouyang Qi quickly dismissed the thought, saying, "I do not know her." At this moment, the quiet third party interjected, "Brother, I believe the implication is that she is a female cultivator. It would not be appropriate for us three to engage her." Ouyang Luo, the rear vanguard of the First Alliance Army, clarified. "Wait, this is getting confusing," Ouyang Chao replied, feeling overwhelmed. "From now on, let us refer to our titles. The terms and Apos, brother and Apos, and Apos, junior brother and Apos, are too chaotic." Ouyang Luo nodded, reiterating, "The deputy commander means that since she is a woman, it would not be proper for us to attack her. Do you understand, Vanguard Chao?" Understanding dawned on Ouyang Chao, who then advanced, attempting to imbue his voice with charismatic authority. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Bai Jia could no longer tolerate the pointless exchanges. She soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that fell upon them like hail. Ouyang Chao opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly silenced by the onslaught. "You insult the Righteous Path too greatly," Ouyang Luo exclaimed, charging forth, his prowess in martial arts evident as he often captured fierce beasts with ease. Yet, he swiftly found himself descending from the sky, defeated and aggrieved, for Bai Jia offered no opportunity for close combat, launching a relentless barrage of swift spells with ease, as if it were mere breathing. Indeed, it was a struggle against the formidable nature of women. Ouyang Luo seethed with indignation. "Indeed, it is said that women are harder to conquer than fierce tigers," Ouyang Qi observed, shaking his head in sympathy for Ouyang Luo. Clearly a man with his own tale to tell. Chapter 24. Capturing 3 generals during the Great War. Ouyang Qi took over the offensive duties from Ouyang Luo, wielding his magic with great fervor. "Demonic maiden, behold my technique," he proclaimed, launching the Yun Lei Jing Jiyin. With a great shout, his face flushed. He summoned storm clouds with his hands, unleashing bolts of purple lightning that twisted into whips before striking forth as colossal pillars of thunder. This spell, renowned among the Demon Sect, called upon thunderclouds and, when struck, induced paralysis. If resonating with the natural forces during the awakening of spring, its power would be magnified. Even briefly tearing through spatial barriers, proving effective against stealthy cultivators. However, it was a fine autumn day, with the sun shining brightly, rendering the spell somewhat out of season. Such a mismatch implied a lack of special amplification, potentially diminishing its might. The early-stage foundation cultivator of the righteous path should not be overly arrogant. Jia, her face resembling frost, nonetheless unleashed her spells with fervent vigor, like flames consuming oil, erupting with unrelenting ferocity. The fierce flames clashed against the arcs of lightning, yet ultimately, Jia's prowess prevailed. A thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by a pained exclamation from Ouyang Qi, who followed in Ouyang Luo's footsteps. Henceforth, only the vanguard officer, Ouyang Chao, remained among the three generals of the left flank of the Righteous Alliance. Ouyang Chao, a mid-stage foundation cultivator, had initially intended to refrain from combat. For a practitioner of the righteous path ought not to engage in acts of oppression against the weak or gang up on a lone female opponent. Yet, he was taken aback by the incompetence of his two junior brothers, who could not best a relatively youthful sorceress. Alas, what a predicament I find myself in. Ouyang Chao felt the ebb and flow of responsibility beneath him, as a vast ocean unfolded in his mind. Being a dual-element cultivator with roots in both water and earth, he primarily practiced water magic, which naturally countered Jia's fire spells. Thus, he felt a surge of confidence. In terms of cultivation, elemental roots, and even age, he held a substantial advantage, leaving no justification for defeat. Regrettably, he found none. Rising upon waves of water, Ouyang Chao extended his arms, his gaze piercing as he addressed Jia. I offer you one last chance. Surrender willingly and accept my punishment, or I shall capture you alive. Before he could finish his threat, Jia's offensive surged forth, declaring, Die, you old turtle. Yin-yang bone melting flame. Jia conjured a dark red sun-like fireball, its surface adorned with eerie demonic runes. This was her long-practiced trump card. Upon striking its target, the flames would invade through the meridians, incinerating from within and melting bones into blood. This fire was notoriously difficult to extinguish, requiring the absorption of other beings' spiritual energy to alleviate its searing heat. Of course, it was well known that a sorcerer's trump cards often bore cruel repercussions and costs. This was no exception. Both the caster and the target would be deemed as victims of the spell, meaning that for every 1,000 enemies defeated, one would suffer 1,800 in return. Fortunately, Jia possessed a substitute, a sword, her top-grade spiritual weapon, the bone-melting sword. This artifact, retrieved from her clan's secret realm, was specifically crafted to absorb the backlash of spells directed at the caster. The method of use was simple. After casting, one merely needed to grasp the sword. She held it with such ease that no one had yet discerned its peculiarities. Curse that wicked sorceress. Ouyang Chao was caught off guard and struck. A wave of internal burning coursed through him, and in an instant, he lost all combat capability, following in the unfortunate path of his predecessors. His injuries were even more severe, yet he managed to suppress the pain with spiritual energy, slowly mending his damaged meridians. Damn it! The three Ouyang brothers sat back to back, gazing at their captured team. Apart from themselves, the others were not bound by special ropes. Jia was lecturing them, proclaiming, Return and inform your sect's old turtles that to redeem you, they must offer 3 top-grade artifacts, or else. After her declaration, Jia released them, just as she had previously done with Ouyang Buju's entourage. Hey, why the disparity in treatment? This is unfair. Ouyang Qi, a thinker by nature, found himself unable to voice his thoughts due to his bound hands, leading to a careless outburst of protest. His complaints were loud, inciting Jia's displeasure, prompting her to instruct Lu Yishou, teach them the rules of survival on Langlang Mountain. Lu Yishou nodded vigorously, striding before the 3 captives and delivering 3 resounding slaps. Ouyang Chao cried out. Echoed Ouyang Luo. Exclaimed Ouyang Qi, filled with indignation. Jia waved her hand, ordering their confinement together, to which Lu Yishou grinned maliciously, leading the 3 captives directly to the dungeon. Sister, will placing them together lead to? Song Xiaobao expressed his concern. It was widely known that captives confined together were prone to revolt, especially those of foundation-building prowess. Not a problem, I have my plans, Jia reassured, unperturbed by their potential for mischief, for no one could rival her in malevolence. Thus, the Righteous Alliance's first offensive against Langlang Mountain ended in failure, with 3 generals captured and the morale of the army shattered, allowing the demonic forces of Langlang Mountain to swell in power. A carrier pigeon delivered the news to the headquarters of the soul-devouring sect. Sect leader Go Batian stared at the report from Langlang Mountain, disbelief etched across his face. What happened, elder brother? Inquired the inner sect leader, Go Bati, his brow furrowing. See for yourself, replied Go Batian, passing the report to him. Upon reading, Go Bati was equally astonished. This little vixen Jia, her strength has surged so much? She actually captured 4 foundation cultivators from Zhengyang sect? Indeed. Jia assisted Ouyang Buju in enhancing his cultivation, though he himself remains oblivious to it. This young woman poses a significant threat. Go Bati mused, lost in thought. Why had their family gone through such trouble to send Bai Jie to Langling Mountain? Was it not to curb her growth? Yet, they had not anticipated her remarkable prowess. Go Batty's brow furrowed as he rubbed the jade slip in his sleeve, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Initially, sending her to Langling Mountain as a pawn seemed a wise strategy. The Bai clan would not dare confront us openly. Yet, it appears this girl not only survived the righteous path's onslaught, but has also developed a rebellious spirit. Can you believe she dares to seek credit? Go Battian scoffed, gathering a wisp of black mist at his fingertips, manipulating the jade slip with a cracking sound. Brother, her use of the yin-yang bone melting flame to severely injure Ouyang Chao is clearly a display of her ferocity. If we allow her to continue to grow, once she breaks through to the golden core stage. Before he could finish, he paused, locking eyes with Go Battian, both men's gazes brimming with murderous intent. What truly frightened them about Bai Jie was the yin-yang bone melting flame. This technique was particularly effective against their own cultivation methods. It was a source of exasperation. For centuries, no one in the soul-devouring sect had practiced such a self-destructive art. The idea of defeating an enemy by first inflicting harm upon oneself was patently absurd. While individuals in the demonic faction often pursued absolute power, even at the peril of their own lives, this utterly foolish technique should have never attracted a practitioner. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bai Jie had embraced it, seemingly without suffering the lethal backlash. Time was of the essence. They could wait no longer. Go Battian suddenly slammed the table, causing the numerous magical artifacts in the room to hum in response. He commanded that the informants within Langling Mountain be instructed to seize the opportunity to administer poison, while also urging the allies within the Righteous Alliance to exert pressure, compelling them to dispatch a great army disguised as disciples of our sect to deliver rewards to that young woman, thereby disrupting the course of battle. It is imperative that she falls in the next encirclement. Go Battian stroked his chin, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Such an approach might be too lenient towards her. When two tigers contend, one must inevitably be wounded. Thus, it would be wiser for us to reap the benefits, eliminating future threats with the aid of the righteous path. We shall eradicate the righteous path as well. Yet, the variables remain too considerable, and that group of old turtles possesses far too many hidden cards. The time is not yet ripe. Chapter 25. Unifying the Jianghu for eternity on the majestic Xingyang Mountain. The Xingyang Sect stands resplendent amid scenic beauty. The ascent is not narrow, and a steady stream of cultivators traverses the path. The Xingyang Sect has opened its gates wide, brandishing its banner to denounce the soul-devouring sect, vowing to confront the demonic path and restore peace to Qingye Prefecture. Such actions undeniably invigorate the atmosphere among the cultivators of Qingye, who identify themselves not merely as righteous cultivators, but as those aligned against demonic forces. The Xingyang Sect has decreed that anyone wishing to oppose demonic cultivators may join the Righteous Alliance. Consequently, a variety of eccentric cultivators have appeared. Hey, bald man, I see you as a demonic cultivator. The young cultivator at the entrance of the Xingyang Sect, tasked with recording visitors, eyed the imposing bald figure before him with suspicion. The bald man produced an axe, gruffly asserting, I am but a woodcutter, not a demonic cultivator. Do not slander me. Upon closer inspection, the young cultivator noted the axe bore ominous stains. Is this an axe for chopping trees? He inquired. Indeed, the bald man replied. Then show me your woodcutting skills. Very well, watch closely. The bald man scanned the area and spotted a small bald boy. What is your name? He asked. The small boy replied, and I die? The bald man then transformed the boy into a tree, raised his axe, and with a resounding crack, split the tree in two, blood gushing forth. Proudly, the bald man turned to the young cultivator and exclaimed, see, with one stroke, I felled the great tree. Am I not a woodcutter? The young cultivator pondered for a moment and conceded, you may indeed be a woodcutter. You may join our Righteous Alliance. Elated, the bald man entered the Xingyang Sect, while the transformed boy crawled back, reverting to human form, and eagerly declared, I am also a woodcutter. The young cultivator questioned, how can you claim that? You do not even possess an axe. The small boy argued, you saw me transform into a tree. Does that not prove my connection? The young cultivator nodded, indeed. It does. The boy continued, if I did not live among trees and rely on them for sustenance, how could I possibly have transformed so convincingly? The young cultivator sensed something amiss, but ultimately agreed, welcome to the Righteous Alliance. Within the inner hall of the Xingyang Sect, discussions were underway. In the rear chamber, Ouyang Changwei, the sect's current elder brother, gazed with concern upon his weary junior disciples. Are you saying Ouyang Chao and his companions were captured by a mere foundational stage sorceress? His disciple nodded, explaining, she demanded we retrieve 3 high-quality magical artifacts for their release. Did she mention the consequences of not complying? Ouyang Changwei mused. After a moment's thought, the disciple replied, not that I recall. Ouyang Changwei smiled enigmatically. Then it is as it should be. Ouyang Chao and his companions sacrificed themselves for the sect. Though dead, they shall be honored. The disciple, disheartened, lamented the fate of their masters as he headed off to collect a reward from the storeroom. Ouyang Changwei, invigorated by the prospect, mused, the remaining disciples. Ouyang Chao, what lies ahead? Meanwhile, in the main hall, discussions continued fervently about their impending offensive, oblivious to the fact that their left flank had already suffered defeat at the hands of a female cultivator. The Bone Taoist, seated slightly behind, wore a displeased expression. He had been enjoying his time within his territory until those audacious disciples had the audacity to report him. Despite having consumed those who dared to speak against him, he still felt unsatisfied. Now, the sect had assigned him a task: infiltrate the Demon Sect. How absurd to expect a notorious figure like him to act as an undercover agent within the righteous path. Arriving at Jingyang Mountain, he boldly proclaimed, I, the foundational stage demon of the soul-devouring sect, have come to offer my allegiance. Surprisingly, he was accepted as a model example by the Demon Sect, which claimed, even a member of the demonic sect cannot endure the actions of his own. The Bone Taoist reveled in the attention, indulging in blood from various sources, be it cow blood, chicken blood, or the essence of spirit insects cultivated by the Demon Sect. Frankly, the taste of insect blood surpassed that of human blood. It was a delightful medley of flavors. Yet just as he began to savor his indulgence, he received yet another task from the demon faction. Strangely, events unfolded differently than he had anticipated. The leader of the Demon Sect, stroking his beard, announced, our alliance has launched a successful assault on the soul-devouring sect across 3 prefectures and 33 mountains, achieving a remarkable victory. The assembly erupted in praise. But when questioned about losses, the response was dismissive. Minor injuries, hardly worth mentioning. The Bone Taoist was bewildered. Hadn't they just claimed a significant victory against the enemy forces? Was it possible that credit was being taken for the achievements of the protective spirit stationed at the mountain? No, such a pretense would require actual merit. Was it possible they were fabricating battle successes? The Bone Taoist found it hard to believe that the typically cunning Kuyu would engage in such reckless behavior. This revelation prompted concern. How could they be so indifferent to the loss of 4 foundational stage masters? The Bone Taoist was astonished. He realized this information needed to be disseminated quickly. Although he had reservations about relying on the timid leadership of the soul-devouring sect, he remained a demon cultivator at heart. With a gulp of insect blood, he choked slightly at the unexpected bitterness. Meanwhile, the Righteous Alliance prepared for their next strategic move, to gather forces and mount a concentrated attack on Shay Prefecture, aiming to capture a third of the demonic sect's territory. The leader declared sternly, we shall heed the mandate of our leader. A bald man shouted, renowned for his strength. May Ouyang, our leader, reign supreme over the Jianghu for eternity. Echoed a small bald figure in agreement. Others caught on, chanting praises for the Righteous Alliance and its indomitable leader, Ouyang, whose virtues would unite the Jianghu for millennia to come. Chapter 26. The king said. The dungeon of Langlang Mountain. Ouyang Bujuan gazed thoughtfully at the 3 individuals being dragged in like dead dogs by Louis Shou. How did you 3 come to be gathered here? He inquired. Ouyang Chao responded, and why are you here? Ouyang Bujuan was taken aback. Initially believing that the trio had come to rescue him, he even momentarily forgave his senior brother, thinking he must have received erroneous intelligence. Dispatching 3 foundational-level experts for his rescue, albeit apparently to no avail. To his dismay, it seemed they were completely unaware of his plight. Confounded, Ouyang Bujuan fumed, only to receive a sharp slap from Louis Shou. Louis Shou glared menacingly and declared, you lot, keep your mouth shut unless you have my prior approval. I shall not be lenient. With that, he left. In the dungeon, the 5 exchanged glances. Ouyang Bujuan, nursing his swollen face, asked, did my senior brother send you to rescue me? He still held a flicker of hope. The 3 shook their heads in unison. Ouyang Bujuan's expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. As a person who enjoyed pondering, he touched Su Kei's father's head, gestured to his mouth, and then pointed towards the dungeon's exit. Ouyang Bujuan thought, he has left, so speak freely. What are you afraid of, senior uncle? Ouyang Chi hastily exhaled, oh dear nephew. You have no idea how inhumane these demonic cultivators can be. His words were abruptly cut off as Su Kei's father stepped out of his reach. Deprived of the ability to think, how could one communicate? Ouyang Bujuan felt utterly powerless and turned his gaze to the seemingly sane Ouyang Luo among the 3, asking, senior uncle. Ouyang Luo, possessing a normal intellect, awaited further inquiries from his disciple and replied, we were sent by your senior brother, but he did not inform us that you were here. Ouyang Bujuan fell silent. When he had received orders to attack Langlang Mountain, Ouyang Changwei had mentioned that the alliance had no intention of assaulting the demonic cultivators at Langlang Mountain. His involvement was a backdoor entry. It was meant to be a stealth operation, hence he concealed his identity and had not informed his friends or family before departing. Damn you, Ouyang Changwei. You are unworthy of being called a son. Hey, Bujuan, Changwei is your senior brother. You must not be disrespectful. Ouyang Chao reprimanded, asserting that in the righteous path, the utmost importance lay in upholding virtues such as benevolence and righteousness. Without these principles, one would find it exceedingly difficult to progress. To this, Ouyang Bujuan could only touch his face and humbly accept the elder's admonishment. Sigh, why must I belong to Xingyang sect? If only I were part of the demonic Yang sect instead. The ways of the demonic path surely do not require such considerations, Ouyang Bujuan absurdly mused. At the headquarters of Langlang Mountain, on the second floor of a small pavilion, Bai Jia was rewarding the contributors who had successfully repelled the enemy. Although she had personally captured the 3 foundational level experts and defeated the 30 Qi refinement cultivators, these lackeys nevertheless had their share of merit, primarily due to their contribution to the overall morale, or perhaps, well, in any case, Bai Jia intended to bestow rewards. She produced a pitch-black spirit essence pill, one of the 521 modified versions she had concocted. Is it 521 or 512? Lu Yishou stepped forward, eager to hear the decree. Bai Jia intoned melodically. Lu Yishou's expression was one of excitement as he stroked his brow, his demeanor exuberant. He then sprinted forward, kneeling and proclaiming, Lu Yishou is present. Bai Jia nodded, recognizing that she held little hope for this Qi refinement level 3 underling. Yet even a useless individual could possess certain redeeming qualities, such as loyalty. Indeed, he should be quite loyal, Bai Jia mused as she looked down at Lu Yishou, who was bowing low. For your unwavering loyalty, I reward you with a spirit essence pill. Thank you, senior sister. I am unworthy of such an honor, Lu Yishou replied with a bashful grin, respectfully extending his hands. Upon touching the pill and feeling its warmth, an exquisite sensation washed over him. Bai Jia subsequently called forth Song Xiaobao, Xiao Yan, and even the previously inconspicuous Lu Outyan. In summary, every individual received a reward. The junior leaders obtained a spirit essence pill, while their subordinates received spirit essence powder, essentially the leftover dregs from her half-failed concoctions. Nevertheless, even dregs from spiritual herbs held some efficacy, Bai Jia contemplated. Once matters settled, it was time to discuss strategies. Bai Jia and her companions gathered around a map, passionately debating their course of action. Ah, senior sister, these righteous path fools are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance, daring to attack our Langlang Mountain. It is utterly outrageous. Lu Yishou asserted, we must sternly reprimand such behavior. Leniency cannot be afforded. For instance, the prisoners in the dungeon should be executed to serve as resources for cultivation. Lu Yishou was the first to speak. While Lu Yishou's argument held some merit, his junior brother believed that development was paramount, and fostering friendly relations should be the true trump card. Therefore, it would be prudent to temporarily set aside the matter of the prisoners and treat them coolly, instilling both fear and respect. Song Xiaobao followed suit, now tasting the sweetness of success as he ascended to become the 3rd strongest at Langlang Mountain. Observing the 2 senior brothers with opposing views, the junior brother chose to remain neutral. He thought to himself that while Lu Yishou's stance was excessively cruel, contradicting the ethos of Langlang Mountain, Song Xiaobao's position was overly lenient, failing to embody the mountain's grandeur. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Lu Outyan looked on in astonishment. Bai Jia felt something was amiss, but could not articulate why. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words and absent-mindedly stroked the tiger's head. Gushang. Gushang wriggled free from the woman's grasp and picked up a brush. Yes, a brush, using his agile tiger paw. What on earth? Lu Yishou exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that a beast would infiltrate Langlang Mountain. This was a grave oversight for the mountain's foremost expert. He was then met with a slap from Bai Jia, who had controlled her spiritual energy. You imbecile! What beast dares to wreak havoc in my Langlang Mountain? With a disgruntled expression, she rapped Gushang on the head. Little Huang, when did you learn to write? Gushang. Who the hell is Little Huang? Gushang, extending his tiger paw, meticulously wrote several large characters. Lu's actions are foolish and dim-witted. Xiaobao is naive and lacking in wisdom. The actions of the passerby seem to overshadow the main agenda. The king opined, it might be better to exchange captives for treasures or win over the prisoners for our own use. The group stared at the writing for a while, their faces displaying a hint of skepticism. Lu Yishou took the lead. I feel as though he is calling me foolish. Song Xiaobao hesitated to voice his thoughts, but, in keeping with the adage that having an elder is like having a treasure, he queried the old man. Elder Wan, is he implying that I am naive? Elder Wan replied, he says you are as foolish as Lu Yishou. You deceive me, Elder Wan. Laughter ensued. How would you know to ask? The passerby discreetly erased the parts related to himself, his eyes darting about. Gushang watched the passerby's actions, feeling utterly speechless. Among those present, only the erudite Xiao Yan and Lu Outyan comprehended the full implications of Gushang. Meanwhile, Bai Jia wore a face of indignation. Grasping Gushang's ear, she sternly interrogated. How dare you, you little rascal, address yourself as the great king before me? Chapter 27. Indeed, there is something to be said. Gushang felt a hint of trepidation towards Bai Jia's more unhinged side. It wasn't out of malice, but rather due to the toll it took on his body. Who could endure over 500 encounters in a single day? Those little pills were consumed by the furnace full. Gushang decisively conceded. He picked up a brush and inscribed on the ground, I dare not. Bai Jia snorted in derision. Do you think I am unaware of the meaning behind dare not? Gu Shang was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the intelligence of this little noodle. Thus, he boldly wrote, "This great king swears never to yield. What say you?" Bai Jie chuckled softly, her tongue tracing her soft lips. "I shall refine you into a pill to enter my body and assist me in breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation building." Lu Yishou felt Bai Jie's words were rather peculiar, and thus took on the role of a loyal advisor, cautioning, "Senior sister, mind your words." He was promptly rewarded with 4 resounding slaps. Indeed, Bai Jie instructed the remaining 4 to each give him a slap. After venting her frustration, Bai Jie began to ponder seriously. What Gu Shang had articulated was precisely what she was contemplating. In fact, she had already taken steps in that direction. However, the Shirling sect, under the control of the surname Go, would certainly not offer her any genuine rewards. As for the righteous sects, she harbored some doubts. Would they come to redeem their people? After all, based on Bai Jie's 38 years of experience, the righteous sects were notoriously hypocritical. Too many deceived little girls from the demonic sects existed. She herself had nearly fallen victim once. But it mattered not. She ultimately had a moment of clarity. Thus, relying on these few useless captives for profit was indeed overly ambitious. Surely, there must be simpler and more forceful methods? Indeed there are. Seducing the captives. What a brilliant idea. Why had she not thought of it sooner? Bai Jie felt a surge of joy, merely intending to frighten Gu Shang. In her view, it was nothing unusual for a pet to refer to themselves as a king. Henceforth, she would be known as Bai Dada. With that, Bai Dada turned her attention to her subordinates. Persuasion was a skillful endeavor. The persuader needed eloquence and wit. Yet, it seemed her subordinates, well, they did not appear particularly bright. Bai Jie observed her companions lost in contemplation. Those under her scrutinizing gaze felt as though they were being pricked by needles. "How thrilling, I'm scared." Xiaoyan retreated. She isn't noticed. Xiaoyan retreated further. "Indeed, I am a genius." Xiaoyan continued to withdraw. Seeing the distance between them widen, Bai Jie nodded, contemplating persuading those useless captives to serve her Langshan, only to step back. The others hurriedly advanced. "Xiaoyan." Bai Jie nodded. "Xiaoyan, you are commendable, eager to take the lead and contribute to the development of my Langshan. Very well. Here's the deal. If you can persuade them to consume my specially concocted poison, I shall reward you with 10 spirit-nourishing pills." Bai Jie encouraged. Meanwhile, Lu Yishou grew anxious, thinking, 10 spirit-nourishing pills. If I consume them, I might directly advance 10% in my 3rd layer of qi refinement. Lu Yishou leaped back with a serious expression. "Senior sister, Xiaoyan is still too young. He might not manage it. I, however, possess ample experience in persuasion. So I request to take the lead." "Oh, you have experience. Who have you persuaded before?" Well, Lu Yishou's face turned crimson. The big-toothed one fell silent. He had merely been boasting. Ever since the Blood Seal Master returned to the sect, he had been serving the old Taoist Kuya at Langshan. During this period of stability, there had been no wars, providing him no opportunities to showcase his persuasive talents. Noticing Lu Yishou's flushed face, Bai Jie did not chastise him. After all, taking on a task was commendable, and persuasion was best when practiced frequently. In that case, you all shall work together. Whoever succeeds in persuading first will receive 10 spirit-nourishing pills, 10 for each captive persuaded. Lu Yishou was thrilled, his excitement starkly contrasting with Xiaoyan's displeasure. Lu Yishou remarked, "Are you afraid I might achieve success first, Xiao Shidi?" Xiaoyan replied, "Not at all. It is merely unintentional." Lu Yishou scoffed. "I do not believe you. You must be scheming against me." Xiaoyan was speechless. He could not fathom why this perceived fool, labeled as dim-witted by a tiger, was so confident, so arrogant. Well, if that is the case, I suppose I shall have to overpower him. Xiaoyan remained quite confident. He believed Lu Yishou posed no threat. He merely needed to contemplate how to persuade the 4 captives. They were all foundation-building experts, with most being quite capable. With a little attention, perhaps he could gain some insights, allowing him to soar to new heights. Alas, Xiaoyan felt lost, as after joining for so many days, he had only just reached the pinnacle of the 1st layer of qi refinement, barely touching the threshold of the 2nd layer. Meanwhile, the proud Tian, who had also voluntarily joined the Shirling sect and Langshan, had already brushed against the 3rd layer's threshold. How arduous it was to cultivate. Why was there such a vast disparity in the cultivation speeds of these high IQ talents returning from their studies abroad? Fortunately, there was still Lu Yishou, who, despite being middle-aged and struggling to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement, provided some solace. This old fellow constantly boasted of being the foremost expert of Langshan. However, from Xiaoyan's perspective, this so-called top expert had long lost any merit. The 2nd expert, Song Xiaobao, had shown a marked difference since returning with the 9 from Dangshan. During a subsequent test, he had indeed quietly broken through. Compared to the braggart Lu Yishou, it was evident that Song Xiaobao's overall combat prowess was significantly stronger. Did you think Lu Yishou could only humbly settle for being Langshan's 2nd expert? Not quite. That seemingly foolish bystander, who merely howled, was no pushover either. This was not something he discovered through testing. It was Lu Outyen, who, upon breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement, sought someone to spar with and stumbled upon that unassuming bystander. The two locked eyes and immediately engaged in a bout of stir-fried loofah with wood ear mushrooms. Lu Aoyan even broke through mid-battle, unleashing a spell from the Qingmu Chongxing Ju, the Emerald Death Extraction. This spell could even overpower those in the third layer of qi refinement. However, Lu Aoyan was taken aback when his Emerald Death Extraction was effortlessly caught. Thus, it became apparent that this so-called third expert of Langshan was no mere fool. Among all the demonic sect disciples in Langshan, the strongest were not necessarily the most powerful. The seemingly carefree were often the most cunning, and the most oblivious harbored the most secrets. Moreover, those without spiritual roots, as tested by their families since childhood, possessed the fastest cultivation speeds. And let us not forget about the two tigers, one male and one female. The male could even speak, and the female was even more remarkable. Not only could she speak, life in the demonic sect is truly challenging. Chapter 28. The Dungeon Dialogue in the dimly lit dungeon of Langling Mountain. The captives, bound and restless, found themselves surprisingly spirited due to the commotion at midnight. At the forefront, the most senior among them, Ouyang Chao, delivered a stern lecture. With a serious demeanor, he stroked the goat beard he had discovered beneath himself. Do you know what sort of individuals populate my Xinjiang sect the most? Fools. Ouyang Chao declared with righteous fervor. Ouyang Qi, a figure of significance, remained silent, resting his head on the thigh of Ouyang Luo, who lay there with a look of earnestness. Senior brother, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. He ventured. I believe that within our Xinjiang sect, the truly wise are in abundance. Ouyang Chao, intrigued, prodded for clarification. Oh, and why is that? Because, Ouyang Qi continued, if there were indeed many wise individuals, why have we been oppressed by the demonic sects for a century? Even now, I find myself imprisoned by these vile cultivators. Ouyang Buju, the youngest among them, felt compelled to voice his dissent. If there are so many wise ones, then why has our sect suffered so? He protested. This is largely due to the failings of our eldest brother. As a youth, Ouyang Buju perceived it as his duty to shatter this self-deceiving notion, to become a pioneer in challenging the status quo. Yet, he was swiftly met with a kick from Ouyang Chao. Buju, you have forgotten your manners. Your uncle Luo has yet to speak. How dare you interrupt? Feeling wronged, Ouyang Buju accepted the reprimand with humility. To perish before achieving success, how can I not weep? He lamented silently. The others turned their gazes towards Ouyang Luo, who was blissfully asleep on Ouyang Chi's thigh. Ouyang Buju's indignation swelled. He pointed at the bubble-blowing Ouyang Luo and muttered something inaudible, then kicked again. Ouyang Chao, incensed, retorted, your uncle Luo has fought valiantly for our sect all his life. What harm is there in him taking a moment's rest? As a junior, you should express gratitude, not raucousness. When will you adhere to proper decorum? Awakened by the commotion, Ouyang Luo blinked in confusion at his fuming senior brother. What has transpired? He inquired, sitting up expectantly. Ouyang Qi yearned to explain, while Ouyang Buju gazed at his uncle with hope, longing for vindication. Yet, when Ouyang Buju opened his mouth, he felt too dispirited to speak. Oh, what am I to do? He despaired, closing his eyes in self-loathing. He resented his own foolishness, the repeated disappointments that followed his misplaced trust. Noticing Ouyang Buju's distress, Ouyang Chao sought a voice to ease the pervasive awkwardness. It was merely that Buju spoke too loudly, disturbing your rest, dear Luo. However, as elders, we shall show rational tolerance. Ouyang Luo regarded Ouyang Buju with discontent, leading to further disquiet within the younger man. Ultimately, Ouyang Chao felt he had been overly harsh. He wished to offer comfort, yet found his hands bound, unable to reach out. Curse these brutish captors. He fumed, in an attempt to alleviate the tension. Ouyang Chao delivered a light kick to Ouyang Buju. You are still young, Buju. Learn from us, observe, and practice. Your uncle believes that one day, you too will uphold our traditions with dignity. Ouyang Buju felt a surge of discomfort, grappling with the contradiction of kindness following a reprimand. Curse that wretched eldest brother, he thought, bewildered by how Ouyang Qi could also be considered his uncle. Suddenly, Ouyang Luo erupted in anger, kicking Ouyang Qi away. You've touched my head again, brother. With a loud noise, Ouyang Qi responded with an exaggerated fart, prompting the others to cover their noses against the ensuing stench. In the midst of this chaos, the dungeon's iron door creaked open, revealing a slender, unkempt demonic cultivator who entered while pinching his nose, dragging a chain tethered to a wild, tattooed leopard. Ah! Zhengyang sect's miscreants. The cultivator taunted, shaking the chain, its jingling ringing in Ouyang Chao's ears. The higher-ups have decreed that if you conspire again, this beast will be unleashed upon you, allowing you to experience what it means to be a cultivator with external injuries. Ouyang Chao, immediately alert, recognized the peril. Dear sir, he addressed the demonic cultivator, I have just conducted a serious educational session with my disciples. We are engaged in an academic discussion on miasma prevention and proper etiquette. This is a scholarly endeavor. The cultivator laughed heartily. You lot in such a sorry state conducting research? Go on, continue. But he yanked the chain suddenly, releasing the leopard, which lunged forward and licked half of Ouyang Chao's face. Next time you make noise, it will be far worse. Having spent the night contemplating their predicament, the demonic cultivators had devised methods for dealing with these righteous individuals. Watching the retreating figure, Ouyang Buju experienced a flash of inspiration and scrambled to Ouyang Chao's side. Uncle, I understand. Our Demon Sect lacks not wisdom, but skilled beast tamers. If we could ally with the demon clan, we could overpower our adversaries. Ouyang Chao's expression darkened, both from the humiliation he felt and from the absurdity of Ouyang Buju's suggestion. Buju, you have forgotten your manners once more. Even demonic thieves would not conspire with demons. What folly is this? Are we to witness a traitor among humankind? Ouyang Buju, bewildered, wished to explain that the demonic sect had already suppressed them to the point where no alliance was necessary. There are good and bad among humans and demons alike. How can one of your standing in the righteous path fail to grasp this? And so, amidst the sighs of frustration from Ouyang Buju, Ouyang Chao, and even the elder Suke, the dungeon echoed with the weight of their plight. I adhere to your sentiments. Just consider. If the demonic path were to be suppressed by our righteous faction for a century, would they seek the alliance of the demon race? Bah. Nonsense. Ouyang Buj let out a cold snort. Chapter 29. The dungeon encounter once again. Ouyang Chao delivered a kick to Ouyang Bujue, marking the third consecutive blow, a rather unfortunate celebration. Ouyang Chao gazed sternly at Ouyang Bujue, inquiring, Are you mocking me? Ouyang Bujue replied, Not at all. Skeptical, Ouyang Chao retorted, You are clearly deriding me. Do you seek to feign innocence? When one wishes to lay blame, there is no shortage of excuses. He scoffed, How dare you talk back to your elder? Ouyang Chao's anger escalated, and he prepared to deliver another forceful kick as punishment. However, before he could lift his foot, Ouyang Bujue stepped on it. Ah, Ouyang Chao exclaimed. That hurts. You dare to commit such an act against your master. Ouyang Bujue responded defiantly, You are not my master. How could it be considered murder of a teacher? Ouyang Chao was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated this younger generation. Ouyang Bujue, meanwhile, felt an unsettling anxiety within. What was he doing, physically confronting an elder? Numb foot. He rationalized. He merely sought to alleviate the numbness by stepping on his uncle's foot. Surely, this was perfectly reasonable. His uncle was known for his self-restraint and decorum, so he would not hold this against him. Convincing himself of this, he stubbornly refused to move his foot. In his moment of pain, Ouyang Chao sought assistance. He glanced at Ouyang Chi, who, at that moment, released a flatulent sound. Ouyang Bujue was overwhelmed by the odor. He successfully withdrew his foot, while Ouyang Chao took deep breaths of fresh air, only to faint moments later, collapsing onto Ouyang Lu, who had just begun to feel better. The only one remaining unaffected was Suke's old father, who appeared indifferent. Ouyang Bujue questioned, Do you not find this odor akin to a miasma, provoking nausea? The old man chuckled, Not at all, my nose is blocked. Ouyang Bujue buried his head in the grass, while Ouyang Chi, feeling out of place with only the two of them remaining conscious, approached Suke's father. What are you planning? He asked. Nothing sinister. I merely wish to render you unconscious with my flatulence, thus ensuring everyone is at peace, the old man replied. Suddenly, a figure emerged, Louis Shou, the foremost expert of Wangwang Mountain, accompanied by the talented scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan. Ouyang Chi's expression turned to one of alarm. In an instant, he fell silent, glancing at Suke's father, only to realize this old rogue had ensnared himself once more. How audacious. Do you seek to escape? Louis Shou shouted. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he contemplated how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Do not be afraid. Simply tell me what you wish to open. Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf to my esteemed senior sister for leniency, he assured Ouyang Chi. Louis Shou, however, was less forgiving. This scholar has lingered too long in Wangwang Mountain, remaining restless and ungrateful. He deserves swift execution. Xiao Yan countered, You brutish warrior. You fail to comprehend the principles that govern Wangwang Mountain. The two engaged in a verbal duel, turning their attention to Ouyang Chi, who could only ponder the gravity of his situation. What grave error had he committed? On one hand, they sought to show mercy, on the other, they clamored for punishment. Had he not merely raised his voice? Ouyang Chi contemplated speaking, but abruptly closed his mouth, realizing the futility of his thoughts. Louis Shou unsheathed his gleaming blade, its edge reflecting Ouyang Chi's pale face. What are you pretending to be confused about? You just mentioned opening, clearly contemplating an escape. Is that not true? With the blade now poised at Ouyang Chi's throat, Louis Shou declared, You have 3 breaths to submit, or face death. Xiao Yan intervened, placing a hand on Louis Shou's weapon. Patience, brother Isho. We must treat captives with compassion. Turning to Ouyang Chi, he offered a gentle smile and produced a dark pill from his sleeve. Ouyang brother, while Wang Mountain welcomes talent, should you choose to submit, not only will you avoid physical punishment, but you will also enjoy a life of luxury. This is a special elixir from our mountain leader, quite delectable. Ouyang Chi was taken aback by the sight of the black pill, which, despite its appearance, did emit a faint medicinal aroma, unlike any elixir he had ever encountered. Could this be a version of the demonic refining technique? Perhaps. Yet, he wondered, could it be poison? Was this ruse merely a facade to lead him to his demise? As he pondered, Ouyang Chi realized the absurdity of his musings. Louis Shou, in a fit of frustration, severed a lock of Ouyang Chi's hair. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. However, Xiao Yan quickly embraced Ouyang Chi, elbowing Louis Shou aside, and in a hushed tone urged, "Do not heed this fool. I know your sect has been oppressed by the demonic forces for far too long. Join us at Wang Mountain, and together we shall overthrow the unjust powers that plague the cultivation world." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a jade slip into Ouyang Chi's hand, declaring it a token of their meeting. Louis Shou, momentarily taken aback, sensed his authority slipping. Ouyang Bujue, intrigued by the spectacle, emerged from the grass, only to be seized by Louis Shou. "You little brat, do you wish to experience the edge of my blade?" "Wait," Xiaoyan interjected, stepping forward. "The youth is merely impulsive. Allow him to learn the ways of propriety under my guidance." Louis Shou, bewildered, glanced between them. Xiaoyan winked at Ouyang Bujue and offered him a sweet treat, insisting he taste it. As Ouyang Chao began to regain consciousness, he was met with the sharp edge of Louis Shou's blade at his chest. "Old man, your disciple seeks rebellion. What punishment does he deserve?" "Rebellion?" Ouyang Chao was taken aback. Had he merely closed his eyes for a moment, and already chaos had erupted within the Demon Sect? Wait, his disciple? Chapter 30. The written agreement. When did I acquire a disciple? What is this rogue's true intent in causing me such distress? Ouyang Chao squinted, recalling his senior brother's advice. When captured by the enemy, remain calm and assert your esteemed status as a senior elder of the Demon Sect. Remember, the smaller your eyes, the softer your voice, the greater the air of authority you exude. Ouyang Chao, gibberish. Louis Shou leaned in closer, feeling a surge of confidence. Ouyang Chao noted that as soon as his voice lowered, the thief seemed utterly bewildered. His brother truly was wise. Gibberish. Walmart, your voice is blocked. Slap. Louis Shou delivered a powerful blow that sent Ouyang Chao sprawling to the ground. Cough, cough. Ouyang Chao's complexion was ashen. This was indeed challenging. The demonic path was far too formidable. No wonder his brother always insisted that stealthy development was the true path. Possessing an imposing demeanor without the requisite power was utterly futile. Tears streamed down Ouyang Chao's face, his heart heavy with sorrow. The pain was excruciating. Louis Shou continued to strike, boasting as he did so. "Look at that old rogue, crying like a baby. What a disgrace." Ouyang Chao. Indeed. Ouyang Chao ceased his weeping. From that moment on, regardless of Louis Shou's relentless assaults or Xiaoyan's attempts at persuasion, he remained utterly silent, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Louis Shou, incensed, realized he could not afford to damage this captive. Xiaoyan felt equally displeased with Louis Shou's brutality, but was left with no recourse. The two turned their attention once more to Ouyang Chi. Ouyang Chi promptly collapsed, rolling his eyes back in a feigned faint, conveniently falling in the direction of Ouyang Wujiu. Ouyang Wujiu, with one side of his face against the grass. He appeared somewhat dissolute. "Do you yearn for freedom? Do you cherish liberty?" Xiaoyan grasped Ouyang Wujiu's hand fervently. Ouyang Wujiu attempted to withdraw, but the bindings were too tight. Xiaoyan held on even tighter. What an opportunity! Louis Shou's eyes sparkled, and before anyone could react, he delivered a forceful kick to Ouyang Wujiu's back, bellowing, "Keep your hands to yourself." Ouch! Ouyang Wujiu fell, inadvertently knocking Xiaoyan over. Louis Shou reveled in his triumph, while Ouyang Wujiu seethed with rage. Xiaoyan's eyes glinted with cold fury. He, the esteemed scion of the Xiao family, had never endured such indignity. Well, here it was. He vowed that one day he would exact retribution for every injustice and humiliation he had suffered here. Humph, an eye for an eye. I, Xiaoyan, am a man of my word. Louis Shou and Xiaoyan emerged from the dungeon, their expressions decidedly displeased. Their plans, or rather their mission, had predictably failed due to mutual sabotage. Ultimately, only Su Kei's elderly father expressed a desire to join the Langlang Mountain. Alas, they did not manage to bring the old man along. Not for any reason other than, well, they simply refused his self-recommendation. Though they were practitioners of the demonic path, some standards still applied. After the two departed, everyone regained consciousness. Ouyang Chao wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Woohoo! The demonic path's fiends have wronged me grievously. Ah, woe is me." Ouyang Chi also had tears in his eyes, though he seemed to have enjoyed a piece of candy. So sweet, it nearly overwhelmed him. Ouyang Wujiu gazed skyward, but all he could see were the damp stone walls. Alas, what could be done? Su Kei's elderly father, filled with indignation, muttered quietly, "If I wish to leave, I could do so at will, strolling leisurely as I please." Ouyang Chi's eyes suddenly brightened as a thought struck him. It seemed they had a locksmith among them. Could it be? He. Ouyang Chi stomped down on Su Kei's father's arm. Ah! Su Kei's father cried out in anguish. Ouyang Chi, his eyes brimming with anticipation, said, "Elder, I just heard you mention that these ropes are nothing to you. Might you lend us your assistance? If we can escape this place, we will surely repay you handsomely." Su Kei's father gestured with his chin toward Ouyang Chi's foot. Ouyang Chi's expression became one of utter reluctance as he replied, "These shoes have been my faithful companions for over a decade. I have not removed them even for a moment. But, very well, if you insist, then I shall. Come and take my shoes." Ouyang Chi was in great distress. Su Kei's father looked bewildered. "Wait, who asked for your shoes? You ruffian, do you not realize you are stepping on my hand? Good heavens, your foul-smelling feet, which have not seen the light of day in over a decade, should not be so brazenly exposed in public." Fortunately, There were still good souls among them. Ouyang Wuju shoved Ouyang Qi aside. Su Kei's father smirked, raising his chin with satisfaction, and leisurely remarked, "What is so difficult about this?" However, he elongated his words, scanning the faces of those present. Though he had no desire for Ouyang Qi's stinky shoes, there were other matters of interest. Ouyang Chao hurriedly stepped forward, shedding his earlier disheveled demeanor and adopting a somewhat obsequious tone. "Elder, whatever your demands, please speak freely. If it means our escape, in the future, well, you shall have wind and rain at your command in the Zhengyang sect." Ouyang Chao's bravado was palpable. One might mistake him for the sect leader. Ouyang Wuju struggled to draw near, mindful that he had fallen into this predicament while assisting Su Kei's father. Setting aside a smidgen of selfishness. "Elder, we are truly confined here, and it is exceedingly stifling. We implore your benevolence." Ouyang Wuju offered his flattery. Seeing their eager expressions, Su Kei's father chuckled heartily. Very well, very well. Given your earnestness, I shall demonstrate a trick." Saying this, he swiftly maneuvered his hands against the ropes, executing seemingly casual movements that secured him even more tightly. Then he burst into laughter. "How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Why did you bind yourself?" Ouyang Wuju inquired, puzzled. The old man chuckled. "If I did not do this, how would you know my prowess?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Ouyang Wuju was even more confused. Does binding oneself prove one's skill? He glanced at his own restrained body, utterly bewildered. Ouyang Chao, however, was beyond caring about such details. He had grown weary of this dismal existence. He leaped forward, exclaiming, "Elder, what are your terms? Speak freely. I say, can you promise to comply?" "I can't. I do not believe you." "Why not believe?" This, in any case, you first write a written agreement. As a righteous individual, I believe that once you establish a written agreement, you shall not go back on your word." Ouyang Chao readily acquiesced. He refrained from divulging to Su Kei's father that he had previously signed numerous agreements, most of which remained unfulfilled. After all, he was a practitioner of the righteous path. Righteous individuals never coerce others into doing what they dislike, nor do they force themselves. And those matters requiring written agreements were predominantly things they were unwilling to undertake. This exemplified the distinction between the Zhengyang sect and the demonic path. For instance, the likes of the soul-devouring sect, once they signed agreements, would naively offer insincere explanations for their failures, displaying an extreme level of hypocrisy. Chapter 31. The dilemma. After a cordial exchange, both parties successfully reached an agreement. However, they soon discovered a rather awkward predicament. "You write it," Su Kei's father urged. "I will write it once you free me," came the retort. "What if you don't write after I release you?" "Rest assured, as an elder of the Zhengyang sect, a steadfast foundation-building cultivator, I hold considerable prestige within the righteous faction. I have been honored with the Exemplary Elder Award for 3 consecutive terms." Ouyang Chao extolled, admiring his own accolades. It is noteworthy that he was the sole recipient of this distinction during these 3 terms. Su Kei's father pondered for a moment, believing that a person of righteousness should at least retain some dignity, and thus he began to operate the bindings. With a few deft movements, the ropes that ensnared everyone were loosened. Ouyang Qi flexed his numb wrists and, after scratching his head, exclaimed, "Indeed a remarkable skill. However, we must remain vigilant once we exit. That malevolent being Lu Yishou and Xiao Yin are likely lurking nearby." Having regained his freedom, Ouyang Chao touched the scars on his face. Though pleased, he furrowed his brow and said thoughtfully, "There is only one exit from this dungeon, and from my observations, the guards have a predictable rotation. At 3/4 past midnight, there are the fewest guards, and we can take advantage of that to break free." Ouyang Qi was astonished. "How did you ascertain this?" Ouyang Chao replied, "Last night, while we were deep in discussion, we were scolded by those little demons at the slightest sound. Yet, at 3/4 past midnight, we conversed freely without interruption, indicating that the guards were at their minimum." "Ah, I see now." Ouyang Qi expressed admiration. "You truly are an elder brother. Your observations are exceedingly meticulous." "Indeed, exceedingly meticulous." The others echoed in praise, except for Ouyang Buju, who remained glum. He wondered why everyone believed the guards would be most lax at that hour. Surely, they would be asleep? If so, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for their escape? Ha ha ha. Ouyang Buju shall rise again, he thought. Ouyang Buju nodded in agreement, truly a masterstroke. Yet he voiced concern. But even if we escape the dungeon, the terrain of Langlang Mountain is complex. How shall we evade the patrols? Su Kei's father smiled mysteriously and produced a crumpled map from his robe. "I am familiar with Langlang Mountain. Observe, there is a hidden path leading northeast from the dungeon that leads directly to the rear mountain. If we can reach the rear mountain, we can shake them off." The group gathered around, scrutinizing the map. Ouyang Qi pointed to a protrusion on the map. "This area has a cliff. If we set a trap here, the pursuers will struggle to catch up." "Excellent idea," Ouyang Chao applauded. "We can use vines and stones to create a simple rockfall trap and leave a few behind to delay them." With the plan established, they began to prepare. Ouyang Buju and Ouyang Chao were tasked with gathering vines and stones to set the trap. However, they soon realized that without exiting the dungeon, they could not find their materials, so they took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qi and Su Kei's father observed the guards to confirm the timing for their escape. As for Ouyang Luo, he was sound asleep. At 3/4 past midnight, the night was as dark as ink. The guards outside the dungeon leaned against the wall, drowsy, and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, a faint rustle was heard as Ouyang Qi stealthily emerged from the dungeon, delivering a swift chop to the guard's neck, hoping to incapacitate him. Yet, the guard awoke. They locked eyes, and Ouyang Qi quickly struck again, this time successfully knocking the guard out. With the guard dispatched, he signaled to the others, who crept out in single file, heading towards the hidden path to the northeast. Little did they know, a figure emerged from the shadows after their departure. A guard with a bemused, knowing smile. Why did they choose to knock out Zhu Chongjiu? Do they think so little of me? Furious, the guard swiftly spread the news of the escape throughout Langling Mountain. In the darkness, as Ouyang and his companions stepped onto the northeast path, the sound of gongs echoed in the distance, accompanied by an increasing number of torches illuminating their rear. Su Kei's father's expression changed dramatically. This is not good. Someone must have alerted them. The pursuers from Langling Mountain are surely mobilizing. Ouyang Chao grasped the vine ropes, veins bulging at his temples. What is there to panic about? We shall forge ahead and see how those malevolent beings can possibly catch up. Before he finished speaking, a torch flared to life just 10 meters behind them. And Lu Yishou's thunderous voice shattered the night. Xinjiang Sect thieves. You shan't escape. It was that malevolent being. Ouyang Chao's face paled, recalling how this demon had tormented him in the past. How many harrowing memories flooded back. Run, he shouted, and the group hastily fled down the mountain. Ouyang Qi, scratching his head, clutched the map and discerned their direction by moonlight. Let us veer northwest. The cliffs are steep there, making it difficult for the pursuers to gather. Just as they turned onto the side path, shadows darted overhead. Could they be the aerial cultivators of Langling Mountain? Ouyang Chao's heart raced. However, it turned out to be merely a flock of unusually dark crows. Scatter, Su Kei's father commanded, slipping like an eel into the underbrush. Ouyang Chao was about to follow when Ouyang Qi seized him. Elder brother, you and Buju draw the pursuers away. I will lead the others through the hidden river beneath the cliff. Ouyang Chao was bewildered. What are you planning? I am the elder here. What kind of mischief is this? Just then, Lu Yishou's cold laughter echoed from a distance. Trying to escape? Surround them. The group turned to see Song Xiaobao leading a contingent of about 8 or 9 people, encircling them. Wait, this number is not insurmountable. Su Kei's father, hidden in the grass, felt a pang of surprise. He had trained for this, yet, what delusion made him think he could take on a group of cultivators? He recalled the 4 foundation-building experts fleeing alongside him. How unfortunate for these supposed experts to be so inept. Isn't it merely a matter of refining their skills? What does it matter? Without spiritual power, are they not mere mortals? Why should I hesitate to confront them? Su Kei's father glanced at the still sleeping Ouyang Luo, who merely rubbed his head and mumbled, I just woke up. Chapter 32, the rapid muscle-building method. Ultimately, everyone found themselves united on a common front. The two sides faced each other, with Lu Yishou eagerly rubbing his large blade, under Song Xiaobao's subtle hints. The others tacitly yielded the vanguard position to the foremost expert of Langling Mountain. Ouyang Luo stood at the forefront of the Xinjiang Sect. Had he been swayed by Su Kei's father? Who was he? A foundational powerhouse of the Xinjiang Sect, even with his cultivation sealed. He would still possess the courage to confront a novice in the qi refining stage. At that moment, the moon shone bright and the stars were sparse, with both sides on the brink of a fierce battle, waiting for a signal that could lead to grievous injuries. In this moment, as representatives of the most cultured and scholarly factions, both sides felt an irresistible urge to compose poetry. Ouyang Chao stroked his beard, a smile breaking upon his face as if he had forgotten past hardships, and shouted, let us go. Subsequently, Ouyang Luo charged in like a bull, executing a headbutt that successfully knocked Lu Yishou to the ground, though he himself received a sizable bump atop his head. After rolling his eyes in Lu Yishou's arms, he lost consciousness. How magnificent my disciple Luo is, Ouyang Qi remarked, as he patted Ouyang Chao's head and, with clenched fists, furiously attacked, knocking down Louis Dao, who had just regained his footing and was bewildered by the sight of his bent blade. The storm of punches that followed rained down upon Louis Dao, who was still trying to comprehend how his weapon had been distorted. It was only when the pain jolted him awake that he realized his predicament. Furious, Louis Dao declared, I am a cultivator. To be beset upon by mere mortals, this is an affront. He began to invoke his spell. Behold. His muscles swelled as he unleashed his trump card, a technique whose name he had long forgotten, now called the rapid muscle-building method, transforming him into a muscular figure with 16-pack abs, enhancing his strength exponentially. Ouyang Qi was sent flying and crashed heavily into a pile of broken grass 3 zhang away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What excellent muscles, he exclaimed, recognizing the fairness in his defeat, only to roll his eyes and succumb to unconsciousness. Alas, this rogue is formidable, having defeated 2 of my esteemed generals. Ouyang Chao marveled, only to be pushed out by Ouyang Buju. Master uncle, it is time to showcase the true techniques of the Xinjiang Sect, Ouyang Buju enthusiastically urged. Ouyang Chao shook his head, lamenting his frail physique. unable to withstand such ferocity. However, he had no choice. He could not resist the vigorous Ouyang Buju. Master uncle, let's go. We cannot falter now, Ouyang Buju encouraged. While Ouyang Chao asserted that occasionally bending the rules was permissible, yet, Lui Dao, growing bolder with each battle, charged forward. Oh, my heart aches. Ouyang Chao suddenly shrieked. Stumbling backward, Ouyang Buju stepped back in surprise. Thud. Their general had suffered 3 losses. Lui Dao, feeling distressed, turned his gaze towards the unharmed Ouyang Buju, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, and the surrendered Su Kei's father crouching on the ground. Can I strike you? Lui Shou inquired. Ouyang Buju, standing with his hands behind his back, his garments rustling in the night breeze, wore an expression of calm composure. Given the circumstances, fleeing was no longer an option. Yet, he maintained his integrity, for a righteous man would not be one to fear death. However, he did cast a side glance at his feigning uncle, having gained profound insights from recent events. He pondered why the Zhenyang sect had struggled to flourish, too many insincere individuals. Compared to the demonic path, it seemed that their disciples were the true anomalies. Were they genuinely righteous? Ouyang Buju mused, unable to discern, truly unable to discern. Nevertheless, he knew one thing. He, Ouyang Buju, was an unequivocal exponent of righteousness. He leisurely adjusted his sleeve, gazing at Lu Yidao's menacing yet perplexed expression, and suddenly chuckled. Lu, my friend, your brute strength, while formidable, resembles a child wielding a sledgehammer, impressive in form, yet lacking essence. Lu Yidao, taken aback, clenched his hand tightly around his deformed blade. Muscles bulging, the blade pointed at the ground. Huh, he retorted, believing Ouyang Buju's previous laughter to be mockery, so he too responded with a ha, as a counter-mockery. On a nearby mountain, Bai Jia, clad in white, nodded approvingly, her eyes sparkling. She remarked to the nearby Tiger King, this Lu Yishou possesses unexpected skills. Though spells for physical expansion are rare, they invariably attract powerful contenders in the mortal realm. This fool likely does not understand that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures. Gu, yawning, had endured torment these past few days, spending his time in a stupor. With 2/3 of his spiritual essence accumulated, he had paused alchemy upon hearing of the criminal's descent, finally allowing himself a moment's respite. His protagonist's aura had dimmed from prolonged inactivity. He let out a howl to express his thoughts, and Bai Jia tossed him a brush. Write it down. Gu, speechless, scribbled a single character. Fool. Indeed, you think him foolish too? He is undeniably quite the fool. Gu. Actually, what I meant to convey was. However, it mattered little. In his eyes, Lu Yishou was equally foolish. Yet, sometimes, a bit of foolishness seemed inconsequential. Had Lu Yishou been more astute, he might not have survived to this moment. The more inflated one's ambition and the more ruthless one's character, the less one could tolerate or comprehend a subordinate clever enough to pose a threat. Most who could endure had gradually perished, like the Kuya Daoist. The man and the tiger continued to observe the moonlit duel below. Returning to the scene, no. Ouyang Buju shook his finger, stepping forward. Having relaxed his mindset, he stood fearless. Taking measured steps, he approached Lu Yishou and inquired, do you know why Langlang Mountain and the Zhenyang sect have battled for a century without resolution? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat chaotic battlefield. It is because your demonic path relies solely on brute force. Failing to grasp the nuances of momentum, Lu Yidao furrowed his brow. What nonsense is this momentum? The blade in my hand is the momentum. After speaking, Lu Yidao felt a sense of wrongness, quickly adding, before it was bent. Ouyang Buju, however, shook his head with an expression of derision. You are mistaken. True momentum lies in the hearts of men, in acting in accordance with the flow. He pointed to the heavens. Look at the moon. Its waxing and waning follows a natural order. To forcibly alter its phases is akin to an ant shaking a tree. Today, as contest between us is no different. Su Kei's father, crouched nearby, nodded vigorously. Makes sense. Ouyang the hero, only to be reprimanded by Ouyang Buju. We are discussing significant matters. Refrain from interrupting. Su Kei's father, clearing his throat, Ouyang Buju continued. Do you believe that victory through brute force signifies strength? Incorrect. A true strong man flows like water, bending around mountains, splitting streams by rocks, appearing weak yet conquering with softness. Just like our Zhenyang sect's Daiji cloud hands, seemingly soft and powerless, yet concealing profound mysteries. Lu Yidao impatiently interrupted. Enough. I cannot comprehend your convoluted words. If you have the guts, come at me. Alas, a decayed wood cannot be carved, Ouyang Buju lamented. Ouyang shook his head in lamentation, genuinely believing that the demonic path had merely suppressed rather than eradicated their righteous way for centuries, which he found exceedingly unnatural. Chapter 33. Langlang, will you strike or not? Lu Yishou was filled with fury. Should he strike or not? The incessant chatter from the individual before him was akin to the incessant buzzing of a mosquito, utterly incomprehensible. In a fit of rage, Lu Yishou longed to bring this person to the ground. Yet, suddenly, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed in his ears. Let him speak. Lu Yishou withdrew his hand, for his meager cultivation had rendered him incapable of sustaining the immense expenditure of spiritual energy. His muscles retracted to their original state, appearing even diminished compared to before. He had become smaller and weaker, but what could he do? Despite his esteemed position as the foremost master of Langling Mountain, he was still trapped in the role of a subordinate. Ouyang Buj observed Lu Yishou's surprising cessation of movement, a flicker of pride igniting in his eyes. Indeed, when confronted with a true righteous individual, even the most vicious practitioners of the demonic path would feel trepidation. Ouyang Buj's confidence surged as he paced the battlefield, the sound of crushed leaves resonating in the stillness of the night. The demonic path, though formidable, could not extinguish the righteous way. The righteous, even in their diminished state, grew as if they were the rightful sovereigns of the realm. No matter how powerful the opposing forces, they were ultimately mere invaders. Ouyang Buj's expression soured slightly. In his view, the demonic path was indeed powerful, yet a nameless female cultivator, still in the foundational stage, had managed to capture a seasoned master of the righteous Demon Sect, who had long been entrenched in the mid-foundational stage. Moreover, she had simultaneously subdued 2 practitioners also in their initial foundational stage, and even managed to apprehend him. This was truly remarkable. If practitioners of the demonic path were this formidable, the Demon Sect would face insurmountable challenges. Any thoughts of a counteroffensive seemed utterly preposterous. This realization filled him with indignation. It felt like an affront that the demonic path, possessing the strength to annihilate them, remained hidden in the shadows, almost mocking their meager pride. This was intolerable to him, prompting a monumental decision, one that could fundamentally eradicate the demonic path's insult to righteousness and genuinely liberate them. Yes, he intended to assist the Shirling sect in obliterating the righteous path. Henceforth, the verdant leaves would exclusively belong to the demonic realm. Was this not a grand age of unity? Though he sensed a certain illogicality in his reasoning, it did not deter Ouyang Buj from expounding his thoughts. He extended several fingers, and beneath the moonlight, pronounced each word deliberately. Do you wish to know the reason? Huh, I know you yearn to learn. A glimmer of intellect flickered in his expression. Lu Yishou felt helpless. Who cared to hear your grandiloquent speeches? Were it not for that wretched, foolish girl, he would have dispatched Ouyang Buj in a single stroke, leaving him to wallow in regret for 18 years. Alas, he was powerless, caught in a web of circumstances, feigning eager attentiveness. Speak, I am listening, Lu Yishou urged. Ouyang Buj, infuriated, retorted, do you hear the words of man? Lu Yishou was bewildered. What on earth? What do you mean by words of man? Are they salty like dog food? Ouyang Buj was momentarily speechless. He realized his subsequent words might be akin to casting pearls before swine, yet he shook his head, a mix of disdain and conflict evident on his face, and ultimately declared with righteous fervor, you have committed 3 grave offenses. Pray enlighten me, Lu Yishou implored. First, excessive bloodshed has alienated the populace. Though the practitioners of the righteous path are hypocritical, they always position themselves as protectors of the common folk. Your slaughter of villages has turned the masses against you, making them see the righteous path as their last hope. What? Who has slaughtered villages? In these times of strict sect regulations, where are such brazen demonic cultivators? Lu Yishou exclaimed, perplexed. Ouyang Buj paid no heed. He had anticipated this reaction. Second, endless infighting has eroded your foundation. The internal and external factions of Langling Mountain have engaged in brutal conflicts over the spirit stone veins, allowing Demon Sect to reap the benefits. Have you ever considered the losses incurred? He suddenly pointed a finger at Lu Yishou, the nail nearly touching his nose. Lu Yishou held his breath. He agreed with this point. Anyone who had been at Langling Mountain for over a year would remember the fierce battle over a spirit stone vein just over half a year ago. The external faction had suffered defeat, which was inevitable given that the external disciples could not compete against the inner disciples, all of whom were foundational cultivators. He had participated in that battle, but was knocked unconscious in a single encounter, only to be rescued later by the mysterious Kuya Daoist. Yet, when had the righteous path seized an opportunity? He recalled that after the internal and external factions clashed, the ownership of the spirit stones was settled based on merit. And thereafter, they all pretended to possess their share. Although he had filled a bag with spirit stones, they were eventually handed over to the headquarters. When had the righteous path claimed any spoils? Lu Yishou was baffled, but then remembered Kuya Daoist had occasionally proven reliable, having saved his life at least once. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Although he had often bowed and scraped, he couldn't help but think. Perhaps he missed those days. Yet, Kuya was truly not a good person. Ouyang Buj continued. The most critical point is your misunderstanding of nurturing the enemy to bolster oneself. If you truly eradicate the righteous path, the leaders of the demonic sect would become isolated. Without a common enemy, how could their ambitious subordinates remain content? Your Shirling sect would be doomed as well. After all these years, you have yet to unify the demonic sect. What a failure. And you dare call yourselves the foremost demonic sect. Suke, squatting nearby, began to move. Did he intend to voice an opinion? No, he had simply grown numb from squatting and had plopped down onto the ground. Even though he was numb, he could not let it show. He feigned surprise, sitting abruptly and exclaiming, so, You righteous path also hope for the demonic path to survive? Precisely. Ouyang Buj turned back, throwing his head back in laughter. The moonlight cast a gleaming sheen upon his sleeves. The centuries-long struggle seemed a life-and-death contest, yet in truth, it was a tacit game of chess. However, your demonic sect lacks a strategist, and we righteous practitioners do not know how to play chess at all. If we were to divide and conquer, we would likely be the first to perish, unless we gather and then strike. But alas, such a move would be too conspicuous. The demonic practitioners are cunning and shrewd, making them difficult to deceive. Louis Shou was left in a haze, gripping his transformed blade tightly, emitting a low, disgruntled growl. Enough of your rambling. Spit it out quickly. I can hardly endure this. Damn it. How could this fellow talk so much? Lu Yishou silently fumed, thoroughly dissatisfied. Very well. Ouyang Buj suddenly ceased his laughter, his eyes glinting with intensity. To break the deadlock, we must proceed in 3 steps. First, rally the scattered cultivators, offering them substantial rewards to forge a pseudo-righteous banner, leading the common folk to believe that there are virtuous entities within the demonic sect. More precisely, we will transform your demonic path into the righteous path and cast our righteous path as the demonic path. History is penned by the victors, otherwise, how could there be a distinction between righteous and demonic? Secondly, secretly communicate with traitors within the righteous path, inciting internal strife between the Zhenyang sect and other righteous sects, waiting to reap the benefits when they are mutually weakened. Lastly, he deliberately elongated his last word, leaning close to Lu Yishou's ear and lowering his voice. The pivotal point is to cultivate a clever individual, one who appears to be a pillar of the righteous path, while secretly controlling the lifeblood of the demonic sect. Only then can we shatter this century-old stalemate. Before he could finish, Lu Yishou heard another command: knock him out and return him to the dungeon. Lu Yishou, overwhelmed with joy, raised his great knife and struck it upon Ouyang Buju's neck. Walmart, let the charade end. Ouyang Bujue collapsed in a daze. Chapter 34. A mission. The following day, Lu Yishou expressed his deep shame, confessing, I feel utterly remorseful. I feel the same. Xiaoyan sobbed, covering her face. They were both embarrassed for failing to persuade their target. Do not be distressed, Bai Jie reassured them, generously presenting each of them with a vividly colored pill that stood out strikingly. The two, though uncertain of its nature or effects, accepted it with a sense of shame. Should we continue to keep them in confinement? Asked Song Xiaobao. Indeed, senior sister, caring for these useless individuals not only serves no purpose but also wastes resources. Lu Yishou muttered quietly. Bai Jie contemplated thoughtfully, struggling to comprehend why, despite capturing so many individuals, the so-called Righteous Alliance showed no urgency. Why had they not even sent a single person to inquire? Initially, capturing a mere qi refining disciple might be understandable, but now they had 3 Foundation establishment practitioners. These were the backbone of any sect. How could the Righteous Alliance remain indifferent? Could it be that Foundation establishment practitioners were as common as dogs among them? Such a notion was difficult to fathom. Bai Jie mused on the might of the Shiling sect, which boasted an internal division of 300 Foundation establishment disciples. Surely this number was substantial? Yet, even for Foundation establishment practitioners, one would not simply cast them aside. Even in cases of severe transgressions such as murder of a master or defection, a 500-year period of reflection was afforded. Within this time frame, if one refrained from repeating their mistakes, the sect leader would grant a form of pardon. While it was true that few Foundation establishment practitioners lived to see such leniency, it underscored their value. Yet, why was this the case? Although she had anticipated that these righteous old tortoises would be self-serving and hypocritical, unwilling to negotiate for the release of captives, she could not comprehend their silence. Would they not even counteroffer? Surely, she thought, I am aware my asking price may be steep, yet a counter might yield fruitful results. Bai Jie caressed the thin fabric of her sleeve, murmuring, could it be that the Righteous Alliance is a mere facade? Or perhaps it has already fractured internally. Outwardly, they profess to eliminate evil and protect the righteous, yet inwardly, they may be nothing more than a disorganized mob, each guarding their own territory and unwilling to engage in the murky waters. And what of the captives I have taken? Do they lack any backing? Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she pondered a startling possibility. Could it be that they do not believe these individuals have fallen into my hands? Might they think I have set a trap, awaiting their unwitting entrapment? Beside her, Gu Shang let out a heavy sigh, perplexed by the foolishness of her thoughts. The most fundamental point was strength. If one lacked the power to capture them, how could they possibly have the ability to ambush? Of course, if one feigned a request for ransom while secretly laying a trap, that held a modicum of plausibility. As Bai Jie continued to mull over her ideas, her thoughts spiraled further into convoluted possibilities. She absent-mindedly traced a crack in a spirit stone with her fingers. Perhaps these 4 captives had backing, and their supporters sought to rescue them, but were obstructed? Were these so-called backbones mere pawns in the eyes of the righteous? Were they merely waiting for me to act, hoping to use the Shiling sect to eliminate their adversaries? Bai Jie suddenly chuckled coldly, feeling she had deciphered the enemy's thought process, and scoffed. What a bunch of hypocrites. The others exchanged glances. Bai Jie commanded, Louis Show, I permit you to take 10 men to pressure these hypocrites. Conditions may be relaxed for their release. Louis Show's expression fell. What do you mean permit? Is it even within my power to refuse? He understood that declining was not an option and sighed inwardly. Reluctantly, Louis Show accepted the order and hurriedly set off with 10 disciples, cleverly taking along the most threatening individuals, Song Xiaobao and a random passerby. Bai Jia pondered briefly before consenting. Just how arrogant was Song Xiaobao? He had even stopped calling Louis Show senior brother. And this random fool, with his incessant smiles for everyone, treated Louis Show, who was the foremost expert of the Langling Mountain, with such disdain. Louis Show could not tolerate this and saw this as an opportunity to eliminate future threats. There were also those new recruits, one named Xiao Yan, who was outrageously bold enough to openly oppose him. Louis Show believed he could compel their submission. Cough. Cough. Achieve a successful surrender. And what of the silent Liu Outyan? What was his issue? Why did he not utter a single word upon seeing him? Did he regard Louis Show as some foolish cub? As they journeyed, Louis Show observed Song Xiaobao, who remained silent at the back, and the random passerby, who led the way with wide eyes and an exuberant demeanor. He thought Song Xiaobao must be feeling anxious, while the passerby was simply a complete fool. Someone he could deal with on the return trip. Louis Show repeatedly envisioned various scenarios for negotiating with the Righteous Alliance. Yet he could not devise a secure strategy that would assert his dominance without provoking their ire. How could he showcase his formidable position while avoiding their disdain? This was a question worth pondering. Louis Show was exceedingly anxious, for he had never engaged in negotiations with the righteous before, not counting the prisoners in the dungeon, of course. His destination was the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance, located on Jingyang Mountain. The journey was neither too long nor too short, taking 10 days to half a month for a round trip. While passing through a town, Louis Show purchased a book, an intriguing narrative titled The Chronicles of Wandering States. Louis Show was captivated, unable to put it down. That night, nestled in a corner of an inn, he opened The Chronicles of Wandering States under the flickering candlelight. The yellowed pages exuded a salty scent, mingling with an aroma of intellect. The tale began with the strategist Su Daqin, who eloquently persuaded the 6 states to unite against Qin. The book recounted how, upon entering the Zhao state, Su Daqin was met with cold indifference from the king. Yet, he remained unfazed, beginning with the broader context. The Qin is a land of wolves and tigers. If the 6 states battle individually, they will inevitably become mere prey. Only through alliance can the weak stand against the strong. He then analyzed the interests of each state, pointing out that if Zhao did not ally, it would be the first to be consumed. Finally, he proposed a blood oath of alliance, establishing a life and death contract, thereby granting Zhao face while binding the other 5 states to a commitment. This maneuver turned the previously arrogant Zhao king into a gracious host. Truly, the Qin was a model for us, Louis Show praised, his mind reeling with the stories and diplomatic strategies, believing he could employ these tactics to elevate the reputation of Langlang Mountain on Jingyang Mountain. Alas, I, Louis Show, aspire not only to be the foremost expert, but also the preeminent diplomat. Chapter 35. A Hand of Water. Louis Show continued to turn the pages, arriving at the chapter on Shang Yang's entrance into Qin, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Shang Yang met with the Qin monarch 3 times, initially using the imperial way and the kingly way as a feint. Noticing that Duke Xiao of Qin was disinterested on the 3rd occasion, he directly presented the art of hegemony, focusing on reform and strengthening the military, striking at the very weaknesses that plagued the Qin state. This strategy of probing the limits before appealing to their desires was akin to illuminating a beacon for the king of Qin amidst the fog. Remarkable indeed. Of course, Louis Show's favorite account remained that of Lin Xiangru at the meeting at Mianqi. Faced with the humiliation from the king of Qin, Lin Xiangru neither confronted him head-on nor bowed submissively. Was this not perfectly aligned with Louis Show's own predicament as he ventured to Jingyang Mountain? It fit all too well. He knew he had much to learn. Lin Xiangru showed no fear, displaying the audacity to declare that he would spill blood at the king's feet if needed. First intimidating his opponent with his imposing presence, then employing the art of distraction to deftly defuse the crisis. Ultimately, he preserved the dignity of Zhao while ensuring Qin would think twice before acting rashly. Ah, a paragon of both courage and strategy, truly an exemplar for us. Louis Show trembled with excitement. Initially, he felt a tinge of fear. After all, he, a practitioner of demonic arts, was venturing into the heart of righteousness. The danger was immense, to say the least. Thus, he contemplated whether to feign allegiance upon arriving at Demon Sect. After all, those Na'vi fools would have no idea whether he truly belonged or not, as long as he ensured his own safe return. However, upon reading further, his thoughts began to waver. The role of an envoy appeared quite appealing. Not only was it devoid of peril, but it also promised a profound sense of accomplishment. Louis Show was exhilarated, unaware that only those who survived would be immortalized in stories, while the majority. The more he read, the more his excitement grew. Even jotting down notes in the margins, one must first ascertain the true intentions of the righteous before leveraging benefits to entice them. One must neither show fear nor arrogance, and when necessary, one must possess means of intimidation. He mulled over these strategies, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. This so-called righteous alliance, though seemingly united, was merely an illusion of solidarity, akin to the feudal lords depicted in the texts. Perhaps he could exploit this division. As he closed the book, dawn was breaking outside, heralding yet another day of arduous travel. Lu Yishou mounted his horse, determined to hasten their journey. Indeed, they had even seized a few steeds, playfully mocking the idea that anyone would believe they would purchase them. They were, after all, cold-blooded and ruthless demon cultivators. On the way to Zhongyang Mountain, a calculating smile crept onto Lu Yishou's lips. This time, he intentionally placed Song Xiaobao in the center of their formation, ostensibly to protect their core strength, but in reality, to prevent the lad from slipping away. He planned to lead them into a dense forest and seize the opportunity to strike. He also instructed a passerby to carry the banner of the soul-devouring sect at the forefront, the bold red characters emblazoned across it proclaiming rescue quickly, fluttering ominously in the morning breeze. This tactic was drawn from his readings, essentially, to amplify their influence, rendering the righteous unable to turn a blind eye. Overwhelmed, they would be unable to feign ignorance. The sound of hooves echoed through the woods as Lu Yishou gazed at the upright figure of Song Xiaobao head, his blood surging with fervor. Do you dare defy me? Then perish. Halt. Upon reaching a dense thicket, Lu Yishou abruptly reined in his horse. The others were caught off guard, perplexed. Lu Yishou dismounted, his boots crunching over the dry twigs, laughing maniacally. The spiritual energy here is chaotic. There may be demonic beasts lurking. Song, come with me to scout ahead. The others were bewildered. Song Xiaobao chuckled, not having anticipated Lu Yishou would turn on him, considering they were brothers. After all, it was Lu Yishou who had taught him the fundamentals of cultivation. Yet, human hearts are inscrutable, especially those tainted by darkness. Under the guidance of the wise old man's warnings, realization dawned upon him. He now felt a surge of certainty. Slowly, Song Xiaobao turned, a complex emotion swirling in his eyes. In the past, he would have knelt without hesitation. However, now, he smiled, saying, Yishou is correct. Caution is paramount outside the mountains. With that, the two entered the thicket. The undercurrents of vigilance seemed to dissipate as they vanished into the shadows. Song Xiaobao had sensed his senior brother's murderous intent, though he hadn't expected the confrontation to come so swiftly. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, one must not underestimate a man who has changed in 3 days. Today, Song Xiaobao was no longer the same. A bewildered passerby attempted to follow but was swiftly rebuffed by Lu Yishou's dismissive gesture. Fool. Stay with the group. The passerby complied, and the two entered the forest. Good lad. Lu Yishou sneered, pressing his palm against his dantian. You truly dare to come here. Why wouldn't I? Song Xiaobao replied, maintaining his composure. Lu Yishou's mood soured. From his perspective, he held the upper hand. Why did it now seem as though he was at a disadvantage? This was not how the script was meant to unfold. In an instant, without further ado, Lu Yishou's muscles bulged, veins popping as his sleeves ripped apart, revealing his massive arms, just as they had when he had previously bested 3 foundational masters of Demon Sect. Song Xiaobao's pupils dilated. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but rather envy. According to the wise old man, the technique Lu Yishou was employing was merely a fragment of a top-tier spell, or perhaps just a rudimentary beginning. Clearly, this cultivation method resonated with Song Xiaobao. Lu Yishou swung a fist, and the air screamed in protest. Song Xiaobao rolled to evade, but upon impact, the ground crumpled beneath Lu Yishou's force, creating a deep crater. Before he could rise, another fist descended like a thundercloud, viciously aiming for him. Song Xiaobao crossed his palms to defend himself, feeling an overwhelming force push him back. Is this all you can do? Lu Yishou leered. He lifted his foot, intending to stomp on Song Xiaobao's face, but suddenly froze in place. Song Xiaobao had flicked his fingers toward his knee, a seemingly trivial motion that produced a sickening crack. Ah! Lu Yishou held in agony, collapsing to his knees. How could this be? He bellowed, this isn't possible. In his imagination, the scene should have unfolded with Song Xiaobao being sent flying, like a kite severed from its string. How had he ended up on his knees instead? This simply defied logic. Had the script truly been rewritten? Suddenly, Song Xiaobao burst into laughter, covering his mouth. He had inadvertently mimicked the old man's ridiculous antics. Approaching Lu Yishou, he declared, You are far too weak. With that, he revealed his own cultivation prowess. Lu Yishou was left speechless. The spiritual energy radiating from Song Xiaobao signified a cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement. Lu Yishou could hardly believe his eyes. He distinctly remembered Song Xiaobao being at the 2nd stage. How had he suddenly advanced to the 5th? Lu Yishou was left utterly astonished. Chapter 36. The sea is overflowing with water. Lu Yishou found it hard to believe, yet the truth lay stark before him. Song Xiaobao's expression remained unchanged as he looked down upon the defeated Lu Yishou. Reflecting on the past, he had been worried that Lu Yishou might seek to eliminate him. But now, he had effortlessly turned the tide, easily vanquishing the fears of yesteryears. The capriciousness of life is indeed astonishing, though he felt it was unjust. Song Xiaobao's eyes brimmed with scorn, an irresistible kind of derision. He gazed at Lu Yishou and proclaimed, What's the matter, Yishou? Are you surprised? Huh. You must have thought I would remain under your thumb as before. Crouching down, He grasped Lu Yishou's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Lu Yishou was compelled to tilt his head back, transforming the scene into one of palpable tension. Lu Yishou, did you think you were the only one capable of scheming? With a firm grip on Lu Yishou's chin, Song Xiaobao couldn't help but smirk, truly a dragon among men. Lu Yishou's face flushed, not from fear, but from indignation. In his eyes, Song Xiaobao was merely a lowly figure, now audaciously perched atop him. What a provoking act this was. Struggling. Lu Yishou attempted to shake off Song Xiaobao's hand, and ultimately succeeded in breaking free. With a scrutinizing glance, he asked, when did you break through? Long ago. Impossible. How could you ascend from the 2nd to the 5th level of qi refining in such a short time? At that moment, Lu Yishou recalled the oft-told tales in the immortal realm, the story of a worthless youth who, upon stumbling upon a treasure, soared to greatness, claiming his sect as his own. Could it be? Lu Yishou grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. It made no sense otherwise. Absolutely no sense at all. Does it matter? Song Xiaobao scoffed. Upon reflection, had he not encountered Master Wan, he would not have experienced such remarkable progress. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he had successfully transformed into a formidable figure. Thus, the outcome was already set. Did the process truly hold significance? In the past, Song Xiaobao believed it did, but now, witnessing Lu Yishou, who stood incredulously before him, he pondered if the journey was indeed as crucial as he once thought. Rising to his feet, Song Xiaobao concluded, what matters now is that I am stronger than you. However, you did impart that foundational cultivation technique to me, so you wish to share the treasures you have obtained with me? Lu Yishou suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. After all, he had once taught you the Gingjin decision, serving as a guide on your path to cultivation, so you should be grateful to me. Song Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback. He found himself struggling to comprehend Lu Yishou's words. Was he deaf, or was Lu Yishou simply foolish? Unable to resist, he called out to Master Wan, Master Wan. Can you understand what he's saying? Master Wan responded with a cackle, you're the one who is deaf. Yes, he is the foolish one, Song Xiaobao retorted. Seeing Song Xiaobao frozen in confusion, Lu Yishou felt emboldened. Come on, show me your treasures so I can ponder them. Song Xiaobao shook his head, forcefully dismissing the absurd notion, and then delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yishou. Smack. Lu Yishou, did you think your teaching was out of kindness? You merely wished to cultivate a compliant lackey. Even now, you still harbor such delusions? How dare you? Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. You ungrateful wretch. Lu Yishou erupted in fury, attempting to rise, but collapsing again due to the searing pain in his knee. The top fighter of Langlang Mountain could only voice his indignation. Without me, could you have achieved today? Without you, I would still be here today, Song Xiaobao replied coldly. How could I grow while being perpetually under your thumb? Instead, I should thank your good intentions for granting me the opportunity to completely rid myself of you. Did you think you brought me here to kill me? No. It is you who has delivered your life to my doorstep. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yishou's eyes. At that moment, he realized something crucial. He had not brought anyone with him. 9's legs. This Song Xiaobao is truly cunning. Knowing full well I couldn't defeat him, yet daring to enter alone with me. How despicable, indeed a rat. Although fear coursed through him, Lu Yishou feigned composure. Laughing heartily. Xiaobao, do you dare to kill me? Do you even know who I am? I, Lu Yishou, the top fighter of Langling Mountain. A trusted aide of senior sister Bai Jie. Surely you have not forgotten her. A formidable figure in Foundation establishment. If you harm me, she will not let you go. After finishing, Lu Yishou felt a twinge of weakness and added, you must understand, senior sister Bai Jie is always on the lookout for talent like me. She would never disregard someone of my caliber. Senior sister Bai Jie? Song Xiaobao burst into uproarious laughter. Do you think she would risk offending an immensely promising 5th-level qi refining practitioner for the likes of you, a worthless fool? Don't be naive. She may seek capable subordinates, but clearly, I am the more competent one. Moreover, do you think anyone would believe your demise was related to me? After all, you were the one who led me into this venture. An accident would be quite normal, wouldn't it? And, Song Xiaobao paused, continuing, what makes you think she could maintain her grip on me? Lu Yishou's complexion turned ashen as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. He had indeed underestimated Song Xiaobao and acted rashly against him. Xiaobao, I was wrong. Lu Yishou suddenly wept, his acting skills on full display. For the sake of our past camaraderie, spare me this time. I promise never to target you again. Song Xiaobao looked down at the kneeling, pleading Lu Yishou. His eyes filled with disdain. Past camaraderie? Do you even have the right to mention that? He slowly raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of ethereal blue flame. A technique taught to him by Master Wan. Truly, it was of high caliber, containing spells that balanced explosive power and endurance, allowing him to wield them even at the 5th level of qi refining. However, in light of your previous teachings, I shall grant you a swift end. Don't. Lu Yishou screamed in terror, attempting to flee, but collapsing again due to his injured knee. Song Xiaobao's lips curled into a cruel smile as he waved his palm. The ethereal blue flame instantly poised to engulf Lu Yishou. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Lu Yishou found himself narrowly escaping death, dazedly staring at the flames that had singed his hair. Chapter 37. Are you surprised, shocked, or astonished? Song Xiaobao retracted his spell. He had indeed entertained the thought of eliminating Lu Yishou completely, but he changed his mind in an instant. Regardless, Lu Yishou had proven to be a guiding figure on his path of cultivation. Moreover, as he grew stronger, it became evident that this individual struggled even to break through to the third layer of qi refinement. Therefore, was it truly necessary to eliminate someone who posed no threat whatsoever? Old Maru timely reminded him that this person possessed a unique constitution, and keeping him as a subordinate might prove beneficial in the future. Consequently, Song Xiaobao decided against being excessively cruel. Lu Yishou sat slumped on the ground, rubbing his bald head, his face alternating between shades of green and white. He pondered, what does this song mean? Has he burned my precious hair? Could it be out of fear of that foolish Baijie? It seemed plausible. A flicker of joy surged within Lu Yishou. After all, how could a mere Song Xiaobao dare to confront the formidable Shirling sect? However, Song Xiaobao looked down at him, his contempt gradually morphing into amusement. Rise, little Lu. From this day forth, you shall follow me. What? What do you mean? Lu Yishou seemed to misunderstand, as if he had fallen ill and could hardly believe such absurd words. Yet, Song Xiaobao continued, I can offer you the chance to become my subordinate. What do you say? Isn't that touching? Follow you? Lu Yishou suddenly raised his head, a flicker of indignation and deep resentment flashing in his eyes. As the foremost expert of Langlang Mountain, why should I be your lackey? Song Xiaobao, taken aback, could not muster any retort. With a flick of his hand, a ghostly blue flame ignited in his palm, inching closer to Lu Yishou's face, who was now filled with terror. You are not even at the fourth layer of qi refinement, or rather, you have no hope of breaking through. Remaining at Langlang Mountain will only leave you trampled underfoot. Follow me, and at least your life will be spared. The heat of the flame scorched Lu Yishou's skin. Gritting his teeth, he thought, impossible. If Baijie provides me with more elixirs, I can surely compensate for my deficiencies and solidify my foundation. This qi refinement stage will not be my end. Ha ha ha, foolish one. Song Xiaobao chuckled. What do you think this is? He produced a black pill from his hand. This? You haven't used it? How could that be? Lu Yishou was bewildered, for the pill in Song Xiaobao's hand was precisely the one Baijie had bestowed upon him that day. To Lu Yishou, receiving such a treasure warranted immediate consumption, rather than waiting for it to be coveted by others. He never imagined that Song Xiaobao had not consumed it. Do you think this so-called spirit infusion pill is anything remarkable? Song Xiaobao scoffed. Initially, he had been delighted as well. But old Maru had cautioned him that although the pill had efficacy, the toxins within could cause a person to lose their potential. In simple terms, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. Lu Yishou remained puzzled. No need to explain to the enlightened, Song Xiaobao said, simply extending the pill towards Lu Yishou. So, do you choose to follow me? Lu Yishou longed to maintain his pride, yet that was the elixir he had yearned for. Ultimately, he lowered his head. Fine. I will follow you. He thought to himself, I am merely a wise man who recognizes the times. Just wait until I rise again. That's the spirit. Song Xiaobao extinguished the flame and turned to leave. From now on, you are my dog. Remember, should you dare to betray me, next time this flame will burn through your crown. Lu Yishou struggled to stand, limping behind him. Upon exiting the cave, although it was midday, Lu Yishou felt as if he were bathed in the afterglow of sunset. Oh dear, Lu Yishou sighed. The sunlight was warm, but it cast a long shadow of Song Xiaobao, the rebellious disciple, while Lu Yishou's figure appeared diminutive and disheveled. Arriving at Zhengyang Mountain, upon rejoining their group, there appeared to be no abnormalities, despite one individual limping. Lu Yishou continued to clutch the traveling the nation's tome, leading 10 disciples confidently to the foot of Zhengyang Mountain. Gazing at the towering gates, he took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, adjusted his robes, and stepped forward with his companions. Before the Zhengyang sect, a familiar little cultivator warily blocked their path. Who goes there? Feigning calmness, Lu Yishou flicked his sleeve and pointed to the large banner behind them. I am Lu Yishou, envoy of the Shirling sect from Langlang Mountain, here to discuss important matters with the Alliance of Righteousness. The little cultivator exchanged glances, perplexed. For while he was aware of the Shirling sect, Langlang Mountain was unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, he dispatched one of their own to report inside, while he and another remained vigilant, watching them closely. Regardless of their knowledge of Langlang Mountain, any association with the Shirling sect made them adversaries. Naturally, they had to be cautious. Before long, the reporting cultivator returned, coldly stating, the Alliance leader requests your presence. Lu Yishou was taken aback by how easily they were granted entry into Zhengyang Mountain. Steeling his resolve, he followed the guards through layers of halls, as numerous righteous cultivators, both clothed and unclothed, cast curious yet wary glances their way. Finally, they reached the main hall, where Ouyang Changwei sat regally upon the main seat, surrounded by nothingness. There were no renowned experts nearby, nor any semblance of a stern atmosphere. Just Ouyang Changwei alone. Yet, as Lu Yishou stepped into the hall, an invisible pressure enveloped him, causing his legs to tremble slightly. He thought to himself, as expected. Struggling to maintain his composure, he took a few steps forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Alliance leader Ouyang, I have long admired your illustrious name. I have come today regarding the matter of the captives from my sect. Ouyang Changwei looked at him with a half-smile, seemingly disinterested. Oh, I am already aware of this matter. You are asking for 3 top-quality magical artifacts, which seems rather greedy. Lu Yishou's heart tightened. 3 indeed. He hastily replied, please discern, Alliance Leader. My senior sister is not an avaricious person. These individuals are in our custody, and we expend considerable resources to care for them. Furthermore, they must hold some value to you righteous sections. Thus, we are willing to lower our conditions, asking only for 1 top-quality magical artifact and 10 medium-quality spirit stones in exchange for their release. Lu Yishou smiled, believing this offer would earn him accolades from both parties. After all, the price his senior sister had initially demanded was excessively high. 3 magical artifacts? What a joke. Those few worthless individuals could hardly be valued at 3 top-quality artifacts. Absolutely impossible. Consequently, Lu Yishou decisively slashed the demand, retaining a 3rd. Surely, that crazed woman would not hold it against him. Ouyang Changwei's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Chapter 38. Brother Yishou. Ouyang Changwei was perplexed. Has the demonic path even learned to haggle? Lu Yishou smiled cheerfully, as their journey had been remarkably smooth. Even upon arriving at the so-called righteous sect stronghold, there was no obstruction, as if everything unfolded naturally. Furthermore, the sect leader appeared surprisingly youthful. One could not discern their cultivation level. Surely they could not still be in the foundational stage. Such a weak sect leader. No wonder even our Langlang Mountain could not conquer them. The righteous path seems to lack prospects. Of course, this smooth sailing was slightly marred by the trickery of that rascal Song Xiaobao. Retrieving a high-grade magical artifact would undoubtedly earn me more regard from Bai Jie. At that point, I could discreetly develop my strength, and one day, I shall return with a vengeance. He observed the contemplative Ouyang Changwei and thought little of the matter. He could scarcely remember how many artifacts Bai Jie had requested. Was it 3 or 4? However, if the righteous sect claimed 3, it was likely indeed 3. To take 1 out of 3 was not insignificant, as he believed Bai Jie would not let them go easily. Upon reflection, if he returned to the sect with a treasure, the righteous path would lose 1 artifact. If Bai Jie refused to release them, what could the righteous sect do? At this moment, if Bai Jie requested an additional artifact, the righteous sect would surely be reluctant, having already offered 1 artifact, yet still failing to rescue their people. If they produced a 2nd artifact, Bai Jie could then demand yet another. Lu Yishou's thoughts grew more devious. Although he would retrieve 1 artifact, in reality, he would reclaim 3. How astute I am. Lu Yishou mused silently, stroking his bald head. Brother Yishou? Ouyang Changwei ventured cautiously. A leader must learn to be sincere. He felt it a grand honor to address a mere chi-refining cultivator as brother. He quickly discerned Lu Yishou's cultivation level. Good, good, Lu Yishou nodded. 1 artifact is still too much. You do not know our Xinjiang sect's plight. Ouyang Changwei touched the corner of his eye, tears threatening to spill. Lu Yishou withdrew his thoughts and squinted at Ouyang Changwei's lackluster performance, internally mocking. The sect leader of the righteous path is so lowly? Reduced to tears before a mere chi-refining cultivator? Lu Yishou chuckled. Suffering? Xinjiang sect is filled with spiritual veins, with cultivators numbering over 100. Who would believe you? Lu Yishou brimmed with confidence. During his journey, he had encountered a continuous stream of people. While an ordinary person might assume him a lecher, the astute would recognize him as a keen observer. Among the male cultivators of Langlang Mountain, none were more observant than he. Though he feigned distraction, he was meticulously studying the customs and culture of Xinjiang sect, every blade of grass and tree. The path was splendid, bustling with life. In such a prosperous area, how could it be a righteous sect? One might mistake it for the domain of the demonic path's soul-devouring sect. And you claim to suffer? Who would believe that? This negotiation technique is rather rudimentary. Lu Yishou took a step forward and lowered his voice. Alliance Leader Ouyang, I have heard that your sect possesses 3 superior spirit stone veins. Ouyang Changwei's expression shifted subtly, a genuine change. Their Xinjiang sect officially acknowledged only 2 superior spirit stone veins. How did this fellow know about a hidden 3rd? Could it be there are traitors within the sect? Ouyang Changwei's mind raced. How could there be traitors besides himself? Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back and stumbled over a stone bench. You. Ahem, Brother Yishou, from where did you hear such rumors? We are suffering in Xinjiang sect. There are hardly any spirit stone veins, let alone superior ones. Before he could finish, Ouyang Changwei abruptly silenced himself. Such an extreme reaction seemed to indicate the truth. Lu Yishou was utterly bewildered. What? Are there so many classifications for spirit stone veins? You did not know? Ouyang Changwei pressed. Spirit stone veins are not all of the same grade. They are indeed classified. Lu Yishou was unaware, believing that having 3 veins was already extraordinary, not realizing they were the finest 3. No wonder Bai Jie was so bold in her demands. So, the righteous sect is this affluent? Lu Yishou's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. Though he knew he could not lay claim to them, the very thought stirred excitement akin to desire. Thus, 1 artifact truly wasn't he excessive. Suppressing his inner thrill, Lu Yishou deliberately paused, fixing his gaze on Ouyang Changwei's skeptical expression. Moreover, the life of a foundational cultivator is far more precious than a single artifact. Foundational cultivator? An artifact? Ouyang Changwei scoffed inwardly. How could a foundational cultivator compare to a magical artifact? Once an artifact is in hand, it belongs to you. Saving a foundational cultivator does not guarantee possession, and they might even become someone else's tool. Ouyang Changwei pondered how to handle this envoy from the soul-devouring sect. He needed to keep the information contained while preventing Langlang Mountain from brazenly sending representatives to demand payment. He was deep in thought when the distant clamor displeased him. Ouyang Changwei swallowed hard, suddenly smirking. Brother Isho, your Langlang Mountain seems to have calculated well, but do not forget, with hostages in your grasp. Are you not afraid we will ally with other sects? We are the righteous alliance. Once our forces march, how could a mere Langlang Mountain withstand? Demonstrating weakness before showcasing strength, this was precisely following the script. Lu Yisho silently praised his foresight in reading ahead and remained unhurried. Alliance? Lu Yisho threw his head back in laughter, startling. Nothing at all. He laughed heartily, a touch deranged. Brother Ouyang, why not test it out? And see whether your sect has broader connections or if our soul-devouring sect boasts more formidable experts. The books say that when someone threatens you, do not be afraid. Instead, counter with a threat of your own. Lacking strength? No matter, just fabricate it. Lu Yisho was uncertain of their true strength. But it was undeniable that they possessed some. Thus, Lu Yisho continued to threaten, if your sect truly intends to abandon a few individuals, we shall have no choice but to publicize this matter, allowing the world to judge. Chapter 39. The Path of Deception. The text states that one must seize the advantage during negotiations and ensure that their actions are justifiable, standing upon the moral high ground. It is quite ironic that the esteemed Xinjiang sect would disregard the lives of its disciples for the sake of a mere artifact. Upon reflection, the disparity in strength between the adversaries is stark. Ouyang Changwei's countenance grew increasingly grim. He believed his plans to be impeccable, surely. The disciples of the righteous path would not fare well in the hands of the demonic sect. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer audacity of the demonic disciples. Not only did they refrain from killing, but they also resorted to extortion. What a troublesome predicament. Ouyang Changwei found himself engulfed in contemplation. If he were to concede, the insatiable greed of those from the demonic path would only lead to further demands. If he were to rescue the individuals, his efforts to rectify the internal affairs of the sect would be rendered futile. Such exertion and expense for a mere artifact? Unacceptable. But if he were to refuse, how should he proceed? The audacity of these rascals to proclaim their intentions to the world? If this were to become common knowledge, could the Xinjiang sect maintain its esteemed position as the leader of the righteous path? How would he secure his own future as the sect leader? Moreover, if he were to conceal the truth and it were to be revealed, even his prospects of becoming the future sect master would be jeopardized. This was indeed a complex dilemma. As Ouyang Changwei found himself in this deadlock, a sudden chime of bells resonated from afar. He and his companion looked up to see a magnificent, snowy white rabbit. A young girl clad in a flowing, moon-white robe descended gracefully, her jade anklets jingling softly with each step. It was Lu Wanjun, the junior sister of the Xinjiang sect, cradling a pure white rabbit in her arms. She approached with an air of serenity. Brother, are you arguing with a guest again? She inquired, her doe-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gently tapped the rabbit's head. Ouyang Changwei, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "This is a matter of the sect's honor. You cannot eavesdrop. Return at once." He feared that his junior sister, whose only notable attributes were her ample bosom and backside, might disrupt his plans or unveil his true identity. Before he could finish, Lu Wanjun suddenly leaned closer, whispering in his ear, her rosy cheeks nearly brushing against his flushed earlobe. Unquestionably, Ouyang Changwei felt a rush of exhilaration. What a brilliant idea, he exclaimed, his earlier doubts dissipating. His junior sister, it turned out, could indeed be quite resourceful at times. Lu Yisho, observing their peculiar interaction, instinctively took a step back, his mind racing with caution. The text warns that when the enemy is scheming, one must tread carefully, for they may be laying traps or seeking to manipulate you. Suddenly, Lu Wanjun turned, thrusting the small white rabbit into Lu Yisho's arms. Its soft paws pressed against his dantian. Lu Yisho was bewildered. The seemingly docile rabbit's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light, revealing it to be a sentient beast. A torrent of energy surged through him, and in an instant, his cultivation level skyrocketed from the third stage to the pinnacle of chi refinement. What once was a stagnant stream had transformed into a mighty river in the blink of an eye. The sensation was exhilarating. After a brief moment of bliss, Lu Yisho opened his eyes, still in a state of confusion. What just happened? Quite simply, I wish to persuade you to switch allegiance, Ouyang Changwei stated matter-of-factly. Wait, what? Lu Yisho exclaimed, lost in his thoughts. The notion of betrayal was not addressed in the text. He pondered reaching for the book again. As he sensed his cultivation fluctuating, he realized he had reverted to his previous state. It was unmistakable. His previous experience had been an illusion, conjured by the mystical rabbit that now nestled against him. If you are willing to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, and follow my guidance, I assure you that within 3 years, You will once again experience that earlier sensation, Ouyang Chongwei thought with a smirk. He was indeed making a promise. Just moments ago, his junior sister had proposed a clever idea. Regardless of their motives, it would be worthwhile to attempt to recruit Lu Yishou. The Righteous Alliance was in dire need of talent, and should he succeed, it would bolster his own strength. Ouyang Chongwei envisioned a plan. If he could persuade Lu Yishou to delay matters for a time and discreetly eliminate the troublesome individuals, he would have no need to worry about ransom or fear. How clever of me. Recruiting talent would be a simple endeavor for him. The esteemed senior brother of the righteous path. A mere promise was all it took. As a man of virtue, destined to become the leader of the righteous sect, he would undoubtedly uphold his commitments. The art of illusion was a trivial matter for him. Ouyang Chongwei regarded the rabbit, acknowledging its remarkable abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Yishou was swept away by the intoxicating energy he had just experienced. To reach that level again within 3 years? Now that was enticing. As he considered the various factions vying for his allegiance, he realized he was indeed a person of potential. Lu Yishou swallowed hard, gazing into Ouyang Chongwei's eyes, searching for any hint of insincerity. Is this true, Brother Ouyang? In 3 years, what assurance do you provide? Ouyang Chongwei stood with confidence. I offer my credibility as a guarantee. The reputation of the leader of the righteous path certainly carried weight. Lu Yishou nodded in agreement. What is this? The leader of the righteous path? Lu Wanjun interjected, puzzled. How could she recall her master bearing that title? Ouyang Chongwei quickly recognized her confusion and gently nudged her away. Junior sister, I have pressing matters to attend to. You may amuse yourself. He then whispered, this person is unaware of my true identity, you understand. I aim to alleviate our master and Appo's burdens. Lu Wanjun departed, still bewildered. Ouyang Chongwei straightened his sleeves and smiled brightly. Brother Yishou, have you given my proposal some thought? Forgive my candor, but what future lies for you in the demonic path? With your talents, you deserve better than to languish at the 3rd stage of qi refinement. The demonic sect clearly has no intention of nurturing your potential. Come to the Zhongyang sect, where opportunities abound. Lu Yishou fell into deep contemplation. He was currently the envoy of the Langling Mountain and a subordinate of the despicable Song Xiaobao. Yet he was on the verge of becoming an undercover agent for the Zhongyang sect. This was indeed a convoluted situation. However, if he could find a balance among these 3 factions and bide his time, he believed that as the brightest talent of Langling Mountain, it would not be long before he could rise again. The prospect was undeniably thrilling. Lu Yishou inhaled the lingering fragrance of the rabbit that had touched his hands. Chapter 40. The deceiver tears streamed down Lu Yishou's cheeks as he bowed deeply and proclaimed, having drifted aimlessly for half my life without encountering a true master. I am grateful that the leader does not abandon me. I am willing to serve faithfully without hesitation. Ouyang Chongwei remarked, this seems rather too easy. Does it not warrant some tangible benefits in return? He was somewhat perplexed, wondering if those in the demonic path were truly so easily swayed. Did they simply bow at the mere mention of allegiance? While he believed Lu Yishou would eventually make the right choice, his past experiences of bribing others suggested that those who were bought often raised their demands or sought immediate rewards. He had even considered offering a precious spirit-gathering pill to secure Lu Yishou's loyalty, yet to his astonishment, Lu Yishou did not negotiate at all. Yishou, you've made a clear choice within a month, Ouyang Chongwei said, his face flushed with satisfaction as he took Lu Yishou's hand, which Lu Yishou grasped tighter. Their faces growing redder. Finally, Ouyang Chongwei pulled away, clearing his throat. Ahem, Yishou, since you have forsaken the darkness for the light. Well, Lu Yishou understood and promptly recounted all he had seen and experienced in chronological order. Ouyang Chongwei nodded and shook his head intermittently, especially when he heard about his junior brother and 3 uncles fleeing, his head shaking so vigorously that it seemed to leave an impression. Fortunately, they had been recaptured. Alas, they have suffered, he lamented, wiping away the sleep from his eyes. Indeed, if it were not for my constant care, they would have fared much worse. Lu Yishou felt a twinge of guilt, yet he had indeed looked after those captives. As the sun set, Ouyang Chongwei decided against allowing the delegation from Langling Mountain to stay atop the mountain, instead arranging for them to reside in a nearby valley, under the pretense of protection. Lu Yishou agreed wholeheartedly. As a loyal follower of the leader, he could not bear the thought of being eliminated by others who claimed to uphold justice. Ouyang Chongwei expressed the need for internal discussions regarding their response and the task he was soon to undertake, emphasizing its significance to the future of Zhongyang sect. This revelation excited Lu Yishou immensely. What does this mean? Upon my arrival, I am entrusted with such a high-level task? How could they possibly recognize my talents? In the valley, beside a large stone, Lu Yishou mused softly. Indeed, while exceptional steeds are often found, true mentors are rare. Therefore, Yishou, do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. Unbeknownst to him, Song Xiaobao had silently approached from behind, observing him intently. Cough, of course. Lu Yishou fidgeted, attempting to appear sincere. In truth, he wished to be less forthright, but he simply felt outmatched. However, he thought to himself, just 3 years, 3 years of diligent cultivation, and I will rise to seize the opportunity. Song Xiaobao regarded Lu Yishou's fervent demeanor with suspicion. He felt out of place in the discussions that day, as his status was still too low. Could it be that the righteous faction has promised him some advantage? He pondered. Lu Yishuo was indeed greedy and lustful. He was uncertain, yet his greed was palpable. However, if he dared to deceive, would he not fear returning to Langlang Mountain without a satisfactory explanation to Bai Jie? Old Wan, what do you think? Ha ha ha, I do not think so. I haven't even asked. Song Xiaobao replied, slightly vexed at Old Wan's refusal to engage. In his eyes, his humble disposition and eagerness to learn should have earned the respect of elders and scholars alike. To him, Old Wan was a mentor in cultivation, clearly aged and knowledgeable, leaving Song Xiaobao confused about where he had erred in judgment. Seeing Song Xiaobao's bewildered expression, Old Wan could not bear to watch any longer and suggested, just ask directly. Ah, ask directly. Song Xiaobao understood and turned to Lu Yishuo, inquiring. What benefits has the righteous faction granted you? Ah, what benefits? Lu Yishuo responded, puzzled. Stop feigning ignorance. Song Xiaobao stepped closer, his gaze penetrating. You suddenly switched allegiances and seem to have gained immense advantages. Do you take me for a fool? Noticing Lu Yishuo's awkward fidgeting, he smirked inwardly. Surely there was something amiss. Lu Yishuo, feeling cornered, attempted to maintain his composure, but his facade faltered as he retreated a step and bumped into a stone. Song Shidi, wherefore this accusation? The leader treats the learned with respect. Cough. Indeed, he has shown me great sincerity, but I was not swayed. Before he could finish, Song Xiaobao unleashed a talisman. A gleaming light binding Lu Yishuo in place. This was a binding charm given to him by Old Wan, effective against cultivators below the third level of qi refinement. What on earth? Lu Yishuo found himself unable to move or speak, utterly bewildered. He watched as Song Xiaobao slowly extended his hand, seemingly intent on exploring the area near his thigh. No, please. Lu Yishuo was voiceless, tears streaming down his face. Despite this, Song Xiaobao merely wished to ascertain what treasures Lu Yishuo had obtained. Yet, his search yielded no results. Strange. He mused, perplexed. Lu Yishuo's tears subsided. He believed the ordeal had concluded. However, Song Xiaobao speculated that perhaps his search had been obstructed by clothing, prompting him to delve even closer. Thus, Lu Yishuo wept anew, lamenting, without strength, I am powerless against such humiliation. This time, Song Xiaobao conducted his examination with meticulous care, his hands traversing Lu Yishuo's form repeatedly. Yet still he found nothing. This is not right, he muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 41, The Deceiver. Fortunately, Song Xiaobao knew when to stop and did not continue his probing. Lu Yishuo slumped to the ground, disheveled, primarily wiping his tears with the hem of his pants, cursing Song Xiaobao and his ancestors in his heart. Song Xiaobao's actions had genuinely terrified Lu Yishuo. He believed that someone had succumbed to their primal instincts. He was utterly frightened. At that moment, as Song Xiaobao was puzzled, Elder Wan suddenly erupted in a peculiar laugh. Ha ha ha. Young man, did you ever consider that some benefits cannot simply be held close to the chest? Song Xiaobao turned abruptly, attempting to focus on Elder Wan, only to realize it was a futile endeavor. He scratched his head and asked, are you suggesting? I've said enough. Elder Wan chuckled, a glint of cunning flashing in his murky eyes, though no one could see it. What did you say? Song Xiaobao was bewildered. Elder Wan was equally exasperated. How could he articulate this? The disciple simply could not grasp his meaning. To put it plainly, he was not intelligent enough. Those lacking in cleverness often find it challenging to achieve greatness, but fortunately, he had the guidance of this old man, which made things somewhat easier. He could only say that some things are better left unspoken. Understanding dawned upon Song Xiaobao. He turned directly to the weeping Lu Yishuo and asked, so, what are they planning to offer you? Speak freely, and you may find leniency, resist, and you shall face harsh consequences. Ah, there is nothing, Brother Baozi. Lu Yishuo replied, visibly distressed. Humph. Song Xiaobao was incredulous. I already know everything, and you still dare to quibble? Do you truly think I am easy to deceive? What do you know? Lu Yishuo halted his tears. Song Xiaobao sighed. Meanwhile, in the Xingyang Mountainous Zhengyang Hall, Ouyang Changwei appeared utterly dejected. Alas, day in and day out, I toil for the grand cause of the Demon Sect, giving my all until death. It is truly exhausting. Ouyang Changwei reclined on the table, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in, heralding the return of Lu Wanjun. Brother, what troubles you? She inquired, puzzled. Nothing but trivial concerns. Ouyang Changwei did not wish to see his childhood companion, for he felt profoundly disheartened. Alas, what can I do? Ouyang Changwei covered his face and wiped his eyes. Lu Wanjun, perplexed, had come to inquire about the prolonged absence of Ouyang Buju. According to her investigations, the last time Ouyang Buju was seen was in the presence of Ouyang Changwei. Brother Lu Wanjun's voice was sweet and coaxing. What is it? Ouyang Changwei continued to wallow in his despondency. Well, I haven't seen Buju brother for quite some time. Oh, neither have I. By the way, what task did you assign him? Why hasn't he returned yet? Oh, what? Ouyang Changwei's expression shifted dramatically. The mission he had assigned to Ouyang Buju to meet his demise was known only to him, except for that confidant, who had since been silenced. How could Lu Wanjun possibly know? Confused, Ouyang Changwei pressed. What did you say, sister? Yes. Lu Wanjun nodded without hesitation. Who told you? Ouyang Changwei pressed further. Well, Lu Wanjun faltered, realizing that she had merely intended to provoke her elder brother. Yet, it seemed she had inadvertently struck a chord. She fabricated an excuse, stating, "The Grand Master Uncle informed me." At this, Ouyang Changwei became even more despondent. Their Grand Master Uncle, the foremost expert of the Demon Sect, was renowned for being invincible against all righteous foes. He was also their sect's greatest reliance on maintaining authority. How could this old man have discovered his meticulously crafted plans? What should I do? Ouyang Changwei found himself in a quandary. He mused, since the Grand Master Uncle is aware, why doesn't he expose me? Is he waiting for me to confess? Or does he wish to spare this talent from falling? Ouyang Changwei involuntarily began contemplating thoughts he would typically avoid. If the Demon Sect were to lose the Grand Master Uncle, brother? Lu Wanjun questioned, puzzled. I still have matters to attend to. We can discuss this tomorrow. Lu Wanjun was bewildered, as she had already spoken her piece. That night, Ouyang Changwei curled up in the Grand Master chair he had surreptitiously acquired for 2 taels of silver, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The silence of the Grand Master Uncle loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He suddenly recalled the scene from his childhood when the Grand Master Uncle had patiently taught him the art of swordsmanship, his calloused hands steady and powerful, as he had once said that the path of the sword is the path of the heart. Now, those words echoed mockingly in his mind. If it weren't for the Grand Master Uncle, he murmured, a pang of bitterness rising in his throat. It was undeniable that the Demon Sect could not exist without him. For a century, they had withstood the pressures of the demonic path, relying on the Grand Master Uncle's presence in the mountains. Yet, once he no longer offered his protection, those elders who coveted the sect leader position and those who appeared submissive but harbored ulterior motives would swarm like sharks sensing blood. Not to mention the demonic forces would seize the opportunity, potentially leading to the complete destruction of their foundation. Despite this, the Grand Master Uncle and Appo's significance was paramount. Cold sweat had unconsciously soaked his back, and Ouyang Changwei suddenly seized the teacup on the table and smashed it against the ground. As the porcelain shards scattered, he recalled the fear and resentment in the eyes of the young disciple he had silenced, someone who had known too many secrets moments before his demise, and at that moment, those eyes seemed to merge with the murky yet all-seeing gaze of the Grand Master Uncle. He stumbled, gripping the table edge as nausea churned in his stomach, nearly causing him to retch. Yet, could it be that he was truly waiting for me? Ouyang Changwei's voice trembled, but a flicker of hope ignited within him. After all, he was the eldest disciple of the Demon Sect. Perhaps the Grand Master Uncle, valuing their bond, simply wished to grant him a chance for redemption. If he were to confess, revealing the truth about Ouyang Buju's task, he might yet preserve his life. But just as this thought arose, a darker notion coiled around his reason like a venomous serpent. If he were to confess, the consequences would not merely involve losing the sect leader position. The elders' accusations, the sect's punishments, and those forces secretly opposing him would undoubtedly trample him into the dust. They might even strip him of his cultivation. That was something he could never endure. Rather than await his doom, he resolved. Ouyang Changwei recognized that he could not accomplish this alone. However, what if there were someone who could disarm everyone's suspicions within the sect? Poison. What were the chances of success? And what were the odds of him remaining undetected? His junior sister had indeed been idle lately. As the eldest disciple, it was time for him to devise a plan. A sickly obsession flickered across Ouyang Changwei's face. Chapter 42. Do you dare to let me pose a question for you? Song Xiaobao gleaned nothing from his inquiries. After 2 more days, the place where the envoy was concealed remained tranquil and desolate, void of any human presence apart from their own. In a reflective moment, the author, Wan Lao, the man behind Song Xiaobao, penned these lines. In the vast wilderness where few tread, the winds leave no trace and the grass flourishes evermore. The wilderness is devoid of smoke and fire. My heart resonates with the boundless sky. Like a majestic rock soaring through the azure expanse, I stand firm as a diamond, a sentinel of the world. When spring's essence graces the earth, mountains and rivers shall bloom in vibrant hues, ready for my exploration. Song Xiaobao's arrival startled Lu Yishou, who was indulging in his whims. Lu Yishou, while adjusting his trousers, glared at Song Xiaobao with irritation. What do you want? Why hasn't he the righteous side contacted you yet? Holding his nose and furrowing his brow, Song Xiaobao inquired. How would I know? Honestly, you have no manners. Lu Yishou retorted, indignant. I think you should proactively seek them out, suggested Song Xiaobao. I don't believe that, Lu Yishou countered. Well then, fine. Lu Yishou, nursing a red mark on his face, cheerfully set off for Zhenyang Mountain. At Zhenyang Mountain, by some twist of fate, the gatekeeper was the same disciple from their previous visit. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Yishou declared, I have come to see your leader. The young disciple scratched his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with the man before him. Yet to meet their leader? How presumptuous. Who could see their leader at will? It was laughable. The young disciple then posed a question to Lu Yishou. You claim to wish to meet the leader? Those who gain an audience with our leader are invariably exceptional in skill, renowned, or possess great wisdom. You, on the other hand, appear to be merely a novice in qi refining. You have not even revealed your name, so you must not be anyone of significance. Therefore, I shall pose a question to you. If you can answer correctly, I will allow you to enter. If not, I'm sorry, but it's my duty. Louis Shou's mouth dropped open. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Everyone knows who I am at Langling Mountain. He quickly protested. I am Louis Shou, the foremost expert of Langling Mountain. The young disciple merely replied, you say you are you, but can they be considered the same? Louis Shou exclaimed, I am Louis Shou. Oh, the top expert in qi refining at the 3rd level? Is your Langling Mountain a branch of the Beggar's Sect? Louis Shou was left speechless, reluctantly accepting the challenge. He stood with one hand behind his back and raised the other bravely, declaring, bring it on. The young disciple nodded and presented the riddle. In Bianzhou, a puppet show is performed, with pheasants and rabbits cohabiting in a cage. The audience inquired of the proprietor, how many pheasants and rabbits are in the cage? The proprietor replied, there are 35 on top and 120 below. If you can solve this, your ticket price will be halved. Pray tell, how many of each are there? Louis Shou scratched his teeth. Please repeat that. I didn't hear you. The young disciple complied and repeated the riddle. Louis Shou scratched his backside. Could you say that again? I didn't remember it. The young disciple frowned but repeated it once more. This time, Louis Shou sat down, deep in thought, until the sun began to set and the light faded. Hey, I'm off work now. That person can return tomorrow. The young disciple said, waving his hand as he closed the door. Louis Shou returned to the valley, disheartened. Song Xiaobao had already prepared their belongings, ready to conclude this age-old quest. Then he saw Louis Shou return, despondent. UI failed, Louis Shou stated, his countenance drained. He seemed to have suffered a devastating defeat of intellect. Song Xiaobao, puzzled, pressed for details. Louis Shou recounted how the gatekeeper had set the challenge but had still granted him a chance. Song Xiaobao and Appo's face reflected a profound confusion. You didn't reveal your name? At this, Louis Shou felt a mix of embarrassment and anxiety, as Ouyang had long advised him to avoid flaunting his identity, lest he attract the attention of those fervent righteous warriors. He found this counsel prudent and chose not to disclose his true identity as the envoy of Langling Mountain. Yet, he believed the young disciple ought to recognize him, but evidently, that was not the case. He had even stated his name, but it proved futile. This was indeed embarrassing. Caught between two conflicting emotions, Louis Shou appeared somewhat reserved. Song Xiaobao pressed, you didn't reveal your name. I did, but it didn't matter, Louis Shou replied. Well, you did mention being the foremost expert of Langling Mountain, but it didn't help. Song Xiaobao was perplexed. This was not what he had expected. What question did he ask you? It seemed to test the reality of Langling Mountain, Louis Shou lamented, yet I foolishly disclosed that we only have one foundational cultivator, which caused the once curious righteous faction to turn their backs on me. Then Louis Shou recounted the riddle he faced. Isn't that too difficult? He pointed to his ill-fitting shoes. What do you mean by pointing at your shoes? Song Xiaobao inquired, confused. I'm calculating, and my feet have shrunk a size. So my shoes don't fit properly. It's too hard. Song Xiaobao remarked. I can only imagine how long it's been since you washed your feet. What is that? Do people still wash their feet? In a parallel universe, a man awkwardly watched videos of women tending to their legs, mumbling to himself about the appeal of natural sense. Song Xiaobao held his nose, maintaining a safe distance from Louis Shou. That's too difficult, he thought to himself. Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging. After hearing the young disciple's riddle, Song Xiaobao furrowed his brow. He felt compelled to consult Wan Lao once more. Wan Lao, are you there? Not here, do not disturb. I have a question, Wan Lao. Apologies, Wan Lao cannot assist. Wan Lao, you are indeed here. Wan Lao felt exasperated. He took a moment to glance at the riddle inscribed on the ground by Song Xiaobao, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This riddle is indeed quite challenging. Really? You can't solve such a simple riddle? Wan Lao's eyes sparkled with intensity. What on earth? What is a primary school student? Song Xiaobao was perplexed. Wan Lao often spoke in terms that left him bewildered, mentioning things he could not comprehend, such as black silk versus white silk, or lace versus body hugging. Though Song Xiaobao considered himself educated, he found himself utterly lost. Chapter 43. A slap in the face. This problem is exceedingly simple. One merely needs to. Like this, and then this. Okay. Wan Lao spent 30 minutes before revealing the answer to Song Xiaobao. Song Xiaobao, filled with admiration, promptly conveyed the answer to the despondent Louis Shou. There are 20 chickens and 25 rabbits. My heavens. Remarkable. Louis Shou clapped his hands in delight, dispelling his gloom. His gaze towards Song Xiaobao shifted to one of reverence. How could someone be so astute? I truly misjudged you. Louis Shou exclaimed. Mind your tone. All right. Louis Shou, touching the handprint on his cheek, felt despondent. No, I must teach that contemptuous fellow a lesson. Louis Shou regained his confidence and, without delay, hurried towards Zhengyang Mountain. Under the cover of night, he traversed the mountains with an evident excitement. At Zhengyang Mountain, a young monk stood guard, disheartened. He was supposed to have a fulfilling evening. Unfortunately, his senior, who was meant to be on duty that night, had gone to discuss studies with the junior who had been on duty during the day, leaving him to stand guard alone. Sigh, under the blooming flowers and the bright moon, how I wish for companionship. Yang Dafei expressed his discontent towards the moonlight, and then he noticed Lu Yishou approaching with hurried steps. Oh, it's that foolish fellow. An idea for a challenging question sprang to Yang Dafei and Appo's mind. Ah, you are here. Seeing the monk standing before him, Lu Yishou was overjoyed. At this moment, he was determined to slap the answer right in this person's face, proclaiming that the top expert of Lang Lang Mountain was no mere pretender. Look, this is the answer, Lu Yishou said with bravado. Without even glancing, Yang Dafei retorted. 20 and 25, right? Lu Yishou looked again. Yes, haha. I tell you, all right. It took you a whole day to solve this problem. Your intellect is rather lacking. The leader certainly won TCU. However, being a helpful person, will give you another question. If you can answer it, I shall inform the leader of this exceptionally brilliant individual. What do you say? Yang Dafei declared confidently. Lu Yishou, eager to show off, was momentarily taken aback. You? Me? Lu Yishou was displeased. What do you mean? So many demands just to meet someone. Yet, he realized he had indeed taken too long to solve the previous question. He could only concede. All right, then you speak. Just don't be too excessive. Yang Dafei nodded and posed the second question. In a triangular field, the lengths of the sides are 12 steps, 15 steps, and 17 steps. Now, to find its area, try using Qin Jiuxiao's method of calculating the area and describe its principles as stated in the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. What is that? Lu Yishou scratched his head, and Yang Dafei, recognizing the ignorance before him, repeated, what kind of field? A triangular field. What is that? Yang Dafei shook his head and drew it out. Oh, what about Qin Jiuxiao? He is a mathematician. What is the 9 chapters on the mathematical art? It's a book he wrote. Can you solve it now? Yang Dafei said smugly. You definitely can't. Yang Dafei was sure of it. Impudent, who says I cannot? Lu Yishou retorted defiantly, demanding a copy of that book. Upon opening it, he found it incomprehensible. Thus, he could only stare blankly at it. He even took off his shoes. Yang Dafei let out a shriek and dashed away. What a fuss. The righteousness of the gentleman is lacking. Lu Yishou scoffed internally and began solving the problem. He focused on the area calculation method in the 9 chapters, feeling as though the ancient characters danced like ants in the moonlight, causing a dizzying sensation. Too many characters were unfamiliar. How difficult. He scratched the back of his head, using his shoes to hold down the pages as he contemplated, with small and large powers, subtracting the middle power. What is a power? Is it a power? But power is my second mate. Yang Dafei, covering his nose from afar, saw Lu Yishou counting his toes and couldn't he help but chuckle. Fool. Power means square. 12 steps squared is 12 times 12. The concept already exists, just termed differently. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yishou jumped up, flinging his shoes, startling Yang Dafei, who took 3 steps back. Humph. Lu Yishou picked up a dry twig and began drawing circles in the dirt, confident that his intellect as the foremost expert of Lang Lang Mountain would surely lead him to the answer. What was square again? I must solve it before dawn. Lu Yishou encouraged himself. Then dawn broke. Lu Yishou appeared utterly haggard, dark circles under his eyes like smudges of charcoal. Yawning, Yang Dafei awoke, rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Lu Yishou still fiddling with his toes, laughed. You're hopeless. Do you think someone like you could meet our leader? You are too much. Lu Yishou, indignant, put on his shoes and dashed down the mountain, exclaiming, wait for me. Don't run. I will return. He sprinted towards Song Xiaobao's location. In the valley, Song Xiaobao and the others had already packed their belongings, preparing to descend the mountain for their mission, when they spotted Lu Yishou, whose expression was one of utter dismay. Resembling a wandering soul. What is wrong with you? Song Xiaobao covered his nose and took steps back. Lu Yishou, advancing with determination, said, stop. Listen. Lu Yishou recounted the second question. What a challenge. Song Xiaobao exclaimed in frustration, for he did not understand it. Wan Lao. Ha. Let me see what this is all about. Wan Lao appeared equally perplexed. This question is quite intriguing. Wan Lao murmured. Song Xiaobao agreed, and Lu Yishou, having grasped the question, waited impatiently. At this moment, Song Xiaobao sat comfortably at the valley's bottom, eyes closed, fingers moving up and down, embodying the appearance of a sage in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Yishou watched on in anticipation, longing to deliver a slap in the face. As time flew by, in the blink of an eye, it was noon. Ha, I've calculated it. 87 steps, 7/10, and 5/100. Song Xiaobao opened his eyes instantly, confidently asserting, 87 steps, 7/10, and 5/100. Ha, splendid. I must deliver a slap in the face. Lu Yishou trembled as he wrote down the answer and continued his hurried pace. Along the way, he vaguely perceived a familiar figure, but he was running too fast to take a closer look. Disguised, with a bit of a beard, Ouyang Chongwei walked along the road, sniffing. He felt he had just caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Chapter 44. The final water. Lu Yishou was in a state of distress, for he had failed to catch sight of that individual. Undoubtedly, he had arrived too late. This poignant moment could have been cherished in memory, yet what remained was a sense of bewilderment. Oh, how I suffer. Lu Yishou pounded his chest and stamped his feet, appearing almost deranged. Gazing towards the entrance, his heart felt desolate, and his spirit was adrift. This was inescapable. Drawing curious glances from those around him. That man seems to be ill, one remarked. No, I believe he appears to be unhinged, another countered, holding a differing opinion. Well, ISN and Oppos, see that essentially the same? Lu Yishou turned to face the two men who were mocking him. To his surprise, they too were bald. What do you two think, you and Oppos? Redoing. Lu Yishou rolled up his sleeves, advancing towards the duo. It was evident that he was thoroughly displeased. Clearly, when one is in a foul mood, it is best to have an outlet for their frustrations. As he approached the two bald men, a cruel smile formed on Lu Yishou's face. Am I jesting? I am the tyrant of Lang Lang Mountain. How dare I wallow in melancholy here? He reminded himself that he was an undercover agent, and this was merely a loss in a battle of wits. If such trivial matters could bring him sorrow, it would certainly diminish his worth. Having come to this realization, Lu Yishou's demeanor shifted back to a state of nonchalance. Hey, are you two seeking death? He taunted, a smirk gracing his lips as he gazed up at the towering bald man before him. The man responded with a similar smirk, then turned to the smaller bald man beside him. Did you catch what he just said? The smaller man, equally animated, nodded vigorously. Yes. He said yes, looking for death. Lu Yishou, the cautious Lu Yishou, found himself instinctively becoming more wary. Bravado is not merely hot air. Those who boast often possess a modicum of strength. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the delightful scenery. This is the stronghold of the righteous path, he mused. Am I truly behaving so recklessly here? Lu Yishou was astute enough to recognize the shift in atmosphere, and immediately donned a smile. My dear fellows. I was merely jesting. Are you not entertained? Aha. The bald giant grinned widely, then seized Lu Yishou as if he were a mere chick. What are you doing? Man? Lu Yishou exclaimed in alarm. Is there no law? No divine justice? Here, in the stronghold of righteousness, such outrageous thugs exist. The bald giant hoisted Lu Yishou with one arm while rubbing his bald head with the other. Did you not just say you were looking for death? I and Oppos am merely assisting you in your quest. Indeed. The smaller bald man chimed in enthusiastically. Oh dear, you claim to be righteous, yet harbor such merciless disciples. Lu Yishou was filled with dread, for these two exuded an aura more sinister than that of the demonic path. Who among them was truly the villain? The smaller bald man then offered a suggestion. Brother, I believe he is a shy individual who wouldn't want to receive your assistance in public. Perhaps we should take him inside, allowing him a semblance of privacy. Upon finishing, the smaller man licked his lips, a grin stretching across his face. Excellent idea. The bald giant wholeheartedly agreed. No, I am a rough, extroverted man, and shy or introverted is not my nature. Lu Yishou wailed. Knowing that if these two took him away, it would spell his doom, he immediately turned to the nearby disciples of Demon Sect for help. Help. There are demonic cultivators attempting to abduct me in broad daylight. The guards rushed over. Who dares to be so audacious? One guard's eyes widened, dispelling any lingering drowsiness as he assessed the suspended Lu Yishou. It's them. Lu Yishou's face flushed crimson as he pointed at the bald giant clutching his neck and the smaller bald man snickering beside him. Esteemed protectors. Have you encountered the thieves he spoke of? Not at all. I wouldn't know. Perhaps they fled? The smaller bald man replied. Lu Yishou? Thus, the guards successfully completed a sweep for thieves, nobly returning to their posts. Lu Yishou was distressed but utterly powerless as the bald giant carried him into Demon Sect. Ah! Lu Yishou exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed he had entered. Elated, he was then met with a jolt from the smaller bald man. The smaller man glared at him. I know you envy my handsome visage, but you cannot sneak peeks. How dare I sneak a peek? Lu Yishou shot back angrily. The smaller man retaliated with another jolt. Lu Yishou, now bearing panda-like eyes, fell silent. Almost simultaneously, Ouyang Chaowei, having found no trace of Lu Yishou, arrived at the entrance of Demon Sect with the temporary leader, Song Xiaobao. Song Xiaobao did not see Lu Yishou's figure and remarked. My senior brother must have already entered. What? How could he be so quick? Ouyang Chaowei's urgency grew. He feared Lu Yishou might inadvertently thwart his plans. An eventuality he could not abide. He promptly inquired of the guard, did anyone come looking for the leader? It seems there was someone. They were taken away by the bald protector, likely for a swift demise. The guard replied, a twinge of concern in his voice. Who was taken? Ouyang Chaowei and Oppos, as tone sharpened. The bald protector. My goodness, this is perilous. Ouyang Chaowei exclaimed, hastening away. He understood that if he arrived too late, Lu Yishou would likely be done for. This man was a pivotal figure in his plans, essential for averting future troubles. Ouyang Chaowei was all too familiar with the bald protector. Both had previously been legitimate demonic cultivators. Their methods, temperament, and thought processes were utterly alien to ordinary individuals. Lu Yishou, a mere trifling cultivator at the third layer of qi refinement, stood no chance against them. With great urgency, Ouyang Chaowei pursued, while Song Xiaobao, though perplexed, could only match his pace. The two raced forward, creating quite the commotion. Finally, just as Ouyang Chaowei considered utilizing a flying artifact, he spotted 3 gleaming bald heads sparkling in the sunlight. How blinding! Ouyang Chaowei was elated. He had managed to catch up. Behind him, Song Xiaobao panted heavily, his cultivation level proving insufficient to keep pace with the sprinting foundational cultivators. Were it not for the secret breathing technique imparted by Old Wan, he would have struggled to keep up. Esteemed protectors, please wait. Ouyang Changwei called, gasping for breath. Chapter 45, returning to the main plot. Brother? It seems I hear someone calling my name? Nonsense, it is clearly directed at me. Louis Shou could not help but interject. At that moment, the little bald had achieved a triple kill. Louis Shou touched his broken nose bridge, feeling a deep sorrow. The two turned around simultaneously, only to find a familiar face. Brother, do you recognize him? I don't know. Ouyang Changwei quickly tugged at his beard. Oh, it's you. The two suddenly realized. Ouyang Changwei smiled and pointed at Louis Shou in the hands of the big bald head. The big bald head asked, What, do you wish to join us? Ouyang Changwei shook his head vigorously, indicating that he was an important figure, and they could not play together. Why not? Are we not important? The little bald head protested. That is not what I meant. Ouyang Changwei hastily waved his hands. If it weren't for the profound cultivation of these two, he wouldn't be so humble. He explained, both of you are top-tier heroes in the Alliance. Naturally, you are extremely important. However, this person is about to embark on a mission. And if he delays it due to playing with you too, wouldn't he that tarnish your reputations? He made a reasonable point, didn't he, brother? The little bald head nodded in agreement. Is that so? I don't feel that way, the big bald head grumbled. What mission? I'll handle it. Ouyang Changwei. He felt a bit troubled. To let these two become undercover agents in the demonic path? Well, it was not impossible. But one was at the Golden Core stage, and the other at the late Foundation establishment stage. Ouyang Changwei shook his head and continued to flatter them. It was a waste of strength and time for such powerful beings to undertake the task. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life and have some fun? Brother. He makes sense. The little bald head exclaimed, his face filled with agreement. After pondering for a moment, the big bald head felt there was some truth to it. So he threw Louis Shou to the ground, declaring, all right then. After the two left, Ouyang Changwei hurriedly helped Louis Shou up, only to find that his already unappealing face looked even worse. His eye sockets were sunken, his nose bridge collapsed, and his face was smeared with snot. Tears glistening in his eyes. TSK, you've suffered, brother Shou. Ouyang Changwei stepped back, not out of disdain, but because his clothes were rather expensive, and he would prefer not to get them dirty. Leader. Whoa, that dead bald head is inhuman. Louis Shou cried out in despair. Ouyang Changwei and Song Xiaobao exchanged glances, observing the gleam on Louis Shou and Appo's bald head. Eventually, Louis Shou could no longer squeeze out any more tears, and Ouyang Changwei seized the opportunity to bring the two to his controlled territory. Inside a secret chamber, the two sat facing each other. Shou. This time your task is exceedingly arduous. Ah, is it dangerous? Not at all. Ouyang Changwei shook his head. After much contemplation and research, he decided to use Louis Shou as a pawn. As for the magical tools, there was no need to provide them. He believed Louis Shou could manage. And once he eliminated those individuals, Ouyang Changwei would no longer need to fear. As for whether Louis Shou lived or died, what concern is that to Ouyang Changwei? Ouyang Changwei smiled. Louis Shou felt a bit odd and wanted to ask, but his mouth remained agape until he heard his task, at which point he could not close it. Walmart was what Louis Shou wanted to convey to Ouyang Changwei. To be sent to kill captives captured by Bai Jie, was that something a human could undertake? Ouyang Changwei patted Louis Shou's shoulder as if to encourage him. He then intended to present a vial of elixir for further encouragement, but suddenly deemed it unnecessary to be so extravagant. After all, those in the demonic path were driven by their emotions. His brother Shou would likely refuse. Ouyang Changwei discreetly set aside that expense. Alas, to achieve great ambitions, resources are essential. Ouyang Changwei, being a frugal person, sought to save whenever possible. He patted Louis Shou and Appo's shoulder once more, encouraging him again. Louis Shou's expression twisted. He yearned to decline such a perilous mission. However, when Ouyang Changwei produced a crystal ball, Louis Shou felt a strange connection to it. As expected, upon Ouyang Changwei infusing it with spiritual energy, the crystal ball began to display vivid images. It was the very scene of his declaration of loyalty. Ouyang Changwei's eye sparkled. Shou, every time I witness this moment, I am reminded of our initial encounter. It truly evokes nostalgia. Why reminisce now? Louis Shou thought to himself, feeling that his readings were in vain, for this was an extraordinary world. How could he be foolish enough to read mortal books to navigate the realm of cultivation? The group finally embarked on their return journey, and undoubtedly, Louis Shou had gained nothing. Well, not entirely. He had acquired 3 electric cannons and multiple failures. He also achieved a peculiar accomplishment: 3 families, oxen and horses. Their pace to the destination was neither slow nor fast on the return. Louis Shou gazed at the nearby Langling mountain, tears streaming down his face. His journey had indeed been fraught with tribulations. I am in such distress. Louis Shou glared indignantly at the 2 troublesome aides before him. Song Xiaobao was beyond his reach, and the foolish passerby had failed to seize a suitable opportunity. The ransom Bai Jie demanded had also gone unclaimed. In this light, Louis Shou's mission was a complete failure. What can I do? Junior brother, do you think Bai Jie will? Louis Shou asked a seemingly easy-to-bully junior. Who is Bai Jie? The junior scratched his head. Alas, Lu Yishou kicked him in the face and then led the way up the mountain. Inside the two-story loft, Lu Yishou knelt on the ground, trembling. The protector of Langlang Mountain, the actual ruler, Bai Jia, reclined on a throne, one hand propping her forehead, adorned in a flowing blue gown, her attire billowing gracefully. With her legs crossed, her delicate feet overlapped, her lips luscious and enticing, she exuded a cold yet alluring demeanor. Beside her lay a small white tiger with charming features. Its glossy fur shimmering, its bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. This tiger is a great tonic. Lu Yishou inwardly mused. Where is the item I requested? Bai Jia spoke coldly. No. Lu Yishou wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only resort to the reasoning provided by Ouyang Chaowei. Senior sister, you don't understand. The Righteous Alliance is in utter chaos. All sorts of peculiar individuals need to be supported, resulting in a severe depletion of their resources. And thus, I couldn't procure even a single magical tool. Lu Yishou explained, feeling guilty. To be honest, this reasoning was rather absurd. Unless this little demoness had never visited Zhengyang Mountain, it would be too easy for her to see through it. After all, Zhengyang Mountain was bustling with prosperity.